see, are we now live? I think we are now live. Let's see, that says live. If I come over here, looks like I am live. There we are. Turn down the volume on that side. Okay, I think that lets me monitor the chat. Yep, sure enough, there's some live chat going on. Let's see, we'll go theater mode. No, theater mode does not let me see the chat as well. So we'll come out of theater mode and go to default view. There we go. Looking good. Okay, let's minimize this. See how much of a delay we really have here. Seems to be about a minute or so. Well, maybe longer. Let's see. That's just not showing the... It's desktop only mode. Okay, there we go. Nice. Yeah, so about a minute delay, it looks like. Yeah, how's the sound? Testing, 1, 2, can you hear me? Sound, sound, sound. Okay. My giant coffee. There we go, a little shot of the room and my proposed project, as it were. Okay, well, I was just on my other computer looking at stuffs. Let's see here. Kind of arrange things. Let's see. Boom. There we go. I can see the chat. Okay, that looks pretty good. Oh yeah, I'll sit there with my mouth hanging open. Looks great. Looks great. Okay, let's see if we can make some sense of this thing. So let's pop over to the other desk. There we go. So I'm going to give a try at this here Lego bus. Okay. Now this thing is partially built and organized. My son Anthony started working on it a while back. So we do have this chassis partially built here. It's not too bad. Got some work to do on it. And we've got a variety of pieces that are sort of partially assembled and organized into some of these bins. Ooh, look, a little motor. That's cute. Cute. Little motor. I like that. Okay. Then got some of the other stuff all into bins. And the last one also organized into bins. Now I'm not sure if that's going to make it easier or harder, but at least things are somewhat organized for me to start with. Let's see here. Oops. Let's see, what is this? Ooh, got instructions. This is definitely not the beginning, so this is moving into like the second, third stages of this thing a little bit later. Oh, look, a little kitchenette inside of there. That's cute. Okay, so we'll set this book aside. Just kind of put it up here for now. And this one is opened to this page. So I'm suspecting that this is where we are with this build. Page 30 or so, step 32. Looks about right. Let's see here. I see a couple pieces. Let's push everything. Ooh, push everything more securely together. Oh yeah, look at that. Those Legos. I have not built any Legos in many years myself. Like so many, spent, of course, a ridiculous amount of time as a kid doing Legos. We, my friend Danny O'Rourke went on vacation to Germany. Would have been about third grade, so we're talking like, I don't know, 1976, 75, 77, somewhere in that range. Had to be before 78, probably 75 or 76. Anyway, so he came back from Germany with a catalog of the Legos they had there, and I was hooked. Now, at the time, I had Legos, but what do you call them? Just like regular kits, nothing fancy, like built to be an actual model. They were just things of bricks. Those kits shown in the catalog, however, were like trains, and I always remember like a seaport kind of a scene that was really cool. So anyways, that's that. Let's see. This thing looks like it should be attached here. Let's try and figure that out first. So that one looks like it's on the fourth one back, so maybe it goes right there. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I see my face is going to be in the way for a lot of this. Looks like I'm working down here, so I'm going to move some screen elements around here. Let's transition that over. Okay, it should be a little cleaner. Oh, there we go. Okay, so to me, looks like we have some other elements that actually needed to go into place here. We've got that. So we can go back a few steps, see where we are. That looks like the front end. It's just the back here that needs a little more work. We were ostensibly on stage 32. It looks like the motor's pretty early on. There we go. So, okay. Got these pieces going on. And I think I saw that motor bit. Yeah, there it is. This looks like the motor pieces. So let's see what all we need here. Create a place over here. I'll open these up. Yeah, there we go. That works. That works. Okay. So here is the little motor piece. Looks like that's pretty good. Oh, that's neat. Little pieces move here. More or less. More or less. Let's see, is that correct? A little pulley piece. Goes into the wheel. There's a little piston. Those are stacked up. Yeah, that looks correct. My wife looking at dog videos in the background there. Probably can hear that pretty well. Let's see. Yeah, just barely in the background. You can probably hear that. Okay, so looking at the motor. Has the piece on top. There's the rubber band. Is that right? Yep. Yep. Interesting, they just don't line up all that great. It looks like this is where we stopped, though. So is that... Oh, that's this piece here. So, looks like that piece backwards. What's going on here? I think this piece needs to go there. Ooh, those don't line up that great. You see that? So, I don't know. Let's see. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Let's see what else is there. So now that that's in the correct place, this looks like it can be put in there, so that looks good. I see this piece done. This seems to be where this gets mounted now. There we go. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Oops. I see. Not the strongest bond, but there we go. Looks pretty good. And let's see. This is all done. This is all done. That was the only piece that was missing. And some sub-assemblies. So I think that puts us back to this page. And this is what was being built there. So I think that's correct. And let's see, I guess this goes this way. Ah, yes. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. Let's see, piece seems to be in place. Okay, well, that's about as much stuff I think is pre-assembled. And now we're going to start building new stuff. So let's set that chassis to the side a little bit here. And what do we need? That's a 16. And we're going to put 2 3s and a thin 4 on it in gray. Not going to be in there. Let's see. Looks like most of this stuff is organized by color. Here's our goal. Build that bad boy. So, are those black? I think that color is actually black. Is there something else? Ah, there it is. That deck the rest of the way in. Now we're talking. Yeah. Wasn't quite tight in there. Oops. Yeah. Darn Legos. There we go. Okay, set that back down. So, I possibly do not need this one. So it must be this other one. Okay, so it must be down here. These look like the right pieces. And again, I need a little 4-piece and some little L's. L. There's going to be a sticker involved here. Ooh, what are these? Empty little boxes. Oh, look at little curtains. Curtains. Awesome. And here is the decal that we're going to apply. There's going to be a little wedge piece in white. That might be in this container. Two-pip wedge. There's a single pip wedge. This is a double pip wedge. So let's see here. Maybe, maybe not. Let's look in the other box of white stuff. Oh yeah, see all kinds of little wedges in there. So we need a 2-pip wedge. Oh, right off the bat, there's our 2-pip wedge. And then I need 2 singles. Let's put the instructions here. So I need one of these, so let's kind of line this up. We've got that piece. We've got those pieces. We've got one of these. We've got one of these. And we need 2 little red wedges. Those that are right here. There they are. Thank you, Anthony, for organizing all of these. Good job. Let's see. Here's the 2 little red ones. That's 1 round. Is that tan? I think that's a single round tan pip. Might be silver. Okay, we'll call that a silver pip. 1 time. You need 2 flat top reds. 2 pips. This one has a single in the center. There we go. Single in the center. And some odd shapes. Those aren't going to be in here. Or here. Maybe that piece is, though. Let's see. A little weird hinge thing. Ah, there they are. 2 hinges. And let's see, over here we've got 1, 3 of these that we'll need. So 2. Building Legos is a giant game of pattern match. So 1, 2. These kind of odd colors out. Sub-assembly was going on there. I know there should be a third one. 1, 2, 3. There's like a little half round piece. That's this. And that's a 3-pip flat top. There's those. Very nice. So I just need one more of these. And you see it? You see it in there? And there it is, resting on top of another piece. Okay, let's build this little assembly. What do we got? Start off with this piece. And that gets a 4 in the center with these little 3 L's on the side. Bam, bam. Then we're going to put the little red pip, red ramp, white ramp, red ramp, and what else do we got here? That's the first part. Next comes these little hinges. And we're starting to put stuff on top. This goes in the middle. The 3s go on the end here. The 2s. Oh, I missed a long piece. That's that piece. And I think it's easiest to put the decals on now. So let's do that. There we go. So, Lego decals. I should probably use tweezers to get the line up perfect, but we'll just eyeball it. Move vertically, where do we sit? So about right there, more or less. And let's try to actually put it on straight. Yeah, definitely should have grabbed the tweezers. Why do I get the feeling I'm going to be saying that again? Nah, not bad. I can see it's crooked. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. Okay, so silver pip on top. And then it looks like these all go across the undercut. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Sorry. Oh, those don't go across there, see? Gots to pay attention. This piece goes in next. And these go on that piece. There we go. Oh, I guess... yeah, that seems right. There we go. Okay, got that piece together. And this thing, oh, spare parts. On the next page, that's how we attach it. So... did you notice that? I noticed that. Amazing. That is John Classic Move 101. I have put the decal on upside down. So, first get a little X-Acto knife. And since the second time to charm, as it were, I might as well grab my tweezers while I'm at it. So, there's a pair of tweezers. Wasn't expecting to need these, but here we are. And pop that piece off. Get in there and fix that decal.
What you doing, honey?
I am building a Lego VW bus. Specifically, I am flipping this decal over that I put on upside down.
Oops. Okay. Love you.
Love you too. There we go. Easily fixed. Totally the only mistake I'm going to make. Here we go. Okay, let's try that again. So we're going to attach this hinge. There we are. Very nice. Does it close? Closes even. There we go. Not the most solid structure back here, but we'll see how it goes as we start locking more pieces in. Obviously, I need another one of those. And there we go. Oops. It gets popping those pieces apart down in the bottom there. Okay. Voila! One sub-assembly completed. Two small grays, 2 pips each. There we go. And the reds, we got 2 tall bricks with 3 pips. 1, 2 grays. Let's go with some little half rounders. Don't look like those are going to be in this box. And a 2 top flat. Also not in this box. I'll probably stop popping these open and close, but there's a 2 top. And the little round bricks. Nope, they must be in that other container. So let's go back over here. Oh, I already see one. There's one. It's amazing. You gotta convince yourself that you can see it before you can see it. Okay. So let's look at what we're building next. See, alignment is everything. So first, put the gray on the red both times. And those look like they're end capping here. There we go. And a little bit of corner. Oh yeah, look at that. Aces. And we'll put that in as well. Okay, next piece done. What we got here? Okay, start. It's a 6 flat, 1 time. There it is. And it's like 2 of these little grates. Also out of here. Ooh, it is soon going to be breakfast time for me, so I hear the stomach saying, feed me, John, have breakfast. 4 times. Those must be silvers again. Whoa, uh-oh, uh-oh. We're mixing the streams here. Get back where you belong. Put that back in. And 2 times that white angled piece. Ooh, that looks like it. Okay. So accordingly, there we go. This goes over here. Okay. Well, these are red, not silver. So are they red? I have a dark red pips. Let's see here. It could be in this. Definitely no roundy rounds in there. It could be here. Also, no roundy rounds. So, those orange? They just don't seem like they're orange. They're like a brick red color. Oh, brown. Oh, I bet they're brown. Yeah, there we go. Those are brown. Oof. And there's gray too. So how am I going to tell silver and gray from brown? Let's see. We used... That just looks like a silver. Anything comparison-wise? I mean, that's a gray. And that's a lighter color. So I'm going to go that silver was the right choice there. Over here, these are brown. So let's see how that goes. Yeah, very nice. And these go back here. Oh, there we go. Very nice. Okay, we are going to go get that breakfast. So let's go with desk only. Now we'll keep desk and room so you know I'm not here. You'll see my chair is empty. But And we're just going to Okay, we're back. What's up, people? Enjoying a little breakfast sandwich. Weird thing happened, man. I went out there and went to feed the cat. Got the cat some food and some water. And the cat vanished. No fucking idea what happened to the cat. It's out in the garage. Nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be heard after a minute. Not outside, not anywhere. Don't know. Don't know. There might be a cat randomly in my house that just appears out of nowhere. We'll see. In the meantime, I am going to enjoy a delicious breakfast sandwich. Yum. While I do that, I'll surf the internet a little. Hmm. 159, 4.7 million views. Ooh, there it is. Hey, his went in perfect. Mine's all misaligned. As far as the little pulley belt goes. Oh, there's the part that we just did.
By 2050, there will be more plastic than fish in the oceans. There are 18 billion pounds of plastic waste entering our oceans every year. You've seen the images. Our marine life is under threat. So we've created a new plan to do something about it. Just by changing your search engine to Ocean Hero, we'll recover 1 ocean-bound plastic bottle for every 5 searches you do. So this is how our plan works. Like any other search engine, we earn money with search ads, but we use this money differently. Did you know that the large majority of plastic that ends up in the ocean comes from just 6 countries facing extreme poverty? Often from people living in extremely harsh conditions, without waste management. Together with our partners, we can pay people in need in exchange for ocean-bound plastic. People can exchange plastic for money, but also for things like school tuition or sanitation. We are working together with partners.
Okay, that's enough of that.
We've built up an infrastructure of plastic collection hubs to make this possible. Become part of a movement that saves the oceans by searching the web. It's a small step for you, but a large one for the planet. Click the link.
Okay, let's get back to this build. Let's see, we'll just let everybody know real quick. Just posting it on Twitter for my 2 fans. Let's see. 10 more characters got to remove from this post. Let's see. Trying out live streaming. I may turn this so. There we go. Boy, good thing I'm short with words anyways, right? So let's see. Trying out live streaming. I will turn it on and nope. On and symbol off. Ooh, over the next few weeks. Starting, we'll lose the word by. Starting, comma, space. Exactly 0, exactly postable. And, ooh, but then I can't tag anybody, so it's we'll just throw it out there like that. Trying out live streaming. Turn it on and off for the next few weeks, starting. And there it is. Woohoo! We have tweeted. And with that, let's build some Legos. Okay. I almost feel like I should be playing some music or something in the background here. If we can make that happen. Oh, there's my music thing. And is that allowed? Is that a copyright violation if you place music in the background? I don't know. I don't know. Probably is. Probably is not even allowed. Okay, let's just build. Next, let's see. We need 2 little pips. 2 of these little roundy corner things. And 1 long brick. So we'll get those out of the red box. And let's see here. Oh, there's the 2 round pieces. Okay, so, excuse me, Mr. Trackball. And let's see, 1 large brick with 12 pips. And it looks like we need 2 of the small square single pip flats, single level as it were. And oh, that's a double. There's a single. So we've got 2 small, 2 round, 1 brick. Thick as a brick. Okay, and let's do this. Brick goes in place. Yep, nice. And ooh, I don't know if the mic picks my neck cracking. There we go. And this goes here. Whoa, out of control. And this one goes right there. Very nice. Okay. Step 36. Perfect 36. Carol Doda. We need... The heck? Beating the dog in there or something, Donna?
No, he knocked me over. We're running up and down the
Ah.
Trample, trample, trample.
Okay, so we need one of these trailer hitch pieces. And I bet 2 of these. They always look like lanterns to me. 2 lantern bits. And let's see, that's going to be all from this box. Need 3 of the flat 2s. 1, 2, 3. That's an L for the piece. 3 pips on top right there. And then 2 pip straight thick brick. Okay, so I'm going to build a little structure here. Starting with this as the base. Piece on top. Comes the 2 flat. And both of those stack, obviously making it full height. And then 1 goes across there. Is that it? And it looks like the rest of the pieces are going to get assembled. What happened there? Oh, I kept it off too soon. Kept it off too soon. Let's see, we'll pop that in. Well, I guess I only needed 1 each of these. So I've grabbed too many. And put that across there. Very nice. And this little trailer hitch looking piece. Looks like it goes right there. Okay, guess that's right. So put these back. Next, we'll get a variety of pieces. Well, we'll first off get these. We'll kind of get all the pieces we're going to need, I think. Lay them out step by step. There's that and that. And over here, I'm going to need that one, and that one, as well as one of these. This comes in right here. But that hinge piece, that's a tall hinge. What about a flat hinge? There's the flat hinge. I'm going to get a little radical here. Pull all the rest of these reds into this. So I have to look one place for this color. There we go. Make it easier. And we'll kind of toss some of these other pieces here. I'm going to have to assemble those at some point. Let's see, where's a good place for these? Hard to say. Guess they kind of go over in this other one. Dark gray bricks, large flat. Okay, so anyways, that is that. Reminder, I've got all these bins organized by my son Anthony. very nicely.
You watch Kubo?
Yeah, right. Okay, put one of those there. That seems covered. Need one of these over here. What's this piece? Ah, there it is. There's one of them at least. I need 2 of those. And there's the second one. Down here, we need a second single up here as well. There we go. And then we'll get those grays in a minute. Okay. 1, 2, and not that. This piece then actually belongs up here. And we got another flat hinge down in the bottom. Flat hinge and a 3 top flat. There we go. Looks like I just need a few of these gray lantern-y bits. Not here. There we go. And that's one there and one there. Okay. All the pieces are out for the next section, as it were. Very nice. Okay. Enjoying the build. There we go. Saying something into the chat channel there. And let's see. There we go. Looking. Let's see. Let's build this thing. Starting off, got our hinge. Put that piece on there. Shows these as end to end, and then we do a classic Lego reversal build. Boom. There we go. Nicely together. Next, we've got a single, 2 lanterns, 2 flat, a single, thick, and a lantern. Again, the lantern piece, like that. Very nice. Probably do this. Let's see, we'll put this there. Let's see what our goal is. And I'll move the instructions up here. Make it easier for you to see. Not sure. I'm going to do that. And I think we'll just grab my video. And shrink that down a little bit. And let's see how that goes. If you're watching, let me know if that's a little bit better for you. Okay. Anyways, let's see. We've got the 2 lantern bits on. Next step, we're going to stack those up. So we're going to put another lantern piece, single thick brick, and then again, classic reversal. So we'll go here and here. Very nice. All put together. And cap it off with a hinge. Matching the angle. Bam. Nice. Man, I tell you, it's funny things. I almost wish I had like a surface plate, nice little granite block. Oh, that's what I should do. I should bring home when I go to work again a little granite block. It would be perfect for pressing and straightening small assemblies in these Legos. There we go. Step 6 complete. Next step. Looks like we have a single thin, a single 4, and a single thick brick. Of course, I put all the reds together now, so let's get that out. And let's see what we got here. Got that 4, there it is, a flat 4, a flat single, and a single thick brick. Oh, nope, that's a lantern. We don't need a lantern. Single thick brick. And while we're at it, let's look ahead to the next step. And there we go. There's a single 3. And after that, we're going to stick a bunch of stuff together. So that's all the red bricks we need. Let's get those tan bricks. Let's see. I see the fins. Are they in here? Put that decal back. Yeah, there we go. So there's that piece. And those little fin looking things, those. And some little corners. And those don't seem to be in this box. So let's grab the other one with tan stuffs. And I think I see it up there in that corner. Yeah, sure enough. So let's see what we got here. Some little L pieces. Well, there's the corner. I need 3 of those. Let's see. 2, 3. Those little L pieces. Where's that? Not in here. Mystery. Okay. We'll take a look back into the first tan one. It will certainly got to be in this little area. Ah, there we go. Just had to look. Now sometimes, again, like I said, it's about believing that the piece is there to make it visible to your eye. As odd as that sounds, or maybe not. If you don't believe it's there, you probably won't see it. Oh, there's got to be a third one. Come on. I know you're there. I know you're there. Oh, you have to do it the hard way. Start pulling bricks. Ah, there it is. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And let's put these bits together. So, starting with this little sub-assembly. Like that. And there's the 4 topper. Locking the stacks together. And where's this single go? Ah, single goes right here. Okay, next. I'm going to line those up and put some fins on. Fins look like shelves, perhaps? Yeah, some kind of shelving unit. Wish my bus had a shelving unit like that. Let's see. There, very nice. let's see how what's up there, Mr. Garrett. Let's see. Okay. So we will get a little opinion here. Let's see, let's transition. And so my buddy Garrett is painting up some nasty little elves. To heck with you, elves. What's this, Garrett? Clean up your workbench, buddy. So let's see, we got red, purple, and a lighter purple, and a darker purple. I'm liking this right here. I think this is the winner. Let's see, we can go ahead and do a boom. Full screen snip. Bam. And we're saying yes. Oh, see if I want to do that. Of course, you guys wouldn't see that. We will have to go with desktop only, transition, and bring my snip up. So I'm liking this one right here. What do you guys think? If you have an opinion, you can put that in chat. And we'll go ahead and close the snip. No idea how to close it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Close that snip. Go back to web only. And again, we got number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Yeah, I like this lighter purple right here. That's the one for me. I think that's pretty cool. And then, like I said, if you're going to go with that lighter purple, then let's see, color wheel wise, it's kind of sitting over in this zone as far as that goes. So I didn't really throw one up that'll match well. You'd have to kind of shift over, you can see, so you'd actually end up with like this lighter aqua blue, more of a, you know, camo kind of a green, and this would be a orange, yellow orange kind of a color over here that might go with it, depending on which color wheel setting is the ideal. And let's get back to the build. Desktop, up there we are. Boom. Okay. So, let's see, we were in the middle of building what I think is the stove area here. So this attaches like so. Yeah, that's got to be it. Okay, ooh, very nice. And that goes right here. Oh, I see. Sweet. Man, like, I totally wish my bus did this. That would be amazing. Right? I have like a little kitchenette area that just kind of swings out. Boom, right? Hi there. Instant access. My neighbor up the street has like a little a little trailer, like one of the little round kind of bubble ones. Real small, just like barely 2 people fit inside. But the back opens up. Has like a cool grill kit and all that back there. It's pretty nice, all with wood, and yeah, very, very awesome. Okay, let's see. Those, again, look like some brown pips. So we've got those. Let's see. The gray pieces are going to come out of here. At least they should. Oh, there's that belief thing. I believe that you're here. I believe that you're here. But you're not. Oh, those are tan that I'm looking for anyway, so I'm actually looking in the wrong color. And I do remember seeing those in the other tan box. It should be right here. There they are. 1, 2. And this we're going to find the brown single rounds. Stage these boxes a little bit better, all this bending over. There we go. Okay. And we've got a single 3. And that is a flat top 3, so no pip 3. No pip 3. There it is. Keep the red over here where it's super handy. Unless Donna decides to join us. Okay. So these go. I see. We'll just put this on here. Goes right into the stove. Oven drawers. Yeah, drawers. That's what those are. Storage drawers. For the pantry of this wonderful Volkswagen. And where do you go? Had me get these pieces out. I'm supposed to just let's see. If I close this, there it is on top. And that means this is on top tier 2. There we go. Very nice. I see that's not quite seated. Much better. Much better. So we've got that inside little area. Together, let's see. There we go. Very nice. Some flat black pieces. Those we found over here. And we've got 2 of these rounds. There we go. And 1 single flat. Those are actually right here. Interesting. I myself did not organize these, so it's a little bit of a hunting match sometimes. Let's look like the right pieces though. And we're just going to line the top over here. Oh, bam! Broke that bumper off. Oh. And we'll get that other side in. Very nice. And No, you come on the end here. Yep, that's it for that. Oh, I feel gypped. No. Yeah. 40. And then it's back to 1. But we're on page 42. Here is where all the answers are. So you start with the red box. It looks like a hinge, a 3. So let's get those out here. All the hinge, a flat hinge, and a pipped 3. So there's a pipped 3. And where's that flat hinge? No flat hinge. Ah, there it is. Folded. And let's see, what else? Ah, there it is. 2 bricks. I was just thinking about something. Let's see. In fact, what I was thinking about was getting some voice chat going on. So let's see here. I bet, let's put this over as well. So boom, boom, boom. That's there. I bet if I come over to Facebook Messenger and let's see, start a group call. I'm going to call Garrett, my co-host on the show. Let's see if Garrett answers. Hey, what's up? Oh, let's see. Can you hear me? Oh, I see Ben joined the call too. What's up, Ben? What's up? Let's see. Oh, Garrett's still ringing. Nope, no Garrett ringing. And I think only me in the call. Aw, sad day. Oh well, I tried. Tried to get some live chat going, so we'll see how that goes. I'll leave this up just in case anybody decides to join. And we'll just hear him as voice, kind of coming through my speaker here. Should work. Should work. There's a kind of weird time delay that'll happen, so we'll see how that pans out. Anyways, we've got a little 2 pip here, a 3 pip, and an odd angle. Let's see. Angle of the dangle. There it is. And a 2. And come on, there's a 3 brick thick. And a 3 pip flat. That's it for that part. Now on this other side, we've got a right angle. Oh, there we go. And another right angle. There that is. And we have a single thick and a 2 pip thick. that one. See, how does this work? I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to try ringing you again, Garrett. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I actually need to get a black flat square. And, nope, no Garrett. Oh well. I can drop that. Leave. And I ended the call. There we go. Do, do, do. Okay. I'm gonna monitor all these different things here. Okay, let's see. We have a gray square. There it is. And a tan single thick brick. Okay. And we need a flat. That's in that other box. But while I have this one out, there's a 3-pip there. And put 2-pip flats in here. No. Only the larger pieces. Okay. This one, which has single flat, which is there, and those are 2 of them, 2-pip flats, and I guess the only other thing is neat is this little oven looking piece, which I suspect is going to be in the white box. So there's an oven. The oven door somewhere. Let's see. That's got to be it. There we go. Very, very nice. Okay, so we will assemble that. Okay, and then back over to here. So, got this piece, classic Lego flip-flop, so long over short, a little 1 pip overlap, and then building up some height on this side. Next, I'm going to lock those down again with the classic flip-flop staggered bricks. And this piece goes on the end. Pop. Oops. No, that's right. This goes on here, further locking it in, continuing the offset alternating bricks. And then a little flat to lock it in on top. Very nice. And over here, okay. Yeah, this is where that little piece of granite would be nice to just flatten things out, straighten them up, as it were. And oh, I see. So it stacks over the hinge. Yep, there we go. Stacking over the hinge. Doing a step. Next, putting the stove in place. This piece sticks out. That locks over 2. There's a single in the corner. And the 3 brick locking this all down as well. Okay. Bing was my buddy Brandon messaging me on Facebook. You know, he's got some 3D printers he's going to put into action. Sounds pretty cool. Dude, I myself don't really do 3D printing, but I support people with 3D printers, and I do like scanning and all that other kind of cool stuff. Just one more rabbit hole I'm choosing not to send myself down more than anything. Okay, so we're on to the next page, page 44. And let's get these bricks together. As usual, we'll start with the red bricks. And let's see, we've got a 2 pip flat, another 2 pip flat, looking for a hinge, flat hinge, there it is, flat hinge and a little ramp. There's a ramp. 2 2-pip flats. 1, 2. And a flat 3-pip. There it is. Okay, that's all the red bricks we need. Next, let's get the small tan bricks out of the way. And those look like a dark gray. Over here, some kind of grate. Ah, there's the little grate thing. And single pip in tan. That's that piece. Then also there's the grays. So there's a flat of 4 of those. We need 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, what's up, baby?
New sweats. Glad I bought them before this lockdown.
Nice.
And showered after working out. And feel alive.
Nice.
Happy. Hey, Koopa. Was he a good boy while I was in the shower?
Absolutely.
Didn't eat anything?
Not a thing I saw.
Okay. And so how's it going with your build?
Oh, just fine. I'm Legoing away.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go get me a salad. I'm hungry.
Sounds good.
You know the farmer's market was open today.
Yeah, well, good for them.
That's what I thought. No going down because people can't keep their social distancing, right?
Yeah, well, going to a farmer's market is definitely not social distancing, and I'm pretty sure that's not allowed right now.
No, they said it is. Farmers markets are staying open. What they said on the news.
Oh, because it's a grocery.
Yes, to keep fresh fruit and stuff.
That's reasonable.
Hey, where'd you get the little mini-me guy? I like this.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea where that came from.
Probably Swarsha. Seems like something Swarsha would give you.
I don't think so, but yeah.
Come on.
Let's see. That little gray L, I would expect it to be here, but it's not. And I don't have the lantern bits in there. So, I think that's it for this box. And we'll come over here. So, that is 2 lanterns and a thick brick 2-pip, thick brick 3-pip. Allergies. Nose itches like crazy. It's like, let's see. Still need those L's. Gray L. And here we are. 1, 2 gray L's. Okay, let's build this next sub-assembly. Dun-dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun-dun. There we go, very nice. Just invite some people to join me on the live stream here. Come say hi. There we go. If I could spell. I can type. There we go. Should use shorter words. It still doesn't like the word. Okay. Let's see. Let's build these bits. We got you. Okay. On top of the oven, stove, oven. We've got that. And a little grate. Oh, cute. And this brick goes on the side. Sweet. I'll fire that up right now, Mr. Garrett. We'll see how that works. Now, let's see here. We'll see if anyone else wants to join us. We'll throw at Matt. I saw Sergio on. Maybe Willow will join us. And of course we'll throw one at Alex, Ben, Cody, and let's see if Jeremy's up to. What the hell?
Howdy.
What is up? Good morning.
Am I echoey?
You're not echoey. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm solving. I shouldn't have any kind of weird sound effects on the stream because the only thing capturing this is my microphone in the room.
Yeah, my wife is sewing in the background, so that's what the noises are. And
Excellent.
I have a dog.
Awesome. What's up, Sarah? Hope you're enjoying your confinement. I mean, your mini vacation with your husband. Staycation, as it will. You know, people dream about doing this, right? They're like, oh, man, I'm just taking time off work to do a little staycation, get stuff done around the house. Boy, I wish I had some hobby time.
Yeah, until they have to.
And yeah, until it's imposed upon you. It's like, no, I want to have freedom of choice to do these things. You can't make me relax and have fun. What is this?
I think my friend Pat, we were just talking to him. He's like, his dad was like, now the government is telling me to do what I wanted my life to be. So he's happy.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. It's like when someone tells you to do something while you're actually in the middle of doing it. You're like, yeah, I got that. No problem.
Well, my 160 pounds worth of frontline gaming terrain arrived.
Nice. So are you starting to work on building that? Or no, you're painting right now, but...
That's the decision I have to make is do I continue painting or do I go with building terrain?
The smell of MDF in the morning, as it were.
Right.
Yeah, I actually ended up having Mr. Diamore build most of that for me.
Okay.
So that worked out well in my life, at least.
How much of the MDF terrain do you have?
The only thing I bought was the original industrial city set, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, so just you know, like the crane and some kind of smokestack factory, a couple factories, some stuff like that. It's all really nice. It's some of my favorite terrain, actually. But I have a pretty varied terrain collection, as it were. And then I got those cool ones from the whatchamacallit, the cruise hammer. Those were pretty neat. The ones that stack inside of each other like Russian nesting dolls.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably paint because I don't have anywhere to. I don't have a storage solution for the terrain yet.
And well, it's flat right now is the least space it will ever take.
No, I don't have like bins or anything to put the terrain in.
Yeah, and that's when you go to build it, definitely keep that in mind, you know, whether you want to you know, like attach roofs or leave roofs that can be removable. Like I found that on some of them, that, you got stuff sticking up, but I can take the roof off and flip it upside down so it takes up a little less space.
Yeah. No, I got a bunch of those. If you remember on the streaming table at LVO, the big cobblestone village pieces.
Oh yeah, oh those were nice. Those were kind of grand in scale too.
Mm-hmm. So I have about 8 tables worth of that.
Oh, okay. So you've got
And
a bunch of the same kit. That's what I'm hearing.
Yep. And so what the plan is, like basically I'm gonna have 2 different templates of tables, and they're going to be very similar in template. Just half the tables are going to be orc terrain, and half the tables are going to be the cobblestone terrain.
Oh, okay, sure. I see what you're saying. Well, that'll make
And
the
try to
build and paint easier too, because you can do it all sort of modular assembly line.
exactly. But yeah, because kind of going towards that like Nova style. Let's get some standardized terrain setups for tournament play. And so I'm trying to I wanted to figure out a good, effective set of terrain that looks good and plays well, and I can just template it and just have it across the tables.
Oh yeah, nice, very nice.
So I got the orc like great halls or whatever, which look to be about the same scale as those big ass buildings, and I got some watchtowers.
Okay, sure. I've seen most of the orc stuff too. The funny thing with it is like if people like that terrain, then you have created all the tables that everybody likes very consistently.
Exactly.
And if they hate the terrain, then they're gonna hate it all day.
Yeah.
But
I'm kind of coming at it from I believe this is a balanced way to play Age of Sigmar that brings a bunch of stuff. Like I'm getting some big line of sight blockers that also block movement and force people to play around them.
mm-hmm.
Some nice small, just little line of sight blockers that are just like good, normal terrain pieces. And then I got each table's gonna have 4 big 8-inch diameter area terrain.
Oh, very nice. And you said you were going to go with like a standard layout too, as far as that goes. So you're anticipating like a positioning of the objectives for like the most of the missions you would probably play on there.
Exactly. And then a couple pieces of scatter terrain. I think so. The orcs, I'll have 2 sets of orc barricades, which would be 2 of the orc barricades, kind of creating an L. The orc flag, Duder. And then for the cobblestone, it's a set of fences and a well. So you just got a couple of pieces of scattered terrain throughout the board, 4 area pieces, 2 large buildings, and 2 small buildings for terrain.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that sounds like it'll be tasty, actually. A lot of coverage, a lot of good stuff. I like the idea that you were talking before about how you're going to build like usable or playable area terrain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can actually put models on them. I did really like the idea of garrisonable forests, though. That's a really cool idea.
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny. When I first started playing, I didn't realize that the garrison rules applied only to like whatever 2, 3 now specific pieces of terrain. So originally, it was my idea was that the garrison was basically any piece of terrain was garrisonable, and again that made sense to me. Like you would garrison a forest or any building or a ruin or whatever. I mean, just basically to me it meant that the unit was basically digging into that piece of terrain.
As long as it wasn't scattered terrain, it was garrisonable.
Yeah, exactly. And so that was, but then, obviously in, the second reread of that, it's like, so I played like 2, 3 games like that. And then after I was like, oh, wait a second, I've got that all wrong. It says it has to have the garrison rule on the war scroll. And it's like, oh, wait a second. That's like, at the time, 2 pieces of GW terrain. The tower thing, and then there's a old manse or something like that.
Well, that brings up, well, there's also all the Dreadport pieces are garrisonable.
Oh, yeah, right. Which when you play LVO, there's plenty of those.
Yeah, the 2 to 3 games you played, how did it play?
To me, it was for like most things, mostly people didn't do anything. The small detail is it allows like larger units to occupy a smaller piece of area terrain. Mm-hmm. So you've got your big 30 or 40 man brick on a 4-inch piece of area terrain. So that was actually kind of nice. And it simplified some of that sort of stuff. As always, when you're playing in the realm of Shadow, it became huge. The time I played on Shadow, though, we were playing with a board that was like a ruined village. So there was like 6 or 7 buildings, houses, and stuff. So that made for an interesting mechanic.
Yeah.
Basically, you had a big thing of monks occupying a building for a bit, and then they got killed out and were replaced by demonettes.
Yeah, it brings up so the idea of having a large unit go into a small footprint, you can hopefully maybe solve that by having limits on the garrison size.
Yeah, you could do something like that, where it's like literally just declare.
You only put like 20 guys in there. The big ones, yeah, you can go up to 60.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, you just kind of declare based on size. A 4x4 is 20 dudes. A 6x6 is 40 dudes. Just like 20, 40, 60 would be kind of a reasonable. Boom, boom, boom.
I wonder if you would do wounds instead of dudes, because things like liberators and blood warriors control larger bases.
Or would that be an advantage? I could get 9 Storm Fiends in easily, or I would have no chance of getting 9 Storm Fiends in.
Yeah. Well, 9 Storm Fiends are a huge footprint, so being able to toss them into that tiny little thing, and then every Storm Fiend can use the corner of the building as range. So all Storm Fiends will be in range.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, very strong. So yeah, probably wounds is a little more balanced.
Yeah, I think the current garrison rules might be a little weak, and you'd have to house rule those. So we're basically getting to the point of like really tearing apart the garrison rule, and I hate homebrew, so I'd probably actually at this point just stay away from it.
Yep. Yeah. Like I said, it was only very early on that I did a couple. That was beginning of 2nd edition.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that I've talked through it, I think I've talked myself out of these.
Nice.
Yeah, just like you said, 9 Storm Fiends inside of a tiny little forest would be, well, you only have 6 now. But 6 Storm Fiends inside of a tiny little forest would be absurd.
Yep. On the other hand, it did allow, like when the demonettes attacked the building, it pretty much allowed all the demonettes to get in range to attack. And then that's how they were able to readily kill out the monks.
Yeah.
So advantage, disadvantage, as it were.
But I mean, the opposite is also true. All the demonettes will be in range when you get attacked.
This is true, also.
Unfortunately, you have to measure it all.
Unfortunately, no Death Frenzy was in action, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because the new Seraphon Terrain is here.
Oh, is it? Well, that makes sense. Again, it's a forest, so trees or whatever. So.
No, Seraphon.
Oh, Seraphon. Oh, the that temple thing.
The ziggurat thing, yeah.
Interesting. Well, isn't the no, the OC Bone Reaper one isn't. That's just
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can it says it can hold a combined wound characteristic of 20 or less.
Ah, so it is done that way. Nice.
The realm, if this would prelude all mouse units in garrison, then if you can't put half a unit in.
Oh, right.
And if you have a friendly, so if you put a wizard in there, he costs 5 wounds. Put a little walking dude in there.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so you're not putting big units and their buffing character in there, which also reasonable.
Let's look at the Ironclad. I mean, I don't think it's true, but I'm wondering if they use models. So the Kerrigan Overlord says 25 models. Now the Ziggurat says 20. Total wound characteristic is 20.
Of course, with Caradron, you're mostly talking single wound dudes, right?
Well, Thunderers are 2 wounds, and then all the characters are 5 wounds, and then the Arcanaut Company are 1. So.
Oh, just the Arcanauts are 1. Yeah, but most of all, you're talking about like regular to size dudes. You're not talking about beasts or Storm Fiend equivalents or anything like that. So in that case, it makes it reasonable because you have a limited limited sort of type of units to pull from to make it models.
Yeah. It also lets you throw your balance throwing your characters in there, and the size capacities are definitely balanced around model count, not wound count.
Right.
So,
you know, those dwarves in there buffing up and doing all that good stuff.
Yeah. I'm loving how everyone shat on the character overload book at first, and now people are using it, and it's like real good.
It's like, oh hey, by the way, well, it's like most of these things. People have to.
Are really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say the thing is, people have to decode these books. I mean, as always, right?
Yeah.
And then somebody starts to unlock it. It's like, oh, wait a second, but if we do this, 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 and then somebody else is inspired and goes, oh yeah, but if you can do this, 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 then I can do that, 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 and then pretty soon you have, Zinch.
Yeah, right? Well, Zinch didn't take long to decode.
Well, you had a lot of long-term players that were ready to go with it. Much like, as I talk about when Skaven dropped, you had so many people that had been playing Skaven for such a long time that it was pretty quick and easy to decode. And sometimes I think that is the truth of the power of a new battle tome, is that if you get a battle tome where there's lots of experienced people playing it, it gets decoded and hits the ground strong versus something, out of the gate, which might take a little bit of a while to figure out. Or Seraphon that's, very radically changed from what they were before, but you still got lots of people that are familiar with them, and a lot of times details on the war scrolls don't change that much. Basic abilities shift around, points level shift around, but the war scrolls are fairly the same.
I'm gonna try one more different technique for painting. Now that I'm fucking around with colors. So I'm gonna actually do the base coat, the darker purple, and then layer on the lighter purple. Let's see how that works. You guys really like that lighter purple?
I did. I think you could see a little more contrast with it. It's a nice color to work with.
Yeah, that's Xeris purple.
That's a contrast, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
Mm-mm. No, I put a purple ink on it.
What are you
I am
doing? Who are we talking to?
chatting with Garrett.
Hey, Garrett.
Get out of here, dog.
Come on, Kubo. Oh, come on, Kubo. Sorry.
It's okay. That's why I got him in containers. You can stomp all over him if he wants.
He's still not feeling good. He's eating grass.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Of course, it's fresh spring grass.
We did 21 minutes of exercise, 4,417 steps. Last night I did 11,000 steps in 5 miles.
Nice. Whoa. Dog head rammed here while I'm trying to sort through Lego bricks.
We've already done 21 minutes in 2-point-something miles. Well, 1.78 mile this morning, running 4 times around the court before other people got out there. Do not eat the tools. Go on. Out. No, you got your nose in something you should have. Come on. Out. Oh, here's the other dog.
You think? Is your dog making noise, Garrett?
Yep, that's Stormy in the background whining.
Yeah, mine just jumped and looked around like, where is it? Where is it? It won't play. My dog is so cooped up.
Yeah, Kubo, why don't you bark for the other dog? Woof, woof. Woof, woof. Woof, woof.
He hasn't barked.
Is he a barker?
No.
Yeah, when he gets outside, he barks at random stuff.
But not constantly. He'll only do like 1 or 2
Yeah,
and he shuts
that's
up.
true. Yeah, I do like 1 or 2 here or
He's
there.
not like the other one. The other one would keep going for 10 minutes straight. Hey! What are you doing? Out! Okay, out. Go on. You're trying to eat the chest. He's a chewer. Aggressive chewer.
How old is he?
About 5.
Alright. So he's just a chewer then.
Yep. Yeah, he's definitely led a life of freedom, shall we say.
I know Stormy. So yeah, I got that. I got those 2 copies of Tabletop Simulator. I'm wondering what to do with them.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear how they what you do with them and how they work out. Which would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I was tempted just to go on Twitter and just be like, "Hey, Taylors, I got 2 copies. Who wants them?"
Right.
And I don't know if we wanted to use it as a way to, if we wanted why the wargaming to like give them away to listeners, or if I should just do it to people online.
Yeah, I mean you're in control of them, so really I would say just whatever works for you. If you want to do like a rando giveaway, we really don't know who our listeners are mostly, so that's difficult. Yeah. It's not like we promote our Facebook page. Like our Facebook page, and we'll pick a winner from our Facebook page. So
yeah,
and so we are kind of pushing that Twitter presence, as it were.
Yeah, I figured Twitter would be the best place to do it. I mean, Warhammer Community is on Twitter now, so.
Oh yeah, nice.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, they sent out an email. They're on. So there's the at war comp online. It's like at war comp something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Warhammer Community is now on Twitter.
I'm actually surprised to hear that they weren't already. Actually.
Yeah, that's actually what's more surprising. But I think they're realizing that Twitter's where all the AOS people are.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Yeah, I think just going straight to Zera's fine. I'm not a good enough painter to do layer so. The one thing I'll say is that my shit gets painted and it doesn't look like crap.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's about that more than anything, right? Just the fact of painted. You can be the best painter in the world, but if you don't paint shit, then you don't have shit that's painted.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't put in the time or energy to learn all the techniques and clear and take the classes, so I know I'm not the best painter, but and like I'm at that stage where I kind of feel like I need to take classes to figure out things. Doing online tutorial for myself isn't really doing it.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Having to do isn't really doing it.
No, as I say, I'm surprised that with all the conventions and you don't really get to play much. You don't sign up for the occasional class while you're out there.
Yeah. Might do that. Although Nova, I'm gonna be fine. Like I said, fuck this running shit.
Nice.
That's the wrong Nova still happening.
Certainly it's a fine dream to have there, Garrett. Okay, we got ourselves a big old backbone piece. Hey, your dog. Here's my dog running around the house. Like, I want to run around the house.
Sarah went upstairs in the shower and stuff, and Stormy was upset.
Does he like to shower?
No, but he just doesn't like that someone else left.
Fair.
He's lost the
Let's see, these are extra tall bricks. Double tall. Double tall. definitely has something to say.
So, I don't know, have I told you my new favorite phrase about Goldens?
No.
It's an opinionated Golden.
Nice.
Yeah, we went to the CCI HQ in New York.
Cool.
And they gave us a tour, and there was a bunch of barking Goldens. She's like, there's our opinionated Golden.
Nice.
That's a good way to say it. That's how I'm gonna call my dog. He's an opinionated Golden.
Yeah, I like it. And appropriate.
He's not mean, he's not vicious, he's just opinionated and wants to say what he wants to say.
Yes, expressive. I don't know. I hear a hint of I'm going to eat your face in there, though. There's a hint of I'll eat your face in there, though.
Yeah, right. Stellar is he doesn't bark much, but he's still tiny and he still is still feeding, so he'll just like go under Stormy and start biting Stormy's belly.
Nice.
So Stormy sometimes is not happy.
Yes. Yeah, there's well, how old is Stormy nowadays? 3, 4, 5?
Almost 5.
Yeah.
How's the V-Dub coming along?
Oh, very nicely. Very nicely. Looks like I'm a little more than halfway through the first book.
How long was that speed run?
The speed run is like 11 minutes.
Okay, so what, an hour?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. No. I mean, if I was power building it, maybe. A couple hours, I would think. Like, if I definitely had, like, set up the workspace differently rather than trying to video stream, but just laid out piles by color and shit, color and type, then you'd be able to power through it pretty quick. I spend about half my time finding bits, as always.
Is the speed run from new box, or does he pull up his bits ahead of time?
Let's see. At the beginning, he pours the bags out. If you look at how he does it, he just kind of pours them, each bag in a pile next to the next one. So he doesn't.
It's new box to build.
Yeah, new box to build.
I love how you can basically just speed run anything these days.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, a lot of my stuff when I film the CMMs, I do them actually at like 4 times speed. The real speed these things run at is tedious to watch. But you get them moving and ripping around the machine. It's like, wow, that's cool. Yeah, because it's going fast and reckless looking.
Yeah, right.
Hey, now you heard the dog barking. Come on, what's that?
So you got any armies you need to paint, or you kind of just because you got everything already done, you're waiting for your next army?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm about a third of the way painting through my new Marine army. And then I still have a little bit of stuff, mostly basing to do with the Nurgle army. And then, of course, my Idenith army is, sadly unpainted. So, as far as a backlog of stuff I can paint, no, I have plenty. Not even a challenge. But I'm doing the Lego here, just got a little palette cleanser in some ways. Kind of get this done, get myself in the mode of hobbying and stuff, and then also test out my stream with some low impact stuff. But if I'm going to be stuck in the house now for the next 2-3 weeks, at some point I will probably start painting things.
I want to try the air gun.
Oh, Donna wants to do some air gunning, as she put it. Let's see. Some white bricks.
There's a good chance that you may not be stuck at home for, like, this may go a couple of months, but you'll leave the house for like a day and then be stuck in your house for the rest of the week.
Yeah. Yeah, at some point I should probably go by my office this weekend, for example.
I mean, you see the latest numbers from California?
Oh, yeah.
So they think about 54 to 60% of California is going to have the disease.
Probably already had. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm, like I said, once you shelter in place, part of it is, you know, I think everybody who has it now has a chance to express their disease, get sick, get better, and then go back out. So
Yeah.
So that's where kind of where Donna and I are. It's like, yeah, okay, well, either in a week we're going to have had it and be sick, or because we already have it, or not.
Yeah.
And I don't know which is worse or better. You know, it's like I definitely don't want to be sick. So I think there's a good chance I've already had it, but not certain. And so if I haven't had it and don't have it, not going to go out and like seek to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my boss called me yesterday. He's pretty sure he has it. So it's like, okay, well, great. There we go. There's exposure A at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Sarah, I don't know how I'm going to get it.
Yeah, right? Well, or when. I mean, like at this point, you know, have you traveled in the last 2 weeks? You know, or again, like myself, did you possibly already have it, having caught it, you know, at Vegas or some other time, but, you know, being young and healthy and not a smoker, just blew through it?
Yeah, I mean, I know I had influenza like before Vegas. So.
Yeah, and I, like I said, I for sure fought a cold and or a flu like immediately after Vegas. But then about a week and a half after Vegas is when I got sick with just a cough. And so that cough lasted 4 or 5 days, and then that was it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, there has been reports of people getting it again. So just because you had it once doesn't mean you won't get it again.
Right, and that's, you know, again, that questionable, were they recovered fully? Who are those people? Were they properly diagnosed the first and or second time? So there's enough, you know, obfuscation to be, you know, who knows, but be cautious is the way I look at it. Just like the reports of, you know, problems with ibuprofen interactions. It's like, okay, well, we'll avoid that too, right? Just,
yeah.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay. Is it much? You don't want mozzarella?
I keep looking up. I'm like, oh, is it lunchtime? He's like, no, it's still breakfast time. Oh.
Yeah, one of those silly time zones.
Okay, 2 of those. Those. Looks about right. And there's 4 of those. Yeah, we went and took our dog for a walk yesterday, and like everybody was out walking their dogs and stuff at the same time. I'm like, no! This woman went jogging past us. I'm like, that is not social distancing. Cross the road. Get away from me.
Yeah, we have a pretty calm neighborhood, so it's been.
Yeah, like I said, I was everybody was out and about. It seemed like I was like, oh my gosh. Like, it's funny. I was coming home. My neighbor was like standing out in the middle of the street talking to the other neighbor. They're like, about 6 feet wide. I'm like, guys, standing in the middle of the street talking is not fucking quarantine. Like,
People are desperate.
yeah. Like, you've only been trapped inside for 2 days.
You know, right? Well, I mean, we've been trapped inside since last Thursday.
Yeah, for us, for me, it's been actually since Tuesday. Or no, Monday, actually. I take that back. That was Monday. Wow. Kind of like have to remind myself of what day it is. It is Saturday, right?
It is Saturday. It's really funny seeing people go like, I don't know what day of the week is anymore. I'm like, welcome to my life. Like all these people reacting to working from home mentalities, and I'm just like, yep, that's right. That's what it's like, guys. Like, the only reason I know what day of the week it is because when Sarah goes to work.
Oh, man. That's rough.
But I mean, actually, the real way I know what day of the week it is because this is what my webcomics are. Like, my Wednesday webcomics are on Wednesday. My Thursday webcomics are on Thursday.
Fair enough. Well, you have a gaming night, too, right?
I mean, generally, but it's either Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. One of those.
Oh, okay.
Like, Wednesday would be down at Guild Gaming. Tuesday and Friday are up at Huzzah. And Thursday is if James needs to do a Thursday at Huzzah.
Oh, see? So you know the day by where you are. Like, what store am I in? What day is it?
Yeah. I do. Yes. Oh, how easy is it to set up a stream with multiple people?
I don't know. What I would do, for example, like if I brought you in, I could set up a video stream and just pull that into my window. But what I figured for me, the easiest, like if I wanted to stream multi-people, is to set up like a Google Hangout or any number of, even a Discord session or something, and then bring everybody up, and then just like I'm doing now, basically capture it with the room mic. So I'm not capturing your mic feed. I'm playing you through the speakers and using my room mic to capture. So that way there's no feedback loop on the microphones. And then the only thing is anybody seeing the live stream is seeing our chat in delay, but you and I are talking in real time. So again, it's imperceptible. Like if you had the chat up, it would be like 30 seconds behind where we're actually talking.
Yeah.
Other than that, pretty easy. I'm just using OBS too to do it all.
Are you on a Windows machine?
Yeah. This is just I have my laptop.
Have you checked out Streamlabs?
Which one is that?
It's a program that is built on top of OBS that just has a lot of tools and stuff on top of it, and it does it has a lot of improvements to the audio and video encoding.
Oh, okay.
Streamlabs, you can use an NVIDIA graphics card to do your video encoding instead of needing a better processor.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean...
Yeah, because like I have a 3rd generation i7, and apparently 3rd generation doesn't have the modern video processing on the CPU, so my CPU is actually really bad for streaming.
So
I have an NVIDIA graphics card,
so I'm actually running a Xeon a Xeon E3 at 3.1 dual CPO. I have 64 gigs of parity RAM installed, and my video card is a 5 gig OpenGL based Quadro card. This is my laptop that I use for my streaming and CAD and shit.
Oh, right. Xeons are laptop processors.
No, Xeons are the all the computers I use at work are Xeons. Remember, Xeons are the chips that test the best after manufacturing. So they're like the most stable. They also have a beefed up math core for doing CAD and stuff like that.
Are Xeons are they the server processors?
They use them for servers, and then they use them for CAD workstations. So it's not any of the I series. It's the I said the Xeons. I said that for me they've always been CAD workstations. But I know that if you're doing like video and audio processing, that this is also the shit. Like this computer, though I have it for doing CAD and whatever, it could own some animation or some stuff like that if I wanted to do like high end rendering.
Yeah, the Xeon processors, those are servers. Those are processors meant for servers.
Yeah, and again, I have 64 gigs of parity RAM. Like the RAM in this laptop was like $3,000.
I was gonna say, why do you have 64 gigs of RAM on a laptop?
Because my laptop, I have like large point cloud files that themselves are 10 and 12 gigs in size, and then I'm trying to manipulate and do stuff with those files in real time. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like my brother. He has his server that he works on has like 128 gigs of RAM and like 64 processors.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, I mean, I could definitely do some server action with this with the laptop too. It's got some funny things. Like I meant to get a fingerprint reader. And so instead, I ordered the wrong thing, and it has a smart chip reader. So I can read like the smart chip on your credit card, do transactions and that kind of stuff.
Jeez.
But the other cool thing is you also can do smart chip security, so I can set it up to where you can only log into the computer by putting like a smart chip credit card type device into it. It's got a tracking system, like so if it's ever stolen, it's got GPS tracking and shit to hunt it down.
It always just makes me laugh because like everyone's always wanting more monitors, and I do perfectly fine with my 115-inch laptop screen.
Oh yeah, so check this out. So for forever, I've been a dual monitor guy. We're talking going back to the early 90s. We're talking 25-inch CRTs, like dual 25-inch CRTs on my desktop back in the day, right? But when I got this laptop, I was not used to working on laptops, mostly because I'm so used to dual screening it, that I forced myself to like work only on the laptop with only like an additional trackball added for the first year or so that I was using the laptop. And so now I'm like really used to the screen on the laptop and the keyboard and basically the form factor of working on the laptop. So then I hired a new programmer, and I gave the programmer my desktop computer, which is equally badass, like even more powerful than my laptop, just because it's also server level kind of stuff, but a workstation really. So I gave him that, and in doing so, that freed up my desk. So I moved the laptop over to the monitors on my desk. I gave him one of my monitors, and now I'm using my laptop as my desktop at work, but with a single screen, because I've gotten used to not having two screens, even though I for years have had two screens. And it's on occasion, I'm like, I wish I had the second screen, but at the same time, it's a thing that I make fun of people. Like when I'm teaching them to use software and I watch them like micro adjusting the window they're working with to try and get the last pixel of display out of the CAD window. And I'm like, dude, don't like first, you don't want the window maximized. You actually want to see these secondary windows that have information that's important. So you kind of reduce the size of your screen. And if you pay attention, when you're working in CAD, you actually work in a 6-inch circle in the center of the screen. It doesn't matter how big you make the screen, how big you make the monitor. You still work within these little tiny form factors. And once you realize that, yeah, other than zooming in to see something, which still has nothing to do with screen size, you just don't need the real estate. It's not, occasionally, like I said, if I'm doing document editing, it's nice to throw like one spreadsheet up on one screen and a second spreadsheet up on another screen, but that's rare.
Yeah, no, I run. I'm down to only one web browser now. I used to run two different web browsers with like 20 to 30 tabs each, plus Xcode, plus Text Wrangler, plus about 8 different terminal windows, plus Slack, plus Skype, all on one 13-inch MacBook Air.
Yeah, well, one thing I'll tell you though is I'm a performance, like I can't stand non-performance out of a computer. So I would almost never have that many things open just because I don't like the performance hit. As I always like to say, slow computers cost money, and even the best computers like this one, it's like the perceivable lag behind clicks and stuff is just too much. So yeah, you start opening all that stuff up at once on a poor little MacBook, you're like, ah!
Yeah, I ended up having to go to my MacBook Pro with 16 gigs of RAM because it was taking half an hour to compile my app.
Oh, yeah.
So, but now I run all of that on my one MacBook Pro.
Nice. Do those have expandable memory, or are you stuck with what you buy?
I mean, honestly, you could, but when you're warranty.
Ah.
But I mean, 16 gigs is fine. That's all I need.
Right, I hear you. What was weird is like I was setting up this computer the other day for my son, and it only had 8 gigs on it. I'm like, man, 8 gigs? Does this thing even run? I'm like, oh, wait a second. That's like a normal amount of memory for a normal computer. Right. It's like that'll be plenty. I just get so used to working on workstation class systems.
Well, I'm gonna take my big poop for a walk because he's complaining.
Sounds good. I will chit chat at you later, man. Good talking with you. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Goodbye, Garrett. We will continue on with our build here, though. We've got a couple bricks. Let's get that other 2 block out. And there's the hinge. And what else do we need here? There's a longer flat piece. There we go. 6 top. And a reddish piece, it looks like. There we go. Let's go ahead and get these bricks for the other side while we have this out. So, need one of these, one of those, single top thick brick, 2 4-pip thick bricks, and I saw that little shelf. There it is. Okay. Next step. Feel free to say hi in the chat, everybody. We got those 2 going together first. Very nice. And there's the hinge. And the 4-pip flat. And now we'll put the thick bricks on. Again, classic stagger. Locking those bricks in. Looks good. Oh, I almost forgot. Looks like it's time to break out the cactus. Let's see what we got here. Or plant, whatever that plant is. Should give me like a flower, be more Volkswagen-y, right? And there's the vase. Vase. There we go. And that goes Okay, so we're going to install this. Like this. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. And then I guess they're already showing these other pieces? No. Seems like there's some bits missing here. Did we skip a step? We did. Oh my gosh. We skipped a whole page. Let's put a halt on that real quick. Okay, wheel. Does that mess anything up? No. No, so it's just all stuff in the front here, so I think we'll be okay. Let's get this little piece built. Oh my gosh. That is a 3-top flat. And 2 lanterns. They're not in here. There's a tan single. And some kind of faucet mechanism. Oh, there it is. There's a faucet right here. And the 2 lanterns. Where are they? Oh, they'd be in here. Must be in the other box. Yep. And then on this side, I'm going to need one of those. And one of those. And one of these. There's the lantern. And another lantern. And then this looks like a thick brick. Double thick brick. 3 of those double thick bricks. And 1 4-pip long thick brick. Looks good. Okay, let's see what we got here. Doop boop boop ba 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 da 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 dum dee dum dee dum. So looks like this piece goes here. No, that'll go on the front. I see. Goes like that. Ah, very nice. Okay, that's reasonable. Reasonable, as it were. Okay. And oh, nice little sink area. That's kind of cute. Little sink in there. There we go. Yeah. Okay, now let's get this other side done. So these are the pieces that we're missing, that I noticed were missing. We want to plant our plant, as it were. And some stuff going on this side. Another little nook. It's a very well-appointed VW, by the way. Two. Get one more of those in here. There we go. Very nice. Okay. So that catches us up to here. And we're about to install the plant. Plant the plant, as it were. There we go. And we've got some other bricks. Okay, this one goes on the end. No. First, we got to build it up. It's already in place, so it is like this. It's not like there's instructions, you're just looking at a picture saying what looks different about this picture. There we go. Get that all lined up. Start to see a stack of tolerances at some point. Legos, of course, have very tight tolerances. We measured some Legos in another video somewhere around this here YouTube channel. Okay, well, there we go. Nice little nook in there, as well as whatever's going on this side. Okay, ooh, what's this? Some seats, maybe? I don't know. What are we building? What are we building? Let's get these pieces out first. Okay, as always, we'll start with the red bricks. Pretty easy. See that one there, and that one there. Next, from this one, we have two of these light blues, and these. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Whole lot of nope. Wait, what's that little spanner thing? Yes. A spanner. There we go. And the rest should be in this box. Those look like they have no pips. Total guess on the length. I'm guessing they're a 4-pip length. 3 of them. Ah, those tweezers proving to be handy. Okay. 2 of these longer pieces. And over here, those are silver. gray, I guess, technically. See, 2 tan thick bricks, and here we go, 1 flat square. This one is a super lantern. Super lantern. And might be a dark gray. What do you think? That's a dark gray. Seems right. Okay, let's do some building. Let's do some building. Okay. Okay, first little assembly, pretty easy. These other pieces, like little wings off the back here. And this thing with its little connector grabbers, spanners. That's what they look like. Ooh, let's see. I like the color of these brick red ones. Those are it's a nice color. Like a deep rust. Oh, let's see. What I got wrong here? Something's wrong. Oh, built it backwards. Classic John move there. So you guys are supposed to spot that and catch me. Like, hey, dude, like that's fully backwards because you're going so fast. There we go. Luckily, Legos are more forgiving than glued models. You make the same kind of mistake. There we go. Bam. And looks like these connect on like yonder. And it's interesting. What's up, baby? Just building away, as it were.
Is this the one that you and Anthony started?
Yeah, years ago.
I thought you lost it.
Nope, just been sitting on the shelf, taking up less space once it's built.
Love you, baby.
I love you too.
I'm glad I got my run in when I did.
Yeah?
It's totally raining outside now.
Totally raining.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep.
I do it backwards again? Probably. Hey man, I haven't built Legos in like decades. Decades. Actual decades. Let's see. My kids didn't have a lot of Legos. Some. Built some with them. Or Duplo blocks. I guess we had a few. Mostly it was like Duplo blocks, just financial stuff, you know. Couldn't afford the good Legos, so I had to go with the cheap Legos. Ah, there we go. Interesting. It's a nice little assembly. Camera's reversed, which is why it's hard for me to like position properly. Camera's coming from over there, there, this way, this. There we go. There's the hand. This way. Okay. So next. Let's check our messages real quick. Buy tickets to Winchester online. So they're from Zencaster asking me to join them. Email from YouTube saying that I'm live. Hey, I'm live on my own channel. And Games Workshop. Saga of the Beast. The Beast. Forge your own saga. The Space Wolves are amongst the most heroic chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. They love nothing more than to sail across the sea of stars in search of glorious battle against the All-Father's foes. Check out the Space Wolves range today and begin your own warband of mighty warriors. Yeah, I get Space Wolfed all the time. My buddy Sean plays them. It's all I need is for him to have his army cranked up to the next level. It's already super fun to play against. So let's see here. We need some red bricks. Those are all coming here and, well, and there. Classic switcheroony. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And 1 of those. The rest should be in here. Just 2 of these. And 1 of these. Little flat. No pipper. So we've got the 4. Got those 2. That 1. That 1. And then I need these 2 single thick bricks. That should build the rest of the couch. The couch. Okay. Start here. Nice. Easy. Whoa! Out of control. Out of control. I take it out of control. 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 We got out of control. We got some out of control. Ooh, why is that familiar? Is it a song that Anthony did? Let's see here. Out of control. What do you think? Is there 2 T's in outa? Outa. Ooh, Out of Nowhere from Pitbull. Out to Get Me, Guns N' Roses. Control. No result. Okay, now I'm curious. Pop up over here. And if I go to My Music. And, ooh. What is Anthony under? LMN Pirate? Pirate. Jeff and Pirate. Let's see, what was the name of that, though? Ooh. What was the name of that? Let's see. Morrison, Violent Femmes, and various artists. Oh, 00 various artists at the beginning. Let's see here. Underworld. Sound Response. Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, what was the name of that album? What was the name of that album? Oh man, it's gonna kill me. Gonna kill me when I don't remember what it is. Not Circle. Ooh, let's just look through this list. Cyber Intellect. There it is. Heart Clock. Cyber Intellect. So it's not there. It was Anthony's band in The Day. The Day. Let's see. I bet if I look in the file cabinet. Ooh, here we go. In the file cabinet, Anthony, audio, music, empty. Ah, disappointed. Ah, nothing there either. Let's see. Ooh, that's nice. Oh well, I don't think I have it. No, out of control. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, get back to building here. So we were in the middle of doing this thing, and let's add a couple singles here. My stomach's telling me it's brunch time. Let's see, 10:15. Too early for lunch. I might go make myself some waffles. That sounds good, huh? Waffles? What do you guys think? Waffles? Tasty way to continue the day? And that attaches across the top. Very nice. And we have one reclining chair. Oh, and it attaches. How clever. Oh, so clever. Attaches these trailer hitches. Ooh. Okay. Is it? Fold out. Does this go? It's almost like it's backwards. Guess that's right. That I guess you could go with. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's not bad. I mean, that's how my bus is. It has a little, area here that's kind of like a cargo area. This opening. You can see the motor. Very nice. See, motor. There we go. So far, so good. Okay, wait. I guess that's the seat. 56. And let's see what we got here. As always, we'll get the red bricks first. these here, one of these over here. There's that. There's this brick. And those are some 6 tops. And the little grabby things. A couple of these blue squares.
Mm-hmm. Does it tell you what you're supposed to do on each one?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you gotta, sometimes it shows you more clearly than others. Sometimes it just kind of shows you what the finished piece looks like. And
I could never do that. That would be frustrating.
there's 3 of those. And 2 2-pip thick bricks. Okay. Over here. Oh, I'm supposed to have a second one of those. 6 topper. 6 pips flat. That nice red brick color again. Brick red, as it were. These blue tiles seem to be the seats. All right, yeah, sure is. There we go. Looks good. And then to this side. Okay, yeah, snap those together. Looks like we've got another seat of some kind. Ah, and we're building another back. Deja vu, man. Two of those. One of them. One of these. 4 of those. And 2 of the single thick bricks. Thick as a brick. Oh, see, now there's a song I know I have. Okay, we got this. We got this. Okay, so thick. So thick. Ooh, birds of prey. That may not be bad. Let's see what's going on with that. This is the Birds of Prey album. Pull that whole album down. There we go. Birds of Prey album. Okay. So let's build up this little seat back here. You can type into chat if you want me to turn the music up or off. Either one is acceptable. And let's see. Single. Thick. This is where that surface plate, little flat plate would be nice. Just little assemblies like this, you get them like really square, look really sharp. You do pretty good by eye, but it's the one thing the human eye perceives better than anything else. We're like terrible at absolute measurement by eye, but you actually have a lot of ability to determine relative measurement. So you can see when things are slightly disheveled, and inevitably, without some sort of a guiding edge as you go through and build these single bricks, they're going to have sort of, even under your best efforts, I call it micro dishevelment, which will be perceptible, imperceptible, right? It's the kind of thing that you don't notice, but you just gives a sense of unease or a sense of low quality when you look at something. Again, little bits, things that are out of square, disheveled. Okay, so that's that sheet. And, oh, this one, just, this goes right here. Very nice. Got the bench seats going on, so got most of the interior complete. Okay, 58. All red. Two here. Two here. And next I need some 3 pip thick bricks. There's one. Oh, I only need one. Some of these ramps. There's a ramp. And a lamp. A ramp and a lamp. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? And this is 10 pieces. What do we got? Oh, another crack in the back. Okay, starting here. Looks like we're laying in this edge. Oops, there we go. I see how it goes. Very clever. Ooh. Did you catch it? The music is a repeating. Let's unrepeat. Okay, 3 brick. There's the longer 6-topper, the other 6-topper. Trying to build up this wall over here. And right here. Oh, I see that we lost Mr. Kenny Rogers today. Maybe I should more appropriately be tributing him. So let's see, we'll go Kenny Rogers. Oh yeah, here we go. Wow, we're just going to start right off with the gambler. Of course. Yeah.
On a warm summer's
There we go.
on a train.
Yeah, Kenny.
Met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we took turns of staring out the window at the darkness. The boredom overtook us, and he began to speak. He said, "Son, I've made a life out of reading people's faces, knowing what the cards were by the way they held their eyes. So if you don't mind my saying, I can see you're out of aces. For a taste of your whiskey,
I'll give you some advice."
So I handed him my
My
bottle,
bottle.
and he
Drink
drank
down my last swallow.
Then he bummed
A
a
cigarette
cigarette
and asked me for a light.
and the night got
Deathly
deathly
quiet.
quiet, and his face lost all expression. Said, if you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta
Learn to play it right.
You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know when to walk away,
Know when to run.
You never
Count your money when you're sitting at the table.
There'll be
Time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
Didn't he die?
Yeah, that's why I'm playing it.
He died today, huh? Did he die of the coronavirus?
No, I don't think so.
Knowing what to throw
I
away.
saw him in person at Circle Star.
Yeah?
When he was Martin.
Nice.
And every hand's a loser, and the best that you can hope for is to die in your sleep. And when he finished speaking, he turned back toward the window, crushed out a cigarette, faded it off to sleep. And somewhere in the darkness, the gambler, he broke even. But in his final words, I found an ace that I could keep. You got to know when to hold up.
He would have like released his bowels. Totally would have stunk on the train or bus. Foul.
You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough to count. When the deal is done, you got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know
the only gambling advice most people have. Now, my dad, he gave me gambling advice too. No good stuff. But mostly it was about how to work the pit boss and that kind of stuff. How to angle for your freebies. Oh, yes, Kenny. Let's go for some, well, She Believes in Me. Good stuff. We're going to go for some Coward of the County. Ah, there we go.
Everyone considered him a coward of the county. It never stood one single time to prove the county wrong. His mama named him Tommy. The folks just called him Yellow. Something always told him they were reading Tommy wrong. He was only 10 years old when his daddy died in prison. I looked after Tommy, cause he was my brother's son. I still recall the final words my brother said to Tommy. Son, my life is over, but yours has just begun. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. It won't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. There's someone for everyone, and Tommy's love was Becky. In her arms he didn't have to prove he was a man. One day while he was working, the Gatlin boys came calling. They took turns at Becky. There was 3 of them.
Fucking gang raped her. Brutal.
They opened up the door, saw his Becky crying.
Clothes torn off, beaten to shit probably.
The shattered look was more than he could stand.
You think? He's probably fucking pissed.
Reached above the fireplace and took down his daddy's picture. As his tears fell on his daddy's face, he heard these words.
There's a movie. You actually can see this scene played out. It's actually called Coward of the County. It's like The Gambler. A couple movies based on Kenny Rogers songs. If you turn the other cheek, but you better beat the fuck out of those assholes.
Son, you don't have to fight to be a man. The Gatlin boys just laughed at him when he walked into the barroom. One of them got up and met him halfway across the floor.
Some redneck shit. I mean, what the fuck?
Turned around, they said, hey, look, old Yellow's leaving. But you could have heard a pin drop when Tommy stopped and locked the door.
Picturing this in the 40s or 50s maybe. Definitely not in the modern times.
He wasn't holding nothing back. He let him have it all.
Of course, that was with the 9mm that he pulled out. Pow, 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 motherfuckers!
Not a Gatlin boy was standing.
So what do you think? Did he beat the shit out of him? Did he kill him? Did he fucking kill them for gang raping his girlfriend? Like straight up, boom. Beat them to the ground, grab a bottle, in the eye, stab. I don't know. That's why I go listen to this kind of stuff. Not some nice little song. A brutal tale of revenge and rape against some sick motherfuckers in a lawless land. Like, what the hell?
Everyone considered him the coward of the county.
Yeah, because he let him live. He just beat the shit out of him. I tell you what, he fucking cut their fucking heads off with a broken bottle and stuck it on the end of a spike sticking out of his fucking truck bed. No one be calling him Coward of the County. Okay, let's see. Some gray flat pieces.
Till you move with your pen, changing moods now and then.
We'll finish up with Lady. Song that's much less disturbing. Sorry, I will not go into any kind of psychopathic fantasies while listening to this one, I swear. Well, I don't actually promise that. Anything could happen.
You have made me what I am, and I am yours.
Ooh, you're my shady lady.
There's so many ways I want to say I love you. Let me hold you in my arms forevermore.
Ooh, we got a goblet. Classy.
And made me such a fool. I'm so lost in your love. And oh, we belong together. Won't you believe in my song? Lady, for so many years I thought I'd never find you. You have come into my life and made me whole.
Okay, so it is kind of a little creeper. I mean, does she agree back, or is he like just like from afar? I see you through the window as I gently stroke myself. Yeah, creeper. Total creeper. So, yeah, maybe not. I don't know about Kenny Rogers. It's maybe not the right music for me. Too much violence. Weird stuff. Like drinking and gambling. It's totally inappropriate. Stuff was like wholesome family music at one point. I don't know about that. I think that listening to music like this as a child explains why not just me, but my entire generation are fucked in the head. What? Yeah. You ever met any Gen Xers? Wackadoodle.
You're playing whack-a-mole?
Whack-a-mole. That's it.
Whack-a-mole, whack-a-mole.
You don't. You leave my shit alone.
Well, I can't hear the TV out there.
That's the whole point, is not hearing the TV.
Come on, John.
Meh. I was doing my Kenny Rogers tribute. There.
Thank you.
Sorry, no more Kenny Rogers.
You have Kenny Rogers, just not out.
Nah. No, you've ruined it all. You've broken the moment. That's it. Yeah, that's it. No more music. It's all Donna's fault. She is the one who ruined it for everybody.
I did not.
She probably did that constantly in school, too.
Did not.
Totally would
The
have.
troublemaker in school.
Not the trouble. You were the
class.
actual troublemaker by ruining it for everybody.
No, I got kicked out of class.
Be like, people were about to get away with something, and Donna would be like, oh, such and such is trying to get away with something.
Oh, I was the one doing all that.
What do you mean, be quiet? Why would I be quiet?
I never shut up in school.
That was the problem. You never shut up now, either.
I'll shut up, John. I always got kicked out of the class, and then I was deliberately doing it so I could go ride my horse for 3 hours before going home.
I call bullshit.
I don't know. I was the one that skipped 67 days in one.
Somebody who that cool would definitely not have made me turn off Kenny Rogers. Okay, so these are going to go together like this. And it looks like it hangs 1 pip off. Voila. And that attaches here. Ooh, very nice little folding table. It's very cute. I like it. And then it looks like we're going to rim this other side over here. So starting in back, looks like a 2, followed by a 3, followed by the long piece, followed by the square. Looks like I'll need a second one of these squares. There's that. Very interesting. Let's find that other square. Square, flat square with no pips. Can't stay bent over like that. Gotta find it like quick and easy. Oh, and as soon as I sit up, there it is. There it is. Okay, so we've got this piece, followed by the 3, the 2, and the 1. Okay, not bad. That pip was Mr. Garrett telling us that he's back from his walk. How was your walk, Garrett? Hopefully it was enjoyable, or at least hopefully your dog enjoyed it. Okay. Ooh, looks like we're going to accessorize the interior. And it's kind of interesting. So let's see, we've got a lava lamp. Oops. Lava lamp. And a little gray piece. Here's one of these flat tan 2s. There should be a lower half of a goblet. Or a lava lamp, I should say. A tan single pip. See that little gray piece. Those are over here. Oh, there it is. Very nice. And while I have it open, looks like I'm going to get one of those. This hockey stick. Now, what is that? I think those are gray or dark gray. Looks like 2 dark gray and 1 silver. And what is that piece? Ah, that is one of these. Very clever. I see what that'll do. Okay, so over here, let's build the lava lamp. And, okay, so this randomly goes on the end here, I see. Ah, okay, and then these go here. And this will be a shelf. And here's my lava lamp. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. Over on this side, the shifter. Oh man, the shifter on my VW bus is so loosey-goosey. That's got to be the silver one on the end, because these are the darker ones down here. Representing a couple of the pedals. There we go. Very nice. Okay, and the shifter. Oh, I see. It just goes right there. And some front end red bricks. Let's get those red bricks. Got these two beveled corner pieces. There's one. I've been looking at them. There's one more. There it is. Two ramps. Six lanterns. Six lanterns, two ramps, and one of these little quad lanterns. And on this other page, we have two of these flats, fours, two flat threes, and two red twos with no pips. Back, we can see it. There you go. See what I'm working on. Working towards, as it were. Okay, starting over here. Let's see, that's going to go just on the front. Like that. And then, let's see, we're going to build these lanterns up. Got a lantern for me is one of these. Let me see it. There we go. A right angle adapter. Another way to look at it. Beveled corner. Very nice. Oh, I see. Those are the back, forming the wheel well. There we go. Front end in place. Ah, very nice. Let's see. Mr. Garrett has thrown up a Google Hangout. Let's see if we can access that. Okay.
Hey,
Hey, hey, hey. What is up, Mr. Garrett? Let's see here.
Your mic is currently muted.
You can't hear me? There's no hearing of me? Let's see. Can you hear me
There you
now?
go.
There is less of me being muted now.
Yep, I can hear you now.
Perfect. Okay, let's see. I have set up something for just such an occasion. Let's go with... Yo! What is up, Mr. Garrett?
Not much. Finished walking my dog. Just finishing up some work that I remembered about that I figured I would do.
Nice.
Some little neat things to help with this COVID crisis.
There we go. Live and in action. La 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 la. Is there any sound issue? Are we in a loop?
I don't know. Are you hearing echo from me? I'm not hearing any echo from you.
Perfect. Yeah, as long as I don't pick up your speakers, then I think we're in good shape.
Cool. Yeah, I have a directional mic. Jeremy said that there was an echo on it, but I have one of those things you put on the top of your screen, and it's only a directional mic. It's from Sound Blaster.
Nice.
It came with my sound card, and it's plugged into my sound card, so
hopefully it'll do the trick, as it were.
Where the fuck is it debug location?
All right, looks like you're actually working over there.
Right. Super duper exciting work. That should work.
Okay, so got all these pieces in. Step number 69. On to step 70.
Aw, you didn't stay on step 69 that long?
Nope, it was quick. We got these two specialty ramps here. And this is a 90-degree 4 lantern. And we'll get some red bricks out for the next step. Looks like we get to use this little arch. Been eyeing that all day. Two arches. There's those large 8-topper, no pips, single flat thickness. Looks like that's that. I expect we're about to build some wheel wells. So let's see. This is the front. Oh, that's interesting. That provides an angled back for the gas pedal there. See that there. And let's see, we'll go with a arch over the wheel. How does that actually attach, though? It's going to be held in place from the top. So this is the little 8-piece is what actually holds it there. And this piece on the front. So we'll do the same thing on the other side. So just kind of hold that piece in place. There's the flat 8-topper. See the accuracy of our build coming into play. Hear that compression of bricks. See, hear Garrett over there battling the forces of chaos, tamping down bugs.
Actually adding new features, but...
Oh, well, that's the same thing, isn't it?
No, adding new features creates new bugs.
thus leading to tamping down more bugs.
Oh my gosh, Stella, did you drop your phone? Can you quit running up and down the stairs with your phone?
Okay, oh, that wasn't too bad. So 72.
Got my little puppy.
Nice. Oh, look at that. We have dog on the stream. Very cute. Oh, it's the little one. Look at him. You gonna let him do a little coding too? He's like, oh, I have ideas. And we got these thicker hinge pieces. These ones don't come assembled. Long rail. At least the instructions are nice little bite-sized pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little daunting when you see the, two 90-page manuals are the instructions for this thing.
Then you realize there's 180 put one peg here instructions.
Exactly. Let's see. And the front, she is built. Oh my gosh, and that was it for book 1. Dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun. Amazing. That is pretty amazing.
Yeah, what do you got so far?
Okay, so far we have, let's go, desk only, transition, there we go. So, we have built so far, looks like most of the lower chassis. Got the interior with its, let's see here, there we go, folding table, folding bench, a little adjustability there, not too much. And what else do we got? We've got our plant and our lava lamp, as well as a fat glass of wine going on there. So we know what's going on in this van. Starting to work on the interior up front. Got, there we go. Oops. See the controls, gas pedal. Where are we? There we are. Come on, focus. Woo. Gas pedals and stuff like that. And then we just finished up the front. I'm going to mount some stuff there. Oh, and of course, the coolest part so far is the motor with its working pulleys and cool closing hatch. And of course, we're going to go RV mode. We can open up the sides and have our little mini kitchen going on. So far, so good. And a little sink and everything. I like it. Let's see what is up next for us. Book 2. Book 2. Okay.
On real life video.
What's that?
There's a huge delay on the real life streaming.
Oh yeah. It's like 30 seconds or a minute or something like that I have up there. Not sure why.
You kind of just
No, nothing I had to do. It's just the automatic how it does it.
I was was able to get it down to like maybe a second at one point.
Yeah, I guess if I let's see here. I have to come to my analytics, which I have in a different browser, so you can't see them when I'm looking at it. Let's see here. Live stream settings. There we go. Details. Enable slow mode. To slow down how fast you can post things. Share. Highlight video. Timestamps. You know, I think I have to go all the way to my YouTube studio, maybe, to set that up. What to say? See what the stream health says. No, no data. Stream settings. Here we go. DVR. No added delay. Well, I have added delay set to 0, so.
It might be an OBS thing.
Yeah.
I noticed.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Could be an OBS thing. Let's see here. Here. OBS is a pretty basic tool. That's one thing I found. So let's see. Recordings, Remix settings, Remix settings. Just look at general settings. General. Stream, no. Output. Video bitrate, audio bitrate. Says you need a good computer if you're going to do this crap this way. Audio. Video. Advanced. There we go. Stream delay. 20 seconds.
There's a built-in stream delay?
Yeah. But it's not enabled, so that shouldn't be it. I'm going to enable it, turn it down, and then re-disable it. See how that works. 1 second's the lowest I can do it.
1 second delay is not too bad.
Yep. That might be it. We'll see. We'll see if it makes a difference. If not, I will hit up the forums or something later to figure that one out.
Yeah.
So let's do a little preview. Let's see, we're going to build some doors. Oh, look at that. Fancy. Build a whole interior. Ooh, towards the end, what do we got? Building the top. Oh, and the luggage rack. I see. Yeah, that's going to be a lot. Wow. Okay, I get it. The windows. There's even curtains to hang. Nice. There's a mural. Little surf picture. That is super baller. Oh, let's see here.
I think the delay might be done now.
Yeah, does it seem like it's a lot quicker now? Let's see, I'll do something like do a switch and then count. So if I go to desk and web, transition, and I've already activated it. Let's see how long that actually takes.
And that's still up, I guess, if you've done something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 30 seconds. Yeah, at least a minute almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're hearing like the audio between Garrett and I, if Garrett is commenting on what he sees on the stream, he's going to be in delay, but I'm actually watching everything in real time, so my commentary is real time, though you're hearing it in the future or past. So we're not only separated by time zones, we're actually out of sync relative to where we are to the rest of the stream, but since we're connected through direct audio, we can still talk. So total time travel is what's going on. Time travel forward, backwards, and then forwards again, and then backwards one more time. So
yeah, right.
Very nice. Very nice. Oh, you're back to doing some painting, huh?
Yeah, I'm next painting.
Excellent. Excellent.
Got my code uploaded. I just gotta wait for it to finish processing, wait for Apple to review it, and then play it.
Oh, right. All that stuff. No more of you taking direct control of my phone and just throwing apps on there? Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Kenny Rogers passed. A little homage earlier to him. And you know, it's amazing. Everybody does delivery now. Wingstop eClub. Delivery is on us. Had a Denny's one yesterday. We're deciding not to get any food delivered for at least a few more days. We're staying in fair isolation.
Yeah, it's kind of what we're doing as well.
And it's way actually it's unfortunate. I probably need to relook at my shopping habits and all that stuff. So we're not going to starve or anything, but food's going to get real boring in the next few days.
Oh yeah, I'm already at that point. It's already real fucking boring.
Yeah, I hear you. So it's like tonight, do we make pasta again, or do I make beans and rice again?
Yeah, I had pizza for the 6th time for lunch.
Nice. I was actually regretting that I didn't buy more pizzas and more variety of pizzas, so I probably could have.
We just got these flatbread doughs, and we just put on cheese sauce and toppings.
Oh, nice. Nice. It's one way to keep it under control.
Yeah.
And allergies and all that.
Mexican blend shredded cheese because we're out of mozzarella.
Oh, so it's a Mexa pizza. Well, now it's a tostada.
Yeah, there we go. Flatbread tostada, pepperoni.
No, that's a firm chorizo at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, what a life, right? What a life. Okay, so I myself am going to take a little break, I think, and go scrub up some lunch and all of those other good things.
All right.
So I'm going to leave the stream live if you wish to commentate your painting. We're going to take Mr. Garrett and bring him up to a little more full screen. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, actually, let's see. No, I have one for that. That is this one. Excellent. Okay, Garrett, enjoy your painting, sir. I am going to go see if I'm going to have, I don't know what I'm having for lunch. Probably soup, as in top ramen.
All right, have fun. painting purple for the few people watching this. Oh god, seeing myself on a delay is weird as shit. I got to see myself take my hat off and scratch my head from 40 seconds ago. Let's keep painting purple base coats. It's a fantastic technique of take purple paint, put it where you want it. Super exciting. Get these dark shards all cleared away. I got 60 of these guys to paint. So yeah, that's going to be super exciting.
So I feel like I'm looking at the cereal movie, which just doesn't feel real. I feel like I'm in one of those zombie apocalypse movies.
I decided to start with the base troopers. Nail down my paint scheme. Starting with purple. Other folks. Their armor is probably going to be steel. Steel chainmail. I'm thinking I'm going to go with a red rim.
Oh, look, I'm back in.
And you're back.
Nice. I love the power of technology.
Right.
I'm about to make some lunch. Are you making spaghetti? That's a good thought.
Did you just switch to your phone, or are you on your phone the whole time? Or are you on your phone in addition to, well, let me switch that thing out. Oh, you are on your phone in addition to...
Yeah, but that's for tomorrow. Hey! You just threw spaghetti on my phone. I know. What the actual hell?
So the color scheme I'm going with, John, is very similar to the EW default, but it works, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what was that you said?
The color scheme I'm going with is basically the Games Workshop color.
Nice.
So, okay, I will be right back myself. Just gonna check in with the wife upstairs.
Did she like text you from the other room?
Oh no, I was just gonna go check in on her, see how things are going, what her plan is for the day.
Nice.
Oh, and I'm back. Coming down, Storms? Hold on. Ugh. I'm sure we have a super exciting stream going on. With John making pasta. And me quietly thinking about us. And my wife's TV in the background.
So it's cool. I can see you, but I can just barely hear you when I do it this way. One too many points of removal.
You can hear me just fine on the other machine.
Oh, I see the problem. Wait, now. Okay, so I'm in the Google Hangout, so we still have no delay.
Yeah.
It's just broadcasting through the thing.
Yeah. So am I quiet for your phone, but loud enough on your other machine?
Yeah, that must be it.
Well, it must be just turned down, or maybe just I am quiet. You just have your machine way up loud.
Yeah, I guess so.
I can check my levels. Let's see here. Recording. Sound bus 50. Copy. Wow, I am quiet. Okay. Well, my boost microphone levels are all right. Wow. Hello. Oh, that's too close. Maybe I'm just not close enough to it. How's that, John? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Am I still quiet as fuck?
Yeah, I think it has more to do with my speaker on my phone than anything.
Okay. Yeah, I actually just recently got my phone taken into the Apple Store, and they cleaned all of my mics. on my speakers, and my phone is all of a sudden way louder.
Oh, wow.
Apparently that you can get dust and shit in your speakers, and it drastically changes the sound quality, like drastically.
I could see that.
Yeah, they actually used a putty. You just took a putty and just stuck it up against to pull out all the dust particles.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like the silly putty type stuff, right?
There's a nice hard putty, so it doesn't get stuck in there, but it grabs all the little dust particles and things, you know.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 first cuts. Only 51 to go.
Nice. Only 51.
So, fun fact. So, I've been a huge proponent of dark shards. I don't know if you've heard this yet.
Mm-mm.
I've been singing their praises for a while now, and I realized that the numbers on the math on dark shards is actually really impressive. So, a lot of people really like crossbowmen and free guild crossbowmen.
Yeah.
So they are 1 attack apiece, 4s and 3s, 24-inch range. And if you don't move, you get a second shot. So they're 2 shots each, 4s and 3s. And then, so that's where they sit. Across the dark shards are 2 shots base, and they're 4s and 4s. But if you have 10 or more models, they go to 3s and 4s.
Oh, wow.
So they're 3s and 4s as opposed to 4s and 3s, but they're base 2 shots. They're only 16-inch range as opposed to 24, but they don't lose any damage output by moving. While crossbowmen, handgunners, Sisters of the Watch, and Iron Drakes all lose damage output by moving. So their big benefit is that they can move and still shoot at full potential.
Oh, okay.
Because like other than handgunners, everyone else halves their damage output by moving. Crossbowmen lose a shot, Iron Drakes lose a shot, and Sisters of the Watch lose a shot when they move.
Yeah, a lot of them lose their rerolls and stuff too, right?
No, they all have an additional shot when they move, and then handgunners get +1 to hit if they don't move.
Ah.
So dark shards also, all of those same things apply if there's an enemy within 3 inches. So if there's an enemy within 3 inches, they can't get their extra attack or whatever. So dark shards have none of that. They get +1 to hit as long as they have 10 or more models, and that's the only requirement. And 2 shots apiece, 3s and 4s, 16-inch range. No ifs, ands, or buts. So when you compare them to crossbowmen, which are the same points as crossbowmen, they actually are comparable, if not better, because they can move and fire. And then the other thing I just learned about crossbowmen, because I wasn't paying attention, all the other units max out at 30. These guys max out at 40.
Oh, wow.
So you can take a unit of 40 dark shards for 400 points, and that's 81 shots at 3s and 4s at 16 inches.
That's potential.
And their battle line always, no matter who your general is.
Wow. I say the only thing is, I just don't see them winning.
But I don't think anybody's using them. That's the issue. The biggest issue with dark shards is they don't really have any good support heroes. So, like, the free guild guys are the free guild general, which means they can't move, but they get +1 to hit and wounds. And then the Iron Drakes have the Rune Lord for the additional rank. So other people have better force multipliers than dark shards. but that does require you to use a command point and not move. The Iron Drake is probably the most efficient because it's just auto 2 up, they get +1 rend. And there's no downside at all to that.
Yeah, I was pointing out a guy a few weeks ago that was using, like, they were groups of 10 for the dark shards. Okay. They were just using them as harasser units, though. They weren't his main killing.
But I think the key with dark shards is that they're battle line. You're not expecting them to be your main killers, but as far as being battle line, they're actually quite efficient for what they do, for what they are.
Yeah, you said 100 points for 10, huh?
100 points for 10, and they're battle line. So you can take units of 10 of them, and they do just fine. They're not great. I've been pleasantly surprised by units of 10 dark shards, is what I would say.
And they can pop up, right?
No, with Living City they can. But they're just normal dark elves. Or you can use the bridge to teleport them around, but they don't need the bridge. That's the thing, is that all the other big shooting units in the game need the bridge because they need to be able to move without moving. They need teleport ability. These guys don't need that. And they have a 6-inch move rather than a 5 or a 4-inch, which the humans and dwarves have. So they effectively have a 22-inch threat range.
Nice.
And then the one thing they get is that the sorceress has a command ability which, in the shooting phase, you can spend a command point to make it so they can shoot even if they ran. So not super useful in Tempest Eye, since Tempest Eye has that already. But in other armies, in other cities, like Living City, you get the ability to have a super mobile unit that can run and shoot whatever.
I'm going to put a quiet place on out here.
Right now, that.
And then gas the baby. I'm trying to soundproof the cradle.
Are those pings and stuff coming from the other machine? So John,
Yeah.
have you ever played one of those old man war mini games like the 15mm historicals?
No. Never. I played BattleTech. That's like the only other miniatures game I played besides Warhammer. Where have you ever tried them out?
No, I got a buddy out here though. He just turned 40, and so he's like, "Oh, I guess I gotta play my old man game now." And he's thinking up like 15mm or whatever.
I used to play like some Avalon Hill games back in the day. Those are kind of, I think, of a similar event to some of those historicals, at least rules-wise.
Yeah, I walked into the shop to play a game with James, and these guys were playing the historical. Like I walked over and just like chilled, like because I was waiting for James or whatever, and he just was telling me about it. It's like this famous battle between France and England, or it's like the combined Allied forces versus France or whatever at this like giant river of some sort, and like how the French got arrogant and like charged over the lines versus the retreating British and Allied forces, and it was just like they were like really into it. And then James and I are playing, and these guys are like screaming at each other over the rules, and we're like, Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Like, these were supposed to be the like garage hammer dudes. They're like really into like, no, I've already rolled my fucking morale test, okay? It's like, okay, buddies.
That certainly fits my image of how I picture that gaming, though.
Right?
I mean, they had like jolly old men that all get along, or like super intense, bitter arguments over detailed, weird rules.
Yeah, right? That post on Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Oh, he's just posting about the podcast that he was on. So has Donna been going to work still, or I forget?
No, she's home as of like yesterday.
Okay, so she's not
or Thursday.
So she hasn't been stuck at home for too long.
She because of my boss coming down with it, was called in and said she was exposed, and I told her to stay home.
Okay. Think you'll finish the VW today?
Oh no. I just finished eating my lunch right now, and so I was going to go, shall we say, take care of some business, and then go see if I can finish it up or get into it. Don't actually end up finishing it. I'll probably get halfway through the next book, which is my goal for my next session here.
Nice.
I think that as I start progressing, I think things speed up just because of fewer pieces to dig through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And second, because I didn't organize these into the bins they're in, so I don't actually know where all the pieces are. But as I'm digging through, I'm visually, getting more of a clue as to what parts are where, and so I'm getting faster and faster at finding the pieces. So, and then I haven't built Legos since like the kids were young. Easily 15 to 20 years,
When did you pick up this VW bug?
gonna log out of this app. I'll be back in the hobby room in about 5 minutes.
All right.
I see you're showing off your sexy knees.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Okay, everybody. I am back from a delicious lunch. Had some rainbow rotini with Impossible Burger meatballs and
How
ragu.
is it possible, mate?
It's okay. It's has a little bit of a nutty flavor to it. I've had it where it's tastes exactly like a hamburger, like when I've been at a restaurant that prepares like a full burger out of it, like you can't even tell. But here, kind of cooked up as meatballs into spaghetti on the second day, they're not very meaty. You can tell you're eating something else.
Nice. Yeah, I might skip that has that nutty taste to it. I try to avoid nutty tasting things.
Yes, I didn't think that that would make it super appealing for you, so thought it'd be worth mentioning. Let's see here. Headphones real quick. And I'm going to listen in on the actual audio from the live stream. I don't want to pick that up on my mic. So I was doing some live tests the other night, and I found that is definitely a no-no. Yeah, that sound is pretty good. Pretty clear.
I can't run 32-bit games. No. I gotta get a new Steam app. Well then. To the coast? What? A bad idea?
Okay, let's do this. Let's see. We're gonna take that. Well, we'll go bigger here. Take myself. There, and Mr. Garrett. Sit there. See how that looks. Okay, that should be pretty good. Okay. See if anyone else joins our little party.
To the 10.15. Right, Apple things are all fucked up now. I don't know how Apple's work anymore. Because have you heard of iPad OS?
There's a different iPad OS?
Well, they're getting rid of Mac OS, and they're creating iPad OS, and iPads and MacBooks are all going to be on the same operating system now.
That's intriguing. I imagine my Mac or my iPad is too old.
Yeah, probably. Exactly. That's what, like, Alex is like, oh, what if I could run Tabletop Simulator on my iPad? And I'm like, I don't know. Because iPad OS is a thing now.
Yep.
I think iPad OS hasn't come out yet. I think that's a 2020 thing.
Super bonus. Yeah, Apple's a lot of their modern software design leaves a lot to be desired, I will say.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like layout and functionality of the music app, iPod apps, all those. Seems to me that they all had a period in the past when they worked better than they do today.
I mean, user experience of modern apps are fine. Just Apple is no longer inventing, and so they're super disappointed.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting way to look at it.
But it feels very half-assed. Like, what's it called? Like the face recognition stuff was kind of meh.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely meh. Meh, because it didn't go anywhere.
Well, also, as far as the reason it didn't go anywhere, because as far as face recognition goes, it's not very impressive. You can't do crazy things with it when it doesn't work with half the population.
Right.
I mean, you heard about when it first came out. There was that one lady who lived in, I believe, either China or Korea, where her whole family could unlock their phone.
Nice. I mean, for me, it's always my good example is that my coworker Roy got a phone with that capability. He comes over, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's awesome! Look at this! It's the most amazing thing!" And I just took my iPhone, took a photo of his face, flipped the photo around, showed it to his phone, and opened his phone. I go, "Yeah, real fucking impressive, dude." He's like, fuck that." Turned it off. So when you're susceptible to that kind of stuff, like you said, the problem is people's faces are not really a unique thing. Unlike like fingerprinting, at least has a chance to be a little more secure.
Yeah. I mean, I use it just because I'm lazy and I don't like typing in passwords.
Yeah, like most people.
So I don't really use it as a security thing. I don't really have much.
Well, the main security for most of us is not losing your phone.
Yeah, and then on top of that, just don't have anything that you need security on your phone for. Like, if I lost my phone, I'd just be like, and remotely turn off, done.
Yep. Yeah, same here. I just remotely wipe it and pull my last iCloud backup down into my new phone and call it a day.
I don't even bother with iCloud backups because, like, I could wipe my phone. I don't ever have anything that I give a shit about on my phone. I could wipe it at any time and start with a new phone.
I find it to be convenient. And I have definitely switched or exchanged phones more than once over the years. Like actually a good example is last August or fall, whenever, sometime, Donna and I went and looked at the new iPhones, 10, 11, whatever it's on. And we're like, like nothing there that our current phone doesn't do, not impressed, so we decided to keep the 8s. And so for me, mine was starting to have some issues, so I just did a warranty replacement and got a new one shipped to me. Held the new one by, or did the backup down to the old one, did the hold it by transfer stuff, and boom, done. It was actually kind of nice. Actually, it's real nice because I have basically the same old phone. It's just, a cleaned up new version of it. Things like the button and the switches that were starting to get all gummed up. It's funny you mentioned how gummed up the speakers were on your phone earlier. And when I got rid of the old phone, that was one of the things I noticed, was how full of crap the little speaker outlets were.
Yeah. Yeah, like I have Apple Care Plus and I brought it in and they literally just cleaned it up and sent me on my way. I'm like, cool. So I'm just regularly going to bring my phone in for cleaning from now on.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure what they are using is effectively in drafting. We had something we called a gummy eraser, so it's not like silly putty. It's even thicker than like bubble gum, but it is still a sticky putty, and you would use it on drawings to clean up loose pencil lead. So I'm sure artists still use it nowadays to clean up like loose charcoal and pencil lead on a freehand drawing.
Yeah. Yeah, they would use like a nice stiff wire brush, a small little stiff wire brush, and they just brushed it out and used some putty to stick it on the speakers, and wha-bam.
Nice.
It's very loud, and people can hear me just fine.
That's interesting that they use a little wire brush. I didn't think of that too. So yeah, that makes sense. Go.
Alex if I can build his computer.
What's that?
Alex is talking about building his gaming machine. It's like, just fucking do it, Alex.
Just buy one nowadays, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'd still build one just so I know what's going in my computer.
Nah. That's what I thought too until I went to build my last computer and ended up buying one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just started pricing stuff out and started looking at the pack, the sort of pre-built, not like Alienware type stuff, but more like the pre-built, some dude built computer type stuff. And, just found one with all the bits and stiff stuff that I liked, and it was basically going to be cheaper and less effort than I could do it myself, and call it a day.
Yeah, there you go. You should send one of those to Alex. It's like, Alex, just get this.
Yeah, here. Contact the dude, have the dude do the thing. I mean, unless Alex is really into building it, which I mean he might be, but for me, it's one of those things where I've built so many damn computers and regularly have to rebuild computers at work. It's like I don't even want to deal with it at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got, let's see, 1, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like 16 computers that I have to maintain at work.
Please. I don't know why, but I just don't want to deal with fucking hardware and networking.
Yeah, networking, not my strong suit, for sure.
Me too. I'm not, like, it's like people think I'm like really good with computers, and it's just like, dude, I build software.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, it's like I get that about CAD all the time. They're like, "Oh, dude, can't you do this? The CAD?" I go, I use CAD every minute of every day, but I never make any CAD models. So no, I have no skill to model shit for you. Like I could make a cube, or something, but nothing. But I know all about CAD models because I use them, but that's it, right? It's kind of, you get good at what you use and what you know. It's one of those things where it's not like myself. It's like you could learn networking. I could learn networking, but I have no reason to learn a bunch about networking either.
Yeah.
It would be convenient occasionally, is where I would put it.
Mm-hmm.
But we have, I just set up like an ad hoc network at work, and then bought one of those standalone hard drive kind of things. I call it our server. It's not really a server. It's just a network appliance attached to our network.
I just do everything on AWS because fuck it.
Well, again, I mean, what do you have to deal with, though? You just have to deal with your own home computers, basically, and shall we say, internet-based stuff. But I don't know how much of that you have to manage.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's why it's like it's funny, like people, I don't know, I think in the wargaming field, there's all of these people who are much older and they're used to being a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep getting a question of like, so are you gonna like ever set up your own servers? No, I will never set up my own servers.
No.
Ever.
Why would you do that nowadays? That's not, yeah.
Why would I want to manage bandwidth, networking, fucking all that routing, physical hardware failure? Like, fuck all of that.
Yep, exactly. Nope.
Like, you get all these tech guys who are super into computers, like, yeah, just set up your own network. No. Just no.
Yeah.
The amount of time it takes to manage that shit takes away from application development.
Yeah, it's funny. And I hear what you're saying too. Like back in the day, that would have been the cool thing to do. It's like, yeah, man, I ran my own fucking fiber to my house and I just have my own server farm in the back bedroom and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah.
Also, back in the day, like AWS didn't exist.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is, it's when people were all on dial-up in 1995, that was pretty cool. But nowadays, no.
You can just get, if you got better than a 56K modem in your house, you basically had a server.
Yeah, right?
So, yeah, no, it's just like, no, I will never set up my own server when I can easily spin up and down new servers on the fly with AWS.
Yeah, always have the latest technology.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, actually have somebody on call 24/7 that's not you to keep it running.
Yeah, it has built-in hardware redundancy. It's actually hardware agnostic because it's just a bunch of virtual servers. So it's just like, I'm good, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting how that works nowadays. I have a bunch of my customers that, just for secure file transfer purposes that I basically connect into their servers remotely. So it's like all these different networks that I hook into for each different customer. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, everybody has their own 100% unique, unlike anybody else's version of the same exact thing.
You're right.
It's like, oh, you guys had a custom GUI designed. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're watching, go ahead and hop onto the chat if you like. And let's see here. We also have, let's see, what does that do here? And here. There you go. Hop into the Hangout if you like. Hang out with us online during the home quarantine times that we're living in.
I mean, I'd say like this is unique, but I could do this literally when we're not quarantined.
Yeah, right. No special requirements. Why those dirty dogs? There is there it is. A piece I missed. Those are in here. There we go. You all right?
Yeah, just standing up.
Oh yeah, you gotta remember to do that. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I think it's didn't build it right. Something's not right here. Something's not right here. Ah, I see. Of course.
Let's see here. 5.
Nice.
10, 15. Let's grab 2 more guys.
There you go. Do it. Drive on. Hobby forward.
This will be 20.
Okay. And I bet the other door is next. Let's see here. Page 4, book 2.
Yeah, $375 for a gaming rig. Let's see that.
How much?
$375.
Nah, not bad. Not bad.
Got a FX 4300. What's an FX 4300?
You know what? I always have to look up the most recent. Like for me, buying a computer first starts with reading up on what the current chipsets are, both for video and CPU, and then reading up on what the current memory types are. So once I have that kind of information loaded in my head, then I have some idea of what to start looking at.
Gigabyte.
I know I spent like $15.99, so $1,600 on my rig. I think 3 years ago. I've been pretty happy with it. Plus, nowadays, one of the nice things is it's not like even 5 or especially 10 years ago. The rate of computer advancement is almost nil right now. So whatever hardware you buy stays current for a much longer time than it did, say, in the early 2000s.
It's got a radon. I just don't know what an FX 4300 is. I don't know if that's an Intel chip or a AMD chip, or God forbid it's not an Intel or an AMD chip. That's why I'm like, I've never heard of FX 43. I mean, I guess I have Intel chips, so it seems weird not to say like Intel i7 or Xeon, you know?
Well, that's what I'm saying is I'm pretty sure that unless all of a sudden that is the latest, greatest, whatever, I would avoid anything like that, you know. And a computer that low end, that cheap, you know, it says gaming computer. What are you playing? You know, solitaire and Facebook apps.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how AMD rates nowadays. I've been pretty solid in the Intel camp for a long time myself.
AMD generally is better price to performance ratio.
Yeah, I bet.
I mean, that's how it's always been. AMD, you've gotten better price to performance ratio, while Intel is just better performance.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what's going to pull me in. I mean, for me, it's going to be, you know, i7. Nowadays, I'm still a big one to look at single clock performance. So, because not everything is, you know, hyper-threaded or multi-clock optimized. So I think it's still important to have the individual CPUs within your computer to have, you know, a higher clock rate. You know, so I might sacrifice number of cores for a higher clock rate, given a choice.
Yeah, I mean, did you hear about the issue with clock rates back in the early 2000s?
No, what was that?
Basically, they were lying. Well, they were not lying, but the clock rates were a false indicator of how efficient the machine was. Because they were basically bloating their clock rates by reducing their throughput per clock cycle.
I follow what you're saying. Yep.
So so they're like, people were having like 3.8 gigahertz per second, but it was like not. It was just as effective as like a 3.0 because they had very little I think.
Right. Well, and you know, again, you have to be so careful with buying chips, you know, because everyone knows they basically design a chip and they make an entire wafer. And then they test all those wafers, and on them, certain ones have different, shall we say, subcomponents, micro-components that work and don't work better and don't work better. And based on the testing, they'll go in and like disable, like maybe they have some that the math core doesn't work. So they'll disable the math core, and those become like Celeron processors. You know, and then as they test them, there's different things they enable, disable, you know, so like only a few of the best are able to actually have like quote every bit of functionality works, and then those ones actually become the top processors. So there's a lot of that sort of let's make it and then let's rework and disable what we can, and then we sort them out, and then we call them different levels of processors. So you just have to be super careful when you look at processors as to like, you know, what was the real price point on this actual chip versus that chip to tell you if which one performed better. Anyways, it's pretty interesting. I like to kind of dive into. That's why I said the first thing I like to do before buying a computer ever is I kind of go through a little bit of a like what's the current chip market looking like? What are the current chips? You know, like what is the cutting edge that's going to cost me some ridiculous amount, and then how far can I back off that edge and still be at 80% of that performance or whatever.
Yeah, a cool thing AMD did is they sold these 6-core processors, which are basically 8-core processors where they killed 2 of the cores.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like, fuck it, 6-core processor, go!
Yeah, I mean that's a perfect example too of that exact same thing. And I imagine it was more and more prevalent in the past as, chip making capabilities have gotten better and better over the years. Let's see. Seems like that piece would be in here. Is that it? That's it, and there's 2 of them. There we go. Nice.
All I can think about when you're telling me your Xeon processor with 64 gigabytes of RAM, it's like, what are you going to do with that thing? Like that.
Yeah.
From Chandler and Friends, just like, got this badass machine, what are you going to do? Play some Tetris.
Let's mess around. Run speed tests. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Oh.
I love shitting on people who have consoles too.
My leg is like super sore. I think the dog kicked me while I was sleeping or something. No explanation. But like, there's this massive Charlie horse.
Jeez.
Okay, let's see here.
You playing any fun games these days?
Yeah, that's why I was just bringing up my, see if my system could hang, bringing up a CAD model with some heat maps while, we're doing our thing here. But then, typical of this stupid software is it's halfway off my screen. Ah, there we go. Get it to snap properly.
I actually found a game you might enjoy.
What's that?
A game called Star Sector.
Hmm.
So, it's kind of like EVE Online mixed with Mountain Blade.
Okay, interesting.
Have you played Mountain Blade?
No.
The Mountain Blade is an open sandbox fantasy RPG where you are a mercenary captain and you just kind of travel the world and do whatever the fuck you want.
Hmm.
And it has a combat system where once you like run around the campaign map, and once you get into combat with someone, it becomes a action RPG kind of thing.
Right.
And it's got a really good combat system. So it's kind of like that, but it's ship combat. It's got a good capital ship combat game. It's actually one of the better ones I've ever played. So you kind of can do whatever you want in this game. It's just this open sandbox space RPG. So like you can be an explorer and go explore planets and find derelict ships and old probes and stuff and salvage their stuff, their old loot and stuff, and they can like get AI chips and sell them on the black market. You can be a smuggler, like trading drugs to miners and things. And it's got a fully working internally.
That's miners, not miners, right?
Yeah. And as in people who mine, not selling drugs to kids. I mean, I don't know. You can sell drugs to kids, I guess, but it's got a fully working economy system. So planets have needs and desires and consumption. So like mining facilities consume drugs because people who mine they hate life and they need drugs.
Apparently.
And they also need food and organics and supplies and stuff. And so the game internally, or like there's trade convoys going between planets, and you can ambush the trade convoys, take their goods, which then that planet no longer receives the goods. So the price of those goods go up. So then you can make trades. They get a lucrative trade contracts with that planet, to then sell the goods to the planet to make high profits.
Nice.
And then you can settle your own colonies and participate in the economy. It's a really cool game that has just a lot of potential to just do whatever you want. It's one of those games where I believe the stories built are more important than the game itself.
Uh-huh.
But it has a very good gameplay to back it up. You have a lot of fun building the stories that you want to tell. So.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. And it's not the combat is similar to Battlefield Gothic Armada.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So it's definitely not going to be too crazy for you.
So it's like 2D, it's still real time then?
Yeah, 2D real time with pause.
Mm-hmm.
You can pause, and it has a tactical map if you want to order your troops around, or your ships around.
Cool. Yeah, so almost like whatever you want to call it, Total War in space.
Yeah, sort of. Except you control one ship, and then you order the rest around, so you can still control your one ship and attack and like try to, do better than what the AI would normally do. The thing is the big difference between it and like Total War.
Right.
It's like a small scale Total War where what's that? It's that old freaking China game about lords in China where it's you basically control one guy and he walks around the battlefield and you have then your army around you and they do their own thing, but you kind of do your own thing too.
4 Kingdoms or?
No, it's not. It's not Three Kingdoms because that's Total War Three Kingdoms.
No, there's an older one though that was like you were like it was almost like a first person shooter kind of stuff, but maybe like a 2D perspective, and you just go through massive hordes of dudes on the battlefield.
Yeah.
I think that was a Xbox game, maybe though, or even PlayStation.
Yeah, it was a PlayStation game. So yeah, so it's kind of like that. Mountain Blade Warband is probably one of the greatest games of all time.
You think so, huh?
Oh yeah, but Mountain Blade Bannerlord, which is Mountain Blade 2, which has been like 8 to 10 years in the making, is coming out in pre-release on the 31st.
Okay, interesting.
So, oh yeah, no, it's just, I mean, the modding, I mean, Star Sector is really, really good on this modding community too, to like total conversion mods and different factions and all these other things. Yeah, no, Mountain Blade is up there as one of the best games.
Yeah, I've definitely looked at it. Looks like not necessarily a little too first person-y for me, but doesn't look too bad.
You can do it all in third person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds manageable.
The Star Sector is you would probably enjoy Star Sector a lot since it's all third person, or it's all 2D top down spaceship combat.
Right. Yeah, I recently actually just re-downloaded Cities Skyline, and then picked up a couple of the expansion packs for it while I was at it. So I've been enjoying wasting a little bit of time rebuilding or building cities, as it were. Always a fun thing. Find traffic flows and zoning to be quite interesting as a game mechanic. And then along those lines, I've been playing a whole bunch of Frostpunk, which is just it's an interesting city builder. You're set like in the far future after everything's gone to like an ice age, and so it's
you have to you basically manage the city and determine who lives and dies. You gotta kind of thing.
It's kind of it's you don't control people directly, but you have to do things like are you going to put the children to work? Are you going to force people to work through the night? Are you going to send people out into the icy snow to collect supplies where they might get frostbite and that kind of stuff? Or, you're going to do it more safely. So it's all, you're managing basically hope versus despair are the two mechanics.
It's all risk versus reward system.
Yeah. And then it's kind of cool. And then you have scouts you send out into the real world, and they find other lost groups of colonists or whatever. And so all of a sudden you have these influxes, and it's you have 50 people in your colony, and all of a sudden, boom, now you have 150 people just came in, go. You're like, shit. Gotta scramble for resources. And what's that? Yeah. It's pretty, it's a pretty brutal game. So I basically have lost every time I've played. I constantly get sent into exile or what have you. I'm happy if I can last a couple months. Get past the first winter is the toughest thing. And of course, that's another factor. There's blizzards and freezing because it's all frosty, and so there's the actual the heat value of the shelters you build, and then versus the outdoor weather. And all of a sudden stuff starts dropping to 40 below, and you better have some pretty damn good shelters, otherwise people are freezing. So
there's one of my favorite YouTubers right now that I've been really into is the Spiffing Brit. Have you heard of him?
No, what's that?
He's a video game YouTuber who finds exploits in games and plays games not the way they're meant to be played.
Oh wait, I think you were telling me something about this guy.
Yeah, I love this guy. I've seen a shit ton of his videos recently. So he has one on Cities and Skylines.
Oh yeah?
So he created a city where he made taxes as low as possible, 0 to 1%.
Okay.
And he earned all of his money from road tolls.
From what?
Road tolls.
Oh.
Because people don't, when you get people to come to your city, if you have low taxes, people will come really, really fast.
Uh-huh.
And they don't take into account road tolls for cost of coming to the city. And he set up all of these road tolls or these crazy routes on the road so that if somebody wanted to, like, he made it so that, like, the fire engines, every time they had to leave, they had to go through, like, 12 different tolls just to go leave, take care of the fire, and come back. Patrolling police officers would go through, like, 20 tolls to get back to the police station. And he just set these crazy toll roads up, and he got all of his money from tolls.
Nice. Oh, I like it. I like it. And I guess that doesn't lead to dissatisfaction, huh?
Exactly, because taxes are super low.
That is funny. Yeah, that's one of those interesting games that like the first, I don't know, sector, first months or whatever, it can be really tough. But once you get your economic engine going, if you build in a fairly balanced manner, finances are generally not a problem.
Mm-hmm. He had issues storing his waste.
Oh, okay.
He actually created a giant mountain with a hole in it, and he just kept dumping his waste in the hole that was dug as far down as possible.
Nice. Yeah, that's where some plugins come in. I always set up this one that's basically a lava pit.
And you just dump all your waste in a lava pit.
Dump all my waste in a lava pit. Yeah, I mean you have normal like recycling centers and waste collection places, but as those get full, then they need a place to dump their waste to, and so then
No,
the
it all his like liquid, his like plumbing waste.
yeah, well, and there it's somewhat the luck of the map too, because if it's liquid waste, then it's that whole upstream downstream. You got to always build your waste at the lower end of like your whole territory. You build your waste at like the far end of the river. The problem is if you end up expanding your territory and getting more of the river, and you've already put now your pollution's like in the middle of your area.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, and he was trying to avoid dumping in the river. He's like, no, 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 no. We just dumped it in a hole in the ground.
Nice.
The hole kept filling up, so we had to dig the hole deeper and deeper, and then he couldn't dig any deeper, so he built a mountain. And he kept having to build the mountain taller and taller. And he said, "Screw this," and he had a meteor hit his waste mountain, and his whole town flooded with septic waste.
Nice. Yeah. So, anyways, I thoroughly enjoy that. And let's see what else I've played. Age of Wonders Planetfall recently.
All right.
And that's it was less of a. I thought it would be like a city builder. It's more of like a um what you would call it more like a civilization kind of a game, but
Okay.
less Civ than Civ. So it's like Civ light, more heavy on the combat action portion of it, less on the builder portion.
Oh, it's an Age of Empires competitor.
Yeah, yeah, that would be maybe, except that there's yeah. Well, I mean, it is Age of Wonders, so it's part of the Age of Empires series.
Okay, so that's probably why it's like Age of Empires, where you go through the ages, but it's an RTS.
Yes, yeah, that's it exactly. And then, of course, BattleTech kind of fired that up too.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
If you like Civilization,
Well, you know I do. You know I'm a Civ maniac is my problem.
have you played Endless Space?
Yes, Endless Space. Let's see. I have Endless Space 2 Digital Deluxe in my Steam here.
Yeah, Endless Space 2 is phenomenal. I actually like that a lot more than Civilization.
Yeah, I like it too. I've played like 3 different factions so far.
Yeah, I always make my own faction.
Hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, I like the super complex tech trees and all that too. That's one of the things I do like exploring different tech trees and ones that where you like there's games where what I call a simple tech tree where kind of no matter what you're gonna do everything on the tech tree, and then there's ones where the tech tree is super complex to where you like never really explore the whole thing.
Yeah, I think Endless Space is a nice mix between all of that. Because you do end up getting everything. If you want to do science fiction especially, but you aren't forced down a linear path, which is really nice. That's my issue with Civilization, is that the tech is always super linear. So you
Yeah, I'm looking here. It looks like I haven't played Endless Space since December of 2017.
oh wow, yeah, Endless Space 2 is really nice. I like that one a lot. The cool thing about Endless Space 2, I mean, my biggest thing is the non-linear tech tree. So, because my big problem with Civilization is that, like, oh, I want to do a what's it called, like non-military game. I only want to do like an economic victory or a diplomatic victory or something.
Right.
But you end up doing all the military tech. Like, you don't have an option. Instead, you have to get the military tech.
Yeah, if you want to survive or whatever.
Well, it's just the tech, the science tree is a linear tree. You know, it has branches, but ultimately it all merges at the end, and so you get every tech in the game, including all the military techs. What's cool about Endless Space is it has 4 different trees. There's the military at the top, the science at the bottom, culture and growth to the left, and industry and wealth and commerce to the right. And so you could just never get military tech, and it won't impact the rest of your tech trees. Like, you don't need to get a military tech to get a cultural tech, for example.
Nice.
And the other cool thing about Civilization and the Space 2, especially in the Space 2, is they added the politics to the game.
Yeah.
So there's different political factions. I don't know if you remember this, but
no, I'm actually, as you're describing it to me, I'm like, wow, actually, I barely remember this game now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, there's different. So when you set up your race, they usually start as a certain type of politics. Like the Empire are industrial militarists.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, they're a republic. So there's, first of all, there's 5 different types of governments. There's democracy, republic, oligarchy, dictatorship, and fascist. No, there's another one that's in between dictatorship and oligarchy. Or maybe that is it. So democracy, you get 3 different senators, and you get more political actions, but all of your senators are less powerful. Republic is you only get 2 senators, but all your democracy, you're not less powerful. It's just the Republic gets a boost for all of their
right.
Their political actions are more powerful, but you only get 2 senators. Dictatorship, you get to determine who wins the election. You choose the political party that wins every time there's an election. In oligarchy, only the political faction that wins a planet wins, rather than it separating it. Like, so that the way that every planet votes, and it's like a winner-take-all system for oligarchy and something.
That makes sense.
And the ways of winning elections and whatever. And so, like, you go the more fascist route, you have more control over your elections. But democracy and republic have better output to the power of your government.
Right.
And then, based off what type of government you are, you can enact certain laws. Like military, you can enact a law that all of your ships are cheaper to build.
Oh, right. Okay.
And
this all sounding pretty familiar.
Yeah, pacifists can enact laws where it's like it's cheaper to take. So when you want to do diplomatic actions with other factions, you have to spend influence. And there's a law that says every turn, the cost of diplomatic actions is reduced up to 50%. So after 50 turns, or reduced by 5 turns, so after like 10 turns, all of your diplomatic actions are 50% cheaper.
Oh, wow.
And you also can force peace on somebody. So if somebody's at war with you, you can just be like, force peace. And they have to go to peace with you. They can't deny it, but it costs a fuck ton of influence to do it. And they don't like it when you do.
Yeah, I bet. They're like, no, we want to kick your ass. Because that's the one time you're doing it is when you're like literally about to get, stomped.
Actually, what I did is I was playing a trading faction, so I was going for economic victory. And people were constantly in Cold War with me, and you can't do a trade deal with somebody unless you're at peace with them. And they were refusing to go at peace with me, so I forced peace with them. and gave them a bunch of technology so they would accept the trade deal. And 3 turns later, they loved me so much they were giving me free shit.
Nice.
Because my trade deals were so powerful and so enriching to everybody. The moment they started trading to me, they're like, "Oh, I love you."
Oh, so this is what it's like. We're down. Oh, we're down.
Yeah, but when they were at Cold War with me, they fucking hated me because they were a militaristic faction, and they're like, "Fuck peace. I don't want to go to peace with you." I'm like, "Come on, just fine, force peace. Fuck you."
Yeah, give peace a chance.
So yeah, I like Endless Space 2 a lot. I actually like it more than Civ. It's more complicated than Civ.
Yeah.
And the movement in it is a little more restricted because you have to connect nodes rather than just doing freeform.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember the nodes. Yeah.
Yeah, because systems are connected by nodes, and then there's a bunch of systems in a constellation.
Yeah.
And then if you want to do constellation to constellation, you need warp drives. But you do eventually get a drive that lets you ignore the nodes, but your speed is severely reduced. So it's nice for like jumping extreme non-connected systems. But yeah, I like the movements, and then the combat is not bad. You get to build your own ships, and you just you research different chassis and different upgrades from the military tree,
Mm-hmm.
and then you design your own ships with what weapons you want on them based off their chassis. And then when you go to combat, you determine like different. You have different military tactical plans. Like you want to do a shields up plan, which then there's 3 different tracks, and they determine between long, medium, or short. Like one track will go long, one track will go short, and one track will go short, or something.
Right.
And they all get to with their shields, and like ballistic weapons are better at short range, and missiles are better at long range, and then lasers are kind of decent all around.
Yeah. Do you want to have a balanced ship? Do you have ones that go in and just like are brawlers or?
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
And then you can get ships that like the chance of hitting them is higher as you go like defensive ships, so they attract targeting arrays.
Oh, okay.
Defensive ships, you sit in the back. So there's a lot you can do that's like neat. So
yeah, that's cool. I'll have to fire it up and give it another try.
Okay.
I definitely haven't played it in days.
Yeah, I like Endless Space 2 a lot. Civ is just easier. Especially Civ 6, where it's like so easy that it's an iPhone app.
Is it really? I didn't realize it was an app too.
Yeah, Civ 6 works on an iPhone.
That's funny. Yeah, I played it. I didn't put as much time into it as Civ 5, that's for sure.
Yeah, I played a fuck ton of Civ 6. I played a fuck ton of Civ 5. I played a fuck ton of Endless Space and Endless Space 2. But the game that I have played the most on my Steam library is Mountain Blade Warband.
Mountain Blade Warband, huh?
Yes.
Interesting. I'll have to, like I said, that one keeps popping up in front of me. I'll have to give it another look. Let's see.
Yeah, Mountain Blade, it's a really good game. It has a steep learning curve, and the tutorial is really good. You definitely have to do some research and play it a lot, and get people to like give you ideas on like best ways to do stuff.
Yep, no, my number one remains, let's see, Total War Warhammer 2, followed by Civ 5, followed by Dragon Age Origins.
Do I have you on Steam?
I doubt it. I only have like 2 friends. Let's see, it's Zeztuku. What's your name?
Bob.
Bob?
Yeah, you won't find me. I'll add you.
Okay.
Zez.
Zeztuku.
Oh. Zeztuku. Let's see here. Zeztuku. This looks like I have now added you as a friend.
You are not kidding me. You really are Bob.
I am Bob.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yay. Hey, what's up?
Hey. I'm trying to figure out how to use Google Hangouts and just volume, because dear God, is it loud.
Who's this?
It's Ben.
Hey, what's up, Ben?
Your name is Doc.
Yeah, because that's my Google Internet things.
All right, well, the wife is calling me, so I'll be back later tonight, probably.
Cool. I'll hang out with Doc here for a bit.
See you guys.
Later.
See you later. Yeah, it's funny. I was watching the Trump speech, and then I saw your stream, so I came over and started watching, and then listened to Garrett talk about all these games I know a lot of.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I myself have already played more video games since the beginning of my break than I have in the last year, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of people getting a lot of unintended time off.
Yeah, right? And it kind of came as a total surprise. I basically started off the week, normal work week, and like 3/4 of the way through the day, as Santa Clara County gave their shelter-in-place announcement. And my boss wasn't in, but he just called in. He's like, "Yep, everyone go home. That's it. We're shut. We're done." But I work with
You're in the mandatory lockdown, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, as much as I certainly do defense type stuff to where I could argue that whatever critical business. I know a lot of my customers are like, "Oh, well, we do medical work." I'm like, shut the fuck up. You're making critical parts for 2 months from now. You can shelter at home for a couple weeks. Just like Tesla was keeping themselves open. It's like get out of here.
Yeah, I know, like places like they're skirting the line. It's like, we're essential. We make food. Your Subway.
Yeah, right.
Like, come on now.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It's like, no, people are like, no, what it is, we don't want to close our business because that would suck. And it's like, well, okay, as long as you're honest about that, that's cool. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So, I mean, I understand, your business got to make money, but like, the health concerns?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, a lot of machine shops, I know that people are still working because people are still messaging me, and I have customers that are asking for quotes and all these things. And I mean, the way I look at it is, I would actually like if I had a job to do that came in, I would probably go in and do it, but then I would be the only person inside of my business, right? So yeah, I'm still pretty much maintaining quarantine at that point.
Right. I mean, the thing is, like, the world can choose to not stop you from, like, a lot of things actually you can do from home, and a lot of
Right.
businesses switching to the telecommuting, which really, to me, is funny, because, like, for the last, like, 10 years, business has been going, no, we can't do telecommuting, you can't work from home.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we want you to work from home now. Like,
Yeah, that
okay,
whole work
so
from
this whole
home
time,
thing. Yeah.
this whole thing was possible this whole time. Good to know. Thanks.
Well, it's even like my job. They want me in the office every day, but 75% of my job is me in front of a computer or talking to people on the phone. And so
Right.
if as long as I have a computer and internet and the phone, then my job can really be done anywhere. And even like
Right.
nowadays with large file transfers and able to remotely connect to servers, so I can like even connect to data remotely and help my guys out like 20% of the time what I really need to be in the office. But whatever. The other hand, I found is I've actually worked from home in the past and found. Sorry, I'm just leaning out of the camera. It's just squeezing this thing all tight. I've worked from home in the past, and it's like, yeah, the first week is great, and then the second week, and by the third week, I'm fucking golfing every day. So it doesn't always
I'm not even
work.
near my computer right now, so I can't even see what you're doing.
Oh, really? Yeah, I heard your voice only. Yeah, so I'm just building a VW bus actually.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I have a wireless headset, so I'm actually walking around my house right now, grabbing my stuff so I can start assembling by my computer. But me and Larry did a team tournament like a month ago,
Uh-huh.
and I finally used my tournament winnings to get 2 boxes of clan rats.
Ooh, nice.
So I'm spend some time putting those boys together.
Excellent. And that will definitely be some time. Well, clan rats are one of those funny kits. Like if you want to slap a dash it, you can build those pretty damn quick. But you want to actually clean up all the mold lines and all that. Those kits take a little bit of work.
Well, actually, modeling is the part of the hobby I like the most, actually, and actually pretty good at it.
Nice.
As far as cleaning up models and getting them out and ready pretty quick.
Yeah, I definitely like the build part, and I'm ambivalent as far as mold line removal. It's like I do it because I feel models look better, and I kind of, it's one of those things I'm like, I got to do the mold lines, and then I'll get into it and start doing it. But then it's actually kind of relaxing to just sit there and do. So, you know.
100%. Yeah, the other part I really like about the hobby is actually terrain, and funny enough, bureaucratic and administrative stuff. Like I love doing and running like campaigns and stuff.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I mean, that kind of ties into I enjoy being a DM for D&D. So
nice.
Kind of the same mentality.
Yeah, we'll have to. I mean, heck, D&D is another thing that's pretty easy to do with this kind of internet, especially with the some DM software that they have nowadays that let you do your maps and stuff pretty easily.
Oh yeah, I've ran quite a few campaigns online for friends still in California.
Oh really?
Still play. Yeah, the program we primarily use is called Tabletop Simulator. It's on Steam. I think that's is like $20. Might be a little bit more now.
Oh wow! Do you use Tabletop Simulator for D&D? Huh.
Oh yeah, real easy.
Interesting. Yeah, Garrett and I were actually talking about that. He has a couple seats that he's looking to do something with.
Yeah, so there's a few, like there's Roll20 I played on, which is pretty good, but I still prefer Tabletop Simulator by far, just because it has a better feel to it. Like Roll20 is a bit more stripped down and it's basic, and it's intentionally designed for D&D, but I mean, Tabletop Simulator is basically just a toolkit to do with what you want.
Right.
And as a result, it actually does D&D really well, and it feels like a solid replacement for physically being in person.
And have people like just built all the different D&D monsters and models and stuff already for you, or?
Well, one of the things that's in the game that you could do is you can make like a paper model, like a paper cutout. So what will happen is you just have to find a link to an image that you want to use, and then you just copy paste the link, and then it'll load the image from the webpage. So that way you can have literally, it's not 3D minis, but it's pretty close because it's a paper stand-up model, and then it's very accurate to what you want. So if you yourself as an artist, and you want to do like a character representation for an NPC or your player, you can make it exactly what you want.
Right. Okay, I get what you're saying. Interesting. Yeah, I saw like a weird animation the other day where it was all done in that style. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, my roommate, he's actually Larry. You know him. He's waiting on a Kickstarter supposed to be coming out here relatively soon. That is basically like the same quality as Tabletop Simulator and three-dimensional stuff, but it's designed purpose-built for D&D.
Oh, interesting.
And when I say D&D, I'm using that as a general term for fantasy pen and paper role-playing games.
Right, I get what you're saying, sure. That's interesting that they reinvent the wheel like that, though, because I mean, Tabletop Simulator's been out for years now at this point.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Tabletop Simulator is just a broad, for the most part, physics engine, right? And it's like, okay, cool, here's a handful of things, and then other companies and modders and stuff made the rest of the framework for them.
Yeah, like I said, I personally haven't tried it, so I only, from the outside looking in, I see like with the potential, but haven't experienced the actual.
Yeah, like there's a few things that's a little bit harder on it, but it actually works extremely well, and at the moment it's my preferred method because, like I said, it has like the physics behind it. So like when you're like, okay, cool, roll your attack roll, you would actually in the game roll a d20, you know?
Right. Oh, I see. Yeah, so there's like it has that more visceral. The dice are actually bouncing and rolling, and yeah, okay, cool, I get it.
Right, and then based off of because it's all physics based, you can actually like move miniatures around and stuff like that feels better. Whereas Tabletop Simulator, Roll20 on the other hand is another application a lot of people use online. That one is like you click roll d20 and then it gives you a randomly generated number in text form.
Oh right.
You know, and it's a lot more stripped down and it's very basic. And basically this Kickstarter that's coming out is basically a merger of those two concepts. It's like, okay, cool, here is a purpose-designed 3D physics-based emulation software for playing games, and then mixing it with the intent design of Roll20 for RPGs. Right.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. My roommate's excited for it. So, we'll see when that comes out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if that's a Kickstarter I myself would hop into. I haven't really done any software Kickstarters. I just actually just today or yesterday finished up another Lady Death Kickstarter, so a comic Kickstarter, which is
nice.
those are I think I've done the comic ones a few times, and then I've done like I have one that's supposed to come out this summer, which is like all 3D dungeon tiles to build like an actual physical 3D dungeon. So
that's cool.
So I just kind of thought it was one of those ones like I don't even know if I'll ever use it, but it would just look cool enough. And one of the whatever the bonuses that you get along with it is all these little companion characters, which are like little pets, like a little dogs and rabbits and all this shit. But there's a sci-fi version of each one, and then a fantasy version. So there's like a dog that's done up like a knight, and then a dog that's done up like a space marine kind of like guy. So I bought it literally because I liked the companions. I'm like, okay, those are cool. The other rest of it will be neat if it happens.
Oh man, I just opened up the Clan Rats box.
Yeah.
I am excited to put these guys together because it's literally like they're pretty much one piece. It is.
Yeah.
Their whole body, except for their right arm and their shield. So it's literally a 3-part assembly.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The head. Yep.
No, the head's even on them. Yeah. So it's their head, their legs, their body, the left arm, and tail are already all put together.
Yep. Yeah.
All you gotta do is pick the arm, put it on, glue on the shield. You're done.
Nice. So that's the like Isle of Blood Clan Rats or something like that.
It's the actual Skaven Clan Rat set.
No. I mean that's what's in the Skaven Clan Rats box now.
Yeah,
is the mold from that one? Yeah.
Yeah, because the original Clan Rat mold was a lot of pieces. I remember that from back in the day for Fantasy.
Yeah, those are the Monkey Clan Rats. Where dude, it was a head, each arm, each leg, a tail, and a torso. Oh, and an upper and lower torso were separate. So that's what?
Man.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces, and then you had a shield that you would add. So 9 pieces.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, right. And it's funny. I've used those guys for a bunch of other random stuff because of their posability. So like my Giselles are a conversion using those guys. But as far as Clan Rats go, all of mine are the ones you're building right now, the Isle of Blood guys.
Yeah, these are much better anyways. Like, I like them. That's funny that's basically what they did, but it makes sense. Alright, now to figure out how I want these guys armed.
I built mine with a mix. So, and that's mostly because fuck GW and their weapons. So like even my monks are the same way. I just build a mix and then just say whatever they are on paper. Always making sure to do it. What's that?
I actually like the look of the spear significantly better than the hand weapons that they get, because like...
Yeah, the spears look good. You got to be careful how you position them so you can still stack the guys together and put them away. But as far as rules go, I definitely always run mine with blades.
Yeah, I think it basically comes down to like how big of a squad are you running, right?
Well,
if you run just the 20s, then the spear isn't worth it. But if you run 40, the spear might be worth it.
I don't know. I mean, in theory, you get the 1 extra rank, but I'd go with the better to hit. I think is more worth it. And so I don't know. It never really comes into play. So yeah, I don't run the spears ever. I'm a big fan of the blades. Plus, you get those guys nowadays hitting on 3s. That's pretty tasty. When they're a big block, that is, with the +1.
Yeah, because they get +1 to hit when they're at 20 and +1 to win when they're at 30, I think? Something like that. Rather, that +1 to hit will almost never come into effect because I'll probably be running them in just 3 blocks at 20 and just using that to fill up my battle line.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I do a lot of times. I'll do 140 and 2 20s. I find that's a good combo as well.
Yeah, that's the ultimate goal, but I doubt I'll do that anytime soon.
It's a lot of rats.
It's just the playstyle I'm trying to go for is more scryer, less rats. But the problem is if I switch to even 1 Clan Rat battle line, I have to switch them all to Clan Rat battle line.
Yep. Yeah, not a lot of choices. Those are some kind of the misses in that book, as it were.
Yeah, like if you want it. Yeah, the requirement is if you want to play this style, you have to play everything this style, and it's like that doesn't hurt when you're doing like Plague nearly as much, and it's okay for Scryer, but like Scryer battle line, I don't know. Everyone tells me they love the Storm Fiends, and I'm kind of hit and miss on them.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them, especially in their current incarnation. So.
Oh yeah, if I was able to stack 3 of the same weapon, I'd be super happy. I'd be like, these guys are the best.
Yeah, and I used to do like 2 flamers, 1 rattling gun. So I did a mix still,
Yeah,
but
that'd be great.
yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, no. Nowadays, I don't know. I think that when they did all of the what makes it battle line, when they put the and in there, that's where they failed us, because it should have been like, if your general is Scryer, then Storm Fiends become battle line. So you could have like 1 Clan Rat, 1 Storm Fiend, or like mix. So it was just total of 3. Or if your general is Pestilence, then monks become battle line. So now I could do like 1 unit of monks and 2 things of Clan Rats and satisfy that or something.
Yeah, totally. That'd have been great. But yeah, the fact that it's like, okay, cool, your whole army has to be this, and it's like, this isn't even possible anymore, you know?
Yeah. Well, and it's funny, when a book first came out, I think a lot more things were possible, and now with some of the points changes, the multiple points changes that the book's seen, there's just a few things that have become less possible, like running a, like when it first came out, you could run the full Pestilence battalion with the monks, and then you could also do the battalion with the catapults, and do all that in one list. And right now, you'd be pretty hard pressed to do that with the increase to the monks' prices.
Yeah, but the monks kind of deserved it. They were Gucci.
They were Gucci. I feel that since they nerfed the War Scroll again, that they should lower the price personally. So.
Yeah, I agree. I think they took too many nerfs. They're still good, but
yeah, they are. They're not terrible, but they're not great either. And they were one of the biggest punches in the whole thing. So, we'll see. Though I shouldn't talk. I haven't really ran them since the nerf in December, so it's not like
yeah, I haven't really even looked into that Pestilence too much because that's not the style I wanted to go for. Like,
right.
I'm not a Phantom Nerf roll, and I was like, cool, if these exist, but I'm not gonna touch them. But I still do kind of want some of the other stuff just to play around with other ideas in the army. But I'm trying to go primarily or extremely heavily Scryer right now, and
right.
I have been having a blast with it.
Nice.
Unintended.
Yeah, it's still pretty wacky. It's got enough of the variability that there's a little bit of stress going into your own turn.
The thing that surprises me in almost every game and always surprises my opponents is just the amount of kill power my army generates. It's just absurd. But then the problem is I don't have really any good answers to take objectives at the moment with my list, because the battle line is Stormfiend and Acolytes. So it's like, cool, I managed to kill about 30 of your models in an objective. I'm going to charge with 3 models,
Yeah.
So I don't have more models than you. Great.
Well, that is the problem. That's why you need the Clan Rats. You still need the bodies on the table, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what the Clan Rats are going to fill in. So the plan is I'm going to change some of my list up. I want to get that unkillable Warp Seer and Clan Rats.
Okay.
The problem is Clan Rats, they need some sort of bravery buff. Otherwise, they're just going to vaporize themselves, essentially.
Yeah, so you can go with the unkillable version of the Warp Seer, and he does have the command point thing to where he can make it a 26-inch bubble. I'd like to run him with, instead of going the unkillable version, which gives him the extra feel no pain, I like to run him with the Snout Grovel Robe. So he has his own 13-inch bubble of Battle Shock immunity, and then can pop the 26 when necessary.
Oh, that's pretty useful. In general, though, most games I'm not too hurting for command points in general, because the Scry doesn't really have any command abilities that you need to pop it for. So most of the time I'm just using it for the auto pass morale, but right now that's not even a thing either. Because my squad sizes are so small, it's like, cool, they're dead anyways. So
yeah, they're either no problem or they're dead, right?
Yeah, because right now my list consists primarily. I'm doing the Ending Coven stuff. Just that way my army is extremely low drop count, so I can control who gets first turn.
Mm-hmm.
And that's played a lot for me. I mean, I am paying a bit of a tax for it, but with the points drop, it's not too horrible, I think. But Jeremy disagrees on that. But I agree with him too, because like that is a whole other warp lightning cannon theoretically bring. But this means that I don't get mitigated on my first turn. I don't get double turned. Things like that.
Right, I hear you. Yeah, and it's one of those things, like, if it's working for you, who's to say that it's bad, right?
Right. But yeah, like right now, I'm running the Gas Cloud Chokelong, which I'm having a hilarious amount of fun with, because every time Acolytes actually manage to get shots into something, it just does so much damage.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
2 squads of 10 Acolytes, 2 squads of Storm Fiends with the Rattling Cannon, Shock Gauntlets, and Plague Wind Launchers.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm also running the required Arc Warlock. And then I'm running 2 Warlock Bombardiers. I'm running the Lightning Cannon Engine Covenant as well.
Okay, sure.
So the Warp Lightning Cannon's power is D6 minus 1. Which, if you look at it from a mathematical standpoint, the odds of me rolling a 6 are now literally 0% chance. The odds of me getting a 1 is now the 32% chance. So, actually, yeah, rolling a 1 would be 32% chance. So
No, 1 in 32, right?
No, because it's you roll 1 die and subtract 1.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
So now, if I roll a 1 or a 2, I'm getting that essentially roll of a 1.
Yeah, okay.
Which means 36% of the time, I'm doing straight up 6 mortal wounds to something, or 12 if I overcharge.
Nice.
And then I have no chance of doing the worst case scenario. And then I also run, on the side, 2 or 3 Rattling Guns, depending on the points for everything, and then I run a Vermintide, and I get like the extra command point. And Rattling Guns have just been hilarious because I take the Overseer of Destruction on my Arc Warlock. So basically they move 6, shoot 12, they get 2d6 shots, and then double it because I'll overcharge them 99.99% of the time. And then they reroll all failed to hits, hitting on 4s, winning on 4s, rend 1, and then I'll also give them the Warp Stones more often than not. So
Okay.
they're 2 damage a pop.
Right.
And doing that to someone 3 times just clears out so much stuff. And then that's just the Rattling Guns that went, who are, I think, like 80 points a pop now, or 60 points?
Yeah. Yeah, their only real issue is their range, I think.
Yeah, because they only have theoretically an 18-inch threat, but in AOS, that's plenty in most cases. Most people are going to be running up the board anyways at you.
True.
You can't really play AOS sitting back.
Yeah, and of course you still have your gnaw holes, which, people are either doing something to deal with them, or you are running around where you want. So one way or another, they're working for you.
Yeah, most mods actually, I don't use the gnaw holes in my games to teleport around. I use them just as a distraction, and I'm 100% okay if someone wastes literally anything to put back there.
No, yeah, same here. I rarely, like, a teleport is 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 games to actually use them to teleport. Mostly it's the buff aura, the, shall we say, shooting debuff, or, as you said, the distraction. Like, a lot of times I'll throw them down in people's backfield, even 2 of them, and, like, force them to deal with both of them. And now the thing is, if you don't deal with them, I will still take advantage. So it's one of those things where it is a distraction, but it's a distraction that you still have to deal with.
Yeah, and the thing for me is, like, the only units that really benefit, unless I'm doing some cheeky combinations, is the Storm Fiends, because nothing really has the range of my army to benefit from popping out.
Mm-hmm.
I have used them before, where I put, like, 2 in my backline, and I put a unit of Jezzails by 1.
Oh, okay.
That's the other thing I'm running, is I'm running 6 Jezzails. Can't believe I forgot about them. So I put 6 Jezzails by 1, like, really on the far back side of my board, but I make sure the other one has, like, space in front of it, towards the enemy that's open. So sometimes an opponent outdrops me and they're like, cool, I'll give you first turn. I'll be neat, and then use that jump through the gnaw hole with the Jezzails to snipe an important character of theirs. Just right off the board. Because they have a 30-inch range, and if you have the gnaw hole pretty much all the way up, they could. So 3 inches from board edge or 9 inches from board edge or whatever it is. They jump out 6. They now have, you know, like 39 to 42 inch range depending.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna be bumping off someone. And it's like, oh, is that important to you? Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, that's what I like Giselle's for. And the funny thing is, they got to roll hot, but they always seem to roll hot. So
in theory, like it depends on how you play them. Like if I really want something dead, I'll hit them with more.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 6 shots each, rerolling to hit, rerolling to wound, and then any 6s to hit do 2 mortal wounds, and then anyone that doesn't mortal wound is Ren 2, and then I also give them the warp stone. So then there are 3 wounds each.
Oh.
Yeah. So they're very likely to kill stuff. There's very few situations where they actually haven't fully sniped people out. Like games where they've killed Ark in the Black in one go.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty much the only ones they won't is any super beefy boys. You know, like they won't kill Kratos in one turn. They won't kill Archeon in one turn.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Not with the number you have, at least. But yeah. But still, any small character is freaking toast.
Oh yeah.
Even medium characters or elite units, probably you can decimate them.
Oh yeah, and then also like, oh, is that your I can't remember the name off the top of my head. The support guys for OBR, the crawler guys, right?
Oh right.
Collector boys. Yeah, that guy's dead. Just gotta shoot him right off the board.
Yeah, we're just like, we'll get rid of that now.
Yeah, so, and I enjoyed them. I'm also enjoying my acolytes a lot, despite their total lack of survivability. They're decently priced, and then because I have them in a gas cloud choke bomb, you get to reroll insta hit as long as they're within 13 of the Arc Warlock or their Warlock, which isn't hard to do. And even though their throw range is only like, I can't remember off the top of my head, like 6 or 8 inches.
Yeah,
it's 6 improvement.
Or 9 maybe.
Yeah, and then you spend the CP to make them auto run 6 if needed. So the threat range is chunked up a lot, and then you throw, you know, if you really want to warp stones on them, so their damage becomes D3+1. You get more of them. I've suicided so many of my units in my game just to do massive levels of damage.
Nice.
Like
yeah, and they seem like a unit that's suited for that. I mean, like you said, they're such a glass cannon, but boy, when they hit, they can do some nice, nasty stuff.
Well, the other thing is they're relatively cheap point-wise, which means you could theoretically FUD the board with them if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I guess.
They're 5 for 60.
And you're using conversions of some kind, right?
Yeah, so I got the this is Alex's suggestion. It's actually really solid. You get the Blood Bowl kit from the Skaven guys.
Oh yeah.
And you use them because they come on 32 mil bases, which is the right size for them actually. And then what I did is I went a step further than what Alex suggested. I ended up buying Anvil Industry backpacks for them that are basically that they sell as a off kit for Sisters of Battle.
Okay.
And then I actually have these airsoft TVs that are green and translucent.
Oh.
So I'm currently in a conversion project with them to get them done.
That sounds pretty cool.
I've been kind of a slacker and now have more time.
Yeah, I hear you. Any pressure I had to get stuff done before RCW is not pressure.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it. Like, I'm extremely sad, but I mean, free tickets to OFCC kind of balances out, and then now I have more time to make better stuff. Like, the list I'm running, it's killing. We're both probably going to be dead by the end of the game, but you're going to win more often than not by points against any competent list or player, because my army is severely lacking in certain board control capabilities. But because I'm working on other stuff, I might have a better army ready, like better competitive army ready.
Oh, really? Okay. Now, when is OFCC?
I don't know, like August, I think.
Oh, okay.
Maybe later. It's a ways off.
Right. Yeah, because I guess technically I have a ticket to that too. Then I guess that's how it's going to go.
Yeah.
And I have to rebook my airfare before the end of the year too. So.
Yeah, that sucks. Larry was actually very upset. He was excited to see you.
Yeah, believe me, Donna and I are pretty much not happy about it either. We were very much looking forward to our trip up there. It's been a while. Definitely need a vacation, so good to see everybody. What's that?
Now you got a state-mandated staycation.
Yeah, state mandated nonetheless. How exciting. Let's see, is that... So these little packets of stuff in here. Extra goodies, as it were.
Oh, nice. So yeah, like, I played a game a couple weeks back against a Ogre Maw Tribes player. And it is a good example of how much damage my army actually does. So he managed to double turn me without me really doing much damage to him. Like, I got turn 1. I killed off 2 of his, I can't remember the cannons that they get. Not the small cannon boys, but the big cannon boys.
Yeah, okay. I know which ones you mean, at least. I don't know what they're called.
Like stone horn cannons or stone tusk. I have my phone, I can check it, but
yeah.
It's the guys with the big cannons, not the lead belchers.
Okay, yeah.
I managed to take out 2 of them on turn 1. And that was pretty much all the damage I did. And then he double turned me. And then on my following response to his double turn, I was down to my Warp Lightning Cannon, 2 Rattling Guns, my Warlock Bombardiers, my Arc Warlock, and like 4 Giselles and 10 Acolytes. That's all I had left on my list, right?
Wow.
I did 88 wounds to him.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Here, let me show you how you swing a game.
Well, I still ended up losing, but, like, the game ended up, like, because I got double turned, you know, I needed the status quo to go, and I would have been fine, but because of the double turn, it definitely swings the game. But, like, that's a good example of how much damage my army outputs for, you know, as an anecdotal evidence.
Right.
As good as that is.
I mean, you know, even before, that's what my scryer list was always like. It's like it either comes in and does so much damage that it just basically breaks the back of your army and the game is over, or it doesn't and it loses.
Yeah, that's the problem I have transitioning from 40k to AOS, is in 40k, if you did that equivocal damage to someone on turn 2, it's game over. Like, there's no coming back from it because the way objectives are scored. Whereas in AOS, it's like, cool, I did 88 wounds, but that objective that is still 36 inches away from my closest model will be yours for the rest of the game.
Right. Oh, yeah, or you did this cool teleport trick that lets you always have it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons well, that's why I'm trying to fit in a Gracier for Skitterleap.
Nice. So you have your own little shenanigans.
Also, there's a funny shenanigans I really do like that people do, is they'll take a Gracier and then put a novel like in the right spot, like in the enemy's lines, and then they'll use that Gracier to Skitterleap to the novel.
Yep.
And then they'll 3 dice something big, kind of like Purple Sun or something, and then they go back through the novel.
Yes. That is the classic trick, actually.
Yeah. Someone did that to me using Old Seraphon, where they did pretty much the same thing, to a degree, using the teleport abilities and a Skink Priest.
Oh, okay.
It's like, well, that's fun.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and it's cool. It's also a pretty well-known trick, so it's going to limit what you accomplish with it.
I mean, it's one of those tricks that's, despite it being well known, it's not really stoppable. Like, because you have the ability to place nozzles outside of a range, and if it just ends up creating this whole nullified zone of counter deployment, I'm not going to argue against that. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh darn. Okay, cool. Thanks for putting nothing near this nozzle.
Yeah, I hear you.
So.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Another good anecdotal events was when me and Larry did the team tournament. Larry brought basically, like, we were writing our list to pair together. And it's like, cool, I'm gonna run my Scryer thing. I'm gonna do the usual thing I have been doing. What I really lack is board control and bodies. And he goes, cool, what's the best way we could do that? Well, we could run 1,000,000 zombies. So that's what we did. He ran a unit of 60 zombies, a unit of 10 zombies, and then a unit of, I think it was 20 Grimcast Reapers.
Nice.
And then a Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon.
That is a great use of team rules there.
Yeah, so he was basically the wall that people couldn't pass, and I was just the behind the lines. I'm gonna murder everything.
Yeah, right.
And it was it was really good. So, point case in that one was he had his 60 zombie wall get charged by a unit of 30 Daughters of Cain of Hagnar fully buffed up, and then another unit of 20 Daughters of Cain of Hagnar into that 60 zombie unit blob, right?
Right.
It survived, barely. And then on our turn, with my 1,000 point Skaven list, which was there's two 10-man acolytes, one 6-man Giselle squad, and like 3 rattling guns.
Okay.
And a 1 lightning cannon. I managed to kill out. I think it was like the whole 30-man was down to 2 guys, and the 20-man was dead.
Wow.
Yeah. And the response throughout the whole tournament was pretty much they kind of played into our plans of, hey, hit the zombies, and they did. And then it's like, neat. Skaven are free play.
Yeah, exactly.
We played against a cities list that actually really scared us. So cities and
Oh yeah, because they could shoot over your zombies, but once you get them engaged, yeah.
Well, it was a hammer, whatever. It's the one that gets all the casting, right?
Okay.
So they brought that, and they brought KO, and it was the new KO. And it was actually pretty scary because the guy misread his rules a little bit, but that's kind of AOS for the most part in wargaming is you gotta trust your opponent.
Yeah.
The whirlwind spell that the cities get, and he said he threw through the pendulum, or not the pendulum, through the spell portal.
Okay.
And he said, "Oh yeah, I just pick a unit within this range. It hits all the models in the unit." The actual spell is you pick a unit within range, and then you hit all models in range of that spell.
Right. Yeah, I know that.
So instead of hitting everyone in the unit, it's hitting however many guys in range. We said it was everyone, so we just said sure. What, you sure? He's like, yeah. It's like okay. So he did, and it's on 4 people deal mortal wound. So his 60 zombies on 4 up, so he lost 30 zombies right there.
Oh shit.
It didn't make a difference actually, because they did manage to kill all the zombies in 1 turn. And guess what Larry did? Because he was playing Legions in the Gash.
Oh, he summoned them back.
He just summoned them all right back.
Nice.
So they're like, wait, you bring them all back? We're like, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, in fact, I was hoping you would kill them so I could do this.
Yeah, it got to a point where it's like, me and Larry just looked at each other and said, they're dying, right? And Larry's like, yeah, they're dying. Because we had the choice of, saving them from battle shock, but once you get past a certain point, they're just going to battle shock away if you don't stop them.
Right.
And it was like, why would we spend the 1 point to save 20 when we can just let them die and spend the 1 point to get 60?
Yes.
So they battle shocked away the remaining couple of them. And then almost every one of our games, funny enough, was, with the exception of our first game, was we're just going to pick on this one person and annihilate them and then do a 2v1.
Oh, nice.
And our opponents did that for us almost every time. Like, we didn't intentionally do that. That's just how it became. Because, the game against the Daughters of Cain, their ally was Cities of Sigmar. But they were so far back, they weren't in the fight until turn 2 or 3.
Oh, right.
So we just focused out, literally, the 50 Witch Elves of the Daughters of Cain. And now the Daughters of Cain player was so hampered they didn't really contribute anything after the fact,
Right.
Same for that Cities player. He brought Soulscream Bridge, dropped in a bunch of Thunderers and that whole, super death shooting squad combination that they do. I forget exactly what it is, but it's like 3 characters, the Huracanum, or I think he might have brought the Luminard. I don't know, it was the Huracanum because the opponents was the hit, I guess, right? So they did all that stuff. All the while, the Overlords were just so far away they weren't contributing initially. So we just focused that down and went, cool, neat, easy pog.
Yeah, and that's kind of a bad play on their part, either designing a list that can't support itself or not deploying themselves in a way to where they can mutually support.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they could have. I just don't know why he didn't, the Caradon Overlords. I mean, what ended up happening is the Caradon Overlords ended up spending a lot of the time fighting against Grimghast Reapers, and it's like we kind of threw them over there to die anyways because we'll just bring them back later if we need them.
Right.
You know, so it was a distractionary tactic that worked. The first game we had, the players had better synergy overall. It was Blades of Corn and the Nurgle, whatever they're called. I forget. The ones with the trees.
Oh yeah, that's just a regular Nurgle, Rotbringers, whatever.
Yeah, he brought a bunch of Blight Lords. Was his strategy.
Oh, okay, nice.
Or Blight Kings or whatever they're called, and it's actually pretty good because they're pretty tanky. But the thing that hurt him a lot was they explained the rules to us. I'm like, okay, cool. So your army hinges on basically 2 characters supporting you, and he's like, yes. I'm like, okay. Which is the one that lets you throw skulls and do range attacks? This guy. Okay. He's getting Giseled right now.
Oh, yeah.
He's dead.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, cool. Now we don't have to worry about any range shooting from either side at all. So now we're just gonna let the Skaven do their thing. And the zombie wall held extremely well against essentially 2,000 points of Blight Kings and Blades of Corn. Just by model placement, the terrain, and just the way things worked out. And the problem was they just weren't killing nearly enough because how we placed the grave sites. Larry was able just to regenerate so many guys per turn, and then we're just chunking out. You know, when you lose 3 or 4 Blight Lords and then another 2 run away, that's a lot of hurt.
Yeah, well, they're expensive too, so that of course.
Yeah. They called it turn 2 on that game.
Oof.
Yeah. This is the game before lunch, so they're like, let's just go get lunch instead. And it's like, yeah, because they didn't do any summoning against us because the game was that quick, and they just kind of saw it as like, well, we're taking so much damage, even if we did do summoning, we don't think we can come back from this. And it's like,
yeah, and Nurgle has to build up to the good summoning anyways. It's not like quick summoning.
And because the Larry's army has high enough mobility, and he doesn't care about mortal wounds on himself that much, he has the ability to just shut down all the stuff he gets from summoning with Nervo with the whole board control and the trees and all that.
Right.
Larry'd be like, okay, cool, I take damage from near a tree on a die roll? Yeah. Okay, cool, I'm just going to put some zombies over there.
Well, I'm always surprised by how many people, overreact. They're like, oh, okay, I'll stay away from the tree. Don't want to take that mortal wound. It's like, yes, please, stay away from the tree. Allow me to get more summoning points.
Then allow you to get D3 more summoning points. You know, it's not... It's also a chance to do mortal wound. It's not consistent either, right?
No,
it's
that's what I'm saying. It's like
5 up or something.
Yeah, it's a risk of a mortal wound versus guaranteed I'm going to be getting more summoning points.
Yeah, and I think shutting down summoning is a pretty good strategy in, I'd say, 95% of games.
Yes, shutting down summoning's good. I actually recently ran the Nurgle's Menagerie list that basically I get a new tree at the beginning of every turn. So by turn,
that's good.
So it starts off, you get your normal tree, and then you take Horticlux Slimuck, so you get a tree from him. And then that first turn, I got it 7 points, so I was able to summon a third tree. So going into turn 2, I put down another tree. So basically, beginning at turn 2, I have 4 trees. So it's 4d3 plus the 6. So it's at that point, you're starting to summon some pretty good stuff. I had I think it was my third turn, I had enough to summon a Guo. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, speaking of summoning shenanigans, there's a person who plays Slanesh, and it's like, man, I really hate being able to kill off 2 Keepers of Secrets, and then, hey, look, here's the third one.
Right?
It's like, what?
Yeah, they so messed up with that, in my opinion. Like, it was like the summoning for them was strong, and then they toned it down, and then they just buffed it right back up again.
Yeah, I think that was either an intentional case of GW money grab, which, is the more cynical version of me, or the more likely choice in my mind is left hand doesn't know what right hand is doing, and that's pretty typical of GW.
Yeah, I would vote more in that direction as well.
Because, I mean, another good example is you look at the Zinj book coming out, the KO book coming out with such great disparity between the power level of both books, and then them writing the designer commentary, and then an FAQ that directly contradicts the designer commentary right after.
Right.
There's just more signs that left hand doesn't know what right hand is doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that. And especially when we start looking at, what buffed Slanesh back up was a White Dwarf article anyway, so another classic place where, random White Dwarf untested rules jack shit up. In fact, like I'm of this mind nowadays of like maybe, just not even allowing White Dwarf stuff in tournaments. Like, no, that's it. If it's White Dwarf, it's just not, doesn't count.
Yeah, it's weird for me to think it's a good idea to ban stuff. Like, I've always been a fan of, like, Forge World and stuff, and, like, White Dwarf generally isn't too bad, because, like, they're the ones that kept Sister Codexes coming out for the most part.
Sure.
They do a lot of things that help rebalance armies quite often. But, yeah, it's not like White Dwarf is the easiest accessible rule set either, you know what I mean?
Well, and a good example is when they came out with the Assassins,
Right.
Everybody...
I think it's a good, like, release test bed for stuff, but I don't think tournaments should allow it unless it's, like, officially released in another capacity,
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the accessibility, because that would be the actual sort of auspices under which I would decide that you can't use it. Like, nope, sorry, due to lack of accessibility, we're gonna have to not allow this at the tournament.
Yeah, because I mean, the rulebook's a rulebook, and rulebooks are relatively easy to come by, and Piracy's real. I mean, Piracy's real for the White Dwarf's realm, but it's a limited run printing of something.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can't always get White Dwarf, that's for sure. And the more ones with popular rules and stuff like that almost always sell out. So it's like even lower probability, unless you're already a subscriber, that you're going to get it.
Looking around for my little paperclip I used to unjam my glue bottle, and I have no idea where it is.
The special paperclip is missing.
Yeah, and one of the most useful tools I use.
I hear you, man.
Because I use that blue Loctite bottles, and those always jam up on me.
Right.
But I mean, hey, that's probably the best price you're ever going to get for a big quantity of super glue.
That's for sure. Yeah, I debate between the good price of the big bottles, which so many I'm throwing away the last third of anyways, versus the smaller bottles, which.
Yeah, I got both right now actually, because I do like the squeeze gel that they make too, because I love using that in a lot of situations.
Right, I use that a lot at work.
I also use a lot of magnetization and stuff, like Obelary magnetizes Neferata, so you can swap it to any of the other Mortarks or whatever.
That's cool.
But, yeah, I don't know where it is now. I'd assume it would be by where I last assembled models, right? But it's not. That's exciting. I also transferred all my Marines to 32s finally. Or not all, but big bulk.
Wow, that's impressive.
So, yeah, I had a lot of them, and I was just like, you know what, I want to play Marines now. It's totally unrelated. That they have a strong book.
Well, I was definitely building my new Marine army before the new book gained in popularity. But
I had mine just laying around. I just haven't played it. Like, in general, my urge to play 40k has been waning a lot. I did a team tournament a few weeks back.
Nice.
And here's the funniest thing about it, is that my opinion on the ability to shoot characters in AOS and 40k, I am equally unhappy with, even though it is like two opposite ends of the spectrum. So, a good example is I played against Jeremy with his KO, and he got first turn, and we were playing the scenario in which only heroes that were wizards or had artifacts can control objectives.
Yeah, places of arcane power.
That's it. And turn one, he moved up and sniped all three of my characters.
How fun.
And there's literally nothing I could have done to stop it. Like, I could have deployed really far back. they wouldn't have died, but then I would have 0 capacity to score objectives. All the while he's just sitting on them, continually getting more points. And there's nothing I could have done to protect them other than that, because it is 3 characters being protected by a Lookout Sir and potentially in terrain, you know, so there's nothing I could do about it.
Right.
Alternatively, in the 40k doubles tournament, we played against a guy that brought orcs, and he had 2 shock attack guns on Big Macs, and one of which was the Relic shock attack gun, and of course they get stratagems to bump it up and do things. And that character is 100% untargetable. And the answer other people had was, well, you could just use snipers to kill him. Well, yeah, but then he also has grots nearby, and he has a stratagem to make the grots take the hits.
Yep.
So this is literally a situation of, it's an unkillable killing machine, kind of similar to the whole issue with Chaplain Dreads.
Yeah.
So
you need to put a lot of damage into him to kill everything around him before you have a chance to kill him.
Right, but no army has that capability to put that much sniping, you know what I mean?
No.
Because the rules for 40k say you can't shoot characters unless they're closest.
Yeah, and they have a thing where you can't target the grots, if I remember right, or something too. Or you just hide them.
Yeah, he was hiding them behind terrain, so magic boxes for 40k.
That's it, magic boxes, yeah.
Right. I mean, we did have a lot of barrage, so theoretically we could have targeted the grots and then tried to kill him, but we didn't have any snipers to target the character in the first place, so it was a...
So anyways, I've played against that particular Boxo fun.
Yeah, and all the while, he was, you know, one-shotting rhinos, killing 7 Terminators a turn, you know, just pretty much anything Wonder was like, that's dead, that's dead, that's dead.
Yep.
Okay, your turn. So, I don't know, I'm kind of in a... It's funny to have that switch of opinion so quick of going, man, AOS doesn't have a ways to protect your characters enough, and then in 40k going, man, it's stupid that you can protect your characters with that. I think the rules for protecting characters should only be applicable to support characters, not characters that could do massive amounts of quantitative damage to your opponent, you know?
Yeah, that's a hard one, and normally that's designated by the whole 10 wound rule or the monstrous creature behemoth rule for AOS, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but the thing is, in 40k, I mean, your model doesn't need to be a big model to be able to do a lot of damage, and the same is necessarily true in AOS. It just tends to be true in AOS, you know?
Yeah. Well, AOS tends to be a less shooting-focused game, but that doesn't mean you can't have a shoot-as-hell game in AOS.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the muscle to hit in AOS really is not a lot of a detriment. I mean, it is when you're like, cool, I'm going to try to shoot my fork to hit cannon at you, then yeah, that -1 can make a sizable difference, but in general, that cannon will probably just kill a model anyways if it does hit, you know?
Right. Yeah, damage, bleed over, versus not bleed over. Like, there's some just these little details that, I don't know. When you get too much 40k action in AOS, too much shooty, the game kind of breaks down a little bit. It's like, you know, 40k breaks down a little bit when you start going in the extreme melee direction.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, I've been saying it since this whole edition came out. The way to fix Assault in 40k is just to have damage spillover. And all of a sudden, Assault in 40k is really good.
Yeah.
So, cannot find it. I guess we'll open our new Fingers Blue.
Got that dreaded one piece I can't find.
Oh, that's always the worst with Legos. I haven't played the Legos since I was a kid, but I remember that. You just dump out the whole bag and hope you can find everything.
Yeah. Well, these are all organized in bins by my son before I started, so.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
But I didn't organize them, so who knows where stuff is.
Yeah, it's funny hearing Garrett talk about...
You gotta have your cup of Zija, your cup of vitamins.
Oh, hi, Donna.
Hey, guys. I just did mine. Gotta stay healthy. That's all your vitamins. Gotta drink it all. Deb swears it keeps you good, and I've been doing mine every day, and I haven't gotten sick, so...
Oh, that was disgusting.
Yeah, but you get more, I'll get you more water so you can finish the rest. It keeps you well, baby. It's all vitamins.
That was gross.
Stuff to make your pee expensive?
I guess. I didn't even ask. It was pushed upon me forcibly. I chose not to resist.
Yeah, that's what most people tell me about vitamins, or at least people I know in the medical field, is that the majority of what you take is just going to go straight out through your body anyways and not really support you at all. But
Yeah.
it's one of those situations where it's like, hey, it's not going to hurt me if I do it, and it's only going to help me potentially, so might as well.
Yeah.
Honey.
It only comes into play usually if your body's actually needing something.
Right.
Oops, I put the dog out. Now he's barking.
Yeah, during this time, I'm loving the internet presence of certain people.
Oh yeah.
Just because of current events. Yeah, it's just the things people have been saying online are just absurd. Like friends of friends on Facebook and stuff.
Right. Pretty amazing.
Legitimately, someone said they don't believe this pandemic is real and it's all a hoax fabricated by the Democratic Party.
Wow.
That's not even the end of it. To cover up a sting ring that's going on globally over the Weinstein pedophilia cases and stuff, that they're currently arresting Google officials and Hollywood stars, and anyone that gets sick with corona is just a cover for it, and they're actually arresting.
Well, I can believe that. There's thousands of pedophiles in China that are just getting rounded up.
Right. It's like, so you're telling me the Democratic Party has enough power to convince other countries to fake this? Yes.
That's impressive.
Well, at this point, I welcome our new global overlords, because they obviously constructed that new world order everyone is so concerned about, and
yeah,
they got to unlock.
It's the same thing that I've always said about that kind of stuff. I said we could only wish that there was actually an international elite super group in charge of everything, with driving forward their own agenda. Because the reality is, it's just a bunch of selfish assholes in a fucking world of chaos when no one's in control of what's going on, and that's the real fucking problem. It's like Illuminati. No, I wish if the Illuminati existed, we might have a chance of surviving as a species. But as it is, we're fucking doomed.
Yeah, one global world order that controls pretty much everything. Yeah, that would literally mean there's no strife. I'll take that.
Yes, exactly. It's like, no, how is this a bad thing?
Like, do you know how fast we would progress as a society if were working towards the same goals rather than fighting for resources?
Right? Oh.
This is insane.
Yeah. Somebody actually controlling what, different, groups in different areas. Like, hey, you're going to put your efforts into this, and we're going to accomplish this, and pretty soon we have fucking, Mars colonies and time travel.
I mean, a good example is how fast the medical community came up with a vaccine for corona. I mean, it's still in early stages, and it's not going to actually come out for another year for consumption. But it's like, hey, we identified this virus that's killing people, and we already have a vaccine in the works. There you go.
Let's move forward.
That was actually really quick.
Yeah.
In a 2-month time span, essentially.
Of course, that the fact is that they were also already working on similar strains of vaccines. Apparently the MERS or SARS vaccine or whatever helped them with this.
Yeah, because that's all corona still. Yeah, that's been a fun conversation, explaining to people basic understanding of virology. So there's this guy online. He had an argument the government's known about corona for years. This is not an issue.
Oh, nice.
You can go to your local feed store and buy a coronavirus for your animals. And it's like, yeah, okay, that may be true, but are you aware there's multiple strains of individual viruses?
Yeah.
There's so many uncountable strains that's impossible for us to know about them.
Well, and that's the whole point is we already know that coronavirus did come from animals. Yes, this is a disease that animals get.
I mean, we deal in America. We've dealt with coronavirus in the past. It's just been so minor. Most people identify it as the flu or the cold, and then they just go on their life like nothing, you know.
Yeah, it's just that we now have a particularly nasty strain that's unleashed itself.
Right, and that can happen for the most part in any illness, any viral or bacterial infection.
Yep.
But and then I had to explain to someone else like similar concept. It's like, how do we not know all the viruses that exist? It's like, do you understand how many viruses actually exist?
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, and they're mutating and new ones coming into being, and
yeah, and they're like, well, we knew about Corona. Well, I had explained to them, but not a good analogy, but like the best analogy I could think of was like, well, talking about viruses is a type, so Corona is a type of virus. That's like saying, hey, a type of cat is a lion, a type of cat is a panther,
yes,
a type of cat is your house cat. They're very different, but they're all cats.
They're all kitty cats, yes. On a level, they're all cats.
Yeah. But it definitely needed a brighter terminology to better expand it. Like, oh, hey, these are quadrupeds.
Well, and if you notice, they're trying to call it, like the novel coronavirus, indicating this is not the normal coronavirus; it's a novel coronavirus. So.
Oh yeah, because it's
unusual, novel.
Yeah, this one is the SARS-CoV-2, essentially. It's the upper respiratory infection disease.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man.
Yeah, basically SARS is a test for this for the most part, because that was also the coronavirus.
Yeah, I mean...
that we dealt with something similar literally a decade ago. Or 2 decades? How long ago was SARS? 2004, 2008?
I don't know. 10 years sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, it's 2020, but it sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of lucky that we kind of dealt with something similar. The difference there was the severity of infection was much easier to track. Like right now, they're talking about like how many people have been tested, this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, those are confirmed cases, but how many people are unconfirmed? You know?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, and many people who have gotten it and survived, and no worse the wear, and so it could have been going for a while. So there's all these things. Like I was listening to this virologist talk, and he was like, talking about the possibility of it being part of germ warfare and that kind of stuff. And he's like, no, this is like this is a better virus than we're capable of designing. So it's like this is definitely a natural occurrence kind of a thing.
Yeah, I had to. Someone was confident that this was made in a lab, and it's like, no, this is just a normal thing that can happen. Oh, I had a debate with a guy online because he's like, nah, this was 100% made by mankind. It's like, why do you say that? He's like, because every major outbreak happens every 5 years. And I'm like, that's not true at all.
Yeah, really.
It's like, yeah, they're calling this COVID-19, but it actually happened in 2020. No, it started back in November. That's how they name it. So this is how the naming convention works. Then,
there's no conspiracy on the name, I promise you, dude.
Well, yeah, and he's talking about like every other major illness comes out every 5 years. Like, that's not true at all. Like Ebola and SARS. SARS was 2004, 2008. That's not a 5-year difference.
Yeah, I think he's getting confused with the movies when they came out.
Yeah, right. And then another friend of mine posted a thing referencing the whole Trump speech where every time he refers to it as the Chinese virus instead of Corona.
Oh, right.
And a news article came out relatively recently where a photographer got a snapshot of one of Trump's speeches. And on the speech it says COVID-19 or Corona, and he actually crosses it out and says it's Chinese virus.
Right, I saw that.
So my friend commented regarding that saying, oh, hey, I wish, he would use language that didn't incite xenophobia. And then the guy argued that, well, technically it is a China virus, so it's okay to use this terminology. Like, what about the Spanish flu or stuff like that? And it's like, well, Spanish flu's technical name was, by the medical community, the Spanish flu.
Yeah, well, and also 100 and 10 years ago when people were a little more xenophobic.
The irony is, I actually learned recently, because I did some research just because I like contextual information about things generally.
Oh, nice.
The Spanish flu actually originated arguably in China or France. They're not quite sure.
Oh.
But a lot of sources say China. And it got the name the Spanish flu because that was the only location that actually had freedom of press at the time. And everyone also was suppressing the information of the outbreak.
Oh, interesting. So, because they were the only ones writing about it, so that's...
Yeah. So everyone called it the Spanish flu.
Interesting.
Yeah. And also, yeah, it's just crazy. It's just funny because when you look at it, the medical community's definitely changed in the last 100 years. You know,
Well,
we
sure.
understand microbiology significantly better. Actually, someone put across a video recently that I'm actually happy that I watched. There's a YouTube channel called Curse God or something like that.
Okay.
And I watched his videos a while ago because it talks about the Fermi paradox.
Okay.
And it words a lot better than I can. It's basically the concept of why have we not found something yet in space as far as intelligent life.
Yeah, because at a certain point they go internal, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's either there's this barrier that everyone can't pass and that everyone's getting to it, or we're the first one to potentially reach it, or something along those lines. It talks about those different situations.
Yep.
He recently did one on the coronavirus, and I watched it, and I was like, yep, this is basic information that everyone, for the most part, should know, and it's, for the most part, understanding how stuff works from a high school's perspective of biology.
Nice.
And it's watered down to a point that pretty much anyone that slept through biology would be able to understand this, you know?
Nice.
They also had a related video that was actually talking about bacteriophages.
Oh.
I didn't know this was a thing. So I knew about the issue with like penicillin, because we've been using penicillin pretty much since its discovery to fight bacteria, and I knew about superbugs for like, you know, when you try to fight bugs off, like illnesses.
Well, looks good, honey.
Drugs for fighting off specific viruses or bacteria, that individual virus or bacteria that survives is going to be stronger and more resistant.
Right.
Kind of like the situation that created like super AIDS, right?
Right.
Or people that are like, cool, I'll take my antibiotics, and then they stop a quarter of the bottle left going, I feel better, I don't need to take the rest. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Taking that because you're going to create super bacteria by this.
Yeah, well, basically at that point you've killed all the weak versions of whatever it is, and all that's left is the strong version. So you got to keep going. Got to keep going.
So because of that, of us doing that for over 100 years now, we've kind of hit a point where we're starting to get super bacteria, and it actually had, I think last year there's like 28,000 people that died in the United States from super bacteria.
Wow.
Stuff that's just untreatable, right? So we're looking for alternative means, and the problem is that, as far as I knew, unless we discovered something else that was penicillin-like, we had no answer because penicillin is a relatively new thing. Like, we do have like alcohol and bleach.
Yeah, direct.
You can't really put that in somebody.
No, those are yeah. You can come up with all kinds of direct chemicals to disinfect things, but that isn't something you can use on people ever. So
right.
So that's the challenge.
I've actually been working on these things called bacteriophages or bacteriophages or whatever, and basically what they are is extremely specific viruses that only attack specific bacteria families. And they're so specifically designed, they actually are incapable of harming other types of cells or bacteria.
Until they evolve.
Yeah, well, no, they actually don't evolve. They evolve constantly to only fight a specific bacteria. Like, they've been doing a lot of testing on them, and they're starting to do, like, clinicals, I think.
Sure.
And there's, like, an anecdotal story about this guy that's been in a hospital that has been there for, like, 8 years now or something. And he was, for the most part, untreatable by penicillin and even topical alcohol treatment, and
wow,
for the most part, terminal. So they're like, yeah, we can't do anything about this. So they used him as a test bed for these bacteriophages, and they actually cured him within like 2 days.
Oh, wow.
And basically the premise is you inject this very specific virus that targets this very specific bacteria in your body. And because of the way that they're designed, and it's not like lab grown, these are actually naturally occurring things.
Sure. Well, and there are some
They,
viruses that are used in agriculture and other things like that, so it's not outrageous.
right. And the way they're designed is they only specifically target individual families of bacteria, which means, unlike penicillin that kills all bacteria in your system, good and bad, these are only targeting the ones that are potentially harmful to you. And this is now an issue that solves the penicillin problem, right? But then the question arises, well, technically, wouldn't the bacteria kind of do the same thing that's doing to penicillin, where they gain a natural immunity and get better?
Right.
That is a concern, but at the same time, like you were talking about, these viruses also evolve, and they're kind of in a constant arms race against each other.
Oh, wow.
One other thing that's interesting that's pointed out by it is they studied bacteria that becomes more resistant to the bacteriophages. They become a little less resistant to penicillin.
Oh, interesting.
So the concept is now that in a situation where you have these super bacteria running under your system, you introduce both, and you should be fine. It's a really interesting video talking about it. I can actually send it to you on Facebook. Yeah,
that's interesting. I could see it going like where you're actually kind of almost meta approaching the thing. It's like, well, what is the bacteria? What is its resistance? Now, this one we better throw penicillin at. It's starting to lose its resistance to penicillin. We'll go the other direction. And you're actually kind of doing this very advanced warfare.
Yeah, and it's really, like, in my mind, kind of futuristic. It's like, oh, hey, we have this virus that'll help you get over a bacteria. And it's like, what? I want to share this. There you go. Send it to you, so you can take a look at it whenever you want. But it's an interesting thing that someone found. I'm like, and for me, it kind of makes me feel a lot better just knowing that this progression exists, because learning of penicillin, like when we first found it out, was more or less an accident, like a happy coincidence.
You're still using Google, and I have something to show you.
A war has been raging for billions of years, killing trillions every single day, while we don't even notice. The war is fought by the single deadliest entity on our planet, the bacteriophage, or phage for short.
Unfortunately, this isn't helping viral infections, just bacterial, but...
A phage is a virus, not quite alive, not quite dead.
I like the little scorpion.
They look as if someone made them up. Their head is an icosahedron, a sort of dice with 20 faces and 30 edges. It contains the genetic material of the virus and often sits on a long tail that has leg-like fibers. There are more phages on Earth than every other organism combined, including bacteria. And they are probably everywhere.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well while this is playing.
Oh, yeah.
Billions are on your hands, in your intestines, and your eyelids right now. Which might make you nervous, since phages are responsible for the majority of deaths on Earth. But you're lucky. While they do commit genocide for breakfast, they only kill bacteria. Up to 40% of all bacteria in the oceans are killed by them every single day. But phages also have major flaws. Like any other virus, phages need a host to survive and reproduce. They're not much more than genetic material in a hull, and they specialize. Usually, a phage has chosen one specific bacteria and maybe some of its very close relatives. These are its prey. Imagine a phage as like a cruise missile that only hunts and kills members of one very unlucky family. When a phage finds its victim, it connects its tail fibers with receptors and uses a sort of syringe to puncture the surface. In a weird motion, the phage squeezes its tail and injects its genetic information. Within minutes, the bacteria is taken over. It's now forced to manufacture all the parts of new phages. They only stop when the bacteria is filled up with brand new phages. In the final step, they produce endolysin, a powerful enzyme that punches a hole in the bacteria. The pressure is so high that the bacteria sort of vomits out all of its insides and dies. New phages are released and begin the cycle anew. In the last few years, bacteriophages have enjoyed the attention of the second deadliest beings on Earth, humans. Recently, we've started looking into injecting millions of them into our bodies, because we're sort of getting desperate. We screwed up. In the past, a single cut or a sip from the wrong puddle could kill you. Bacteria were our phages, tiny monsters that hunted us mercilessly. But then, about 100 years ago, we found a solution in nature. By accident, we found fungi that produced a compound that killed bacteria, antibiotics. Suddenly, we had a powerful superweapon. Antibiotics were so effective that we stopped thinking of bacteria as monsters. Only the old and weakest among us were killed by them. We used antibiotics more and more for less and less serious causes. We lost respect for the monsters and the weapon. But bacteria are living things that evolve, and one by one, they started to become immune against our weapons. This continued until we had created what are called superbugs. Bacteria immune to almost everything we have. This immunity is spreading across the world as we speak. By 2050, superbugs could kill more humans a year than cancer. The days when a cut or bladder infection or a cough could kill you or your loved ones are coming back. In the US alone, more than 23,000 people die from resistant bacteria each year. But it turns out that phages, our tiny killer virus robots, could save us. We can inject them into our bodies to help cure infections. Hold on, how can injecting millions of viruses into an infection be a good idea? Phages are very, very specialized killers of bacteria. So specialized, in fact, that humans are completely immune to them. We are too different. We encounter billions of phages every day, and we just politely ignore each other. Antibiotics are like carpet bombing, killing everything, even the good bacteria in our intestines that we don't want to harm. Phages are like guided missiles that only attack what they're supposed to. Wait a minute, if we use phages to kill bacteria, won't bacteria develop ways of defending themselves? Well, it's more complex than that. Phages evolve too. There has been an arms race between them and bacteria for billions of years, and so far, they're doing great. This makes phages smart weapons that are constantly getting better at killing. But even if bacteria were to become immune against our phage, we still might be able to win. It turns out that in order to become resistant to even just a few species of phages, bacteria have to give up their resistance to antibiotics. We might be able to trap them in a catch-22. This has already been successfully tested with a patient who had no other hope left. The bacteria Pseudomonas aeruginosa, one of the most feared bacteria, infected the man's chest cavity. They are naturally resistant to most antibiotics and can even survive in alcoholic hand gel. After years of suffering, a few thousand phages were directly inserted into his chest cavity together with antibiotics the bacteria were immune to. After a few weeks, the infections had completely disappeared. Unfortunately, this treatment is still experimental, and pharma companies are still reluctant to invest the necessary billions in a treatment that has no official approval yet. But things are finally changing. In 2016, the largest phage clinical trial to date began, and phages are getting more and more attention. And we better get used to it, because the era in which antibiotics have been our superweapon is drawing to a close. It might be a weird concept, but injecting the deadliest being on planet Earth directly into our bodies could save millions of lives. This video was made possible by a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Bill Gates
If
Foundation.
you'd like to support Kurzgesagt, you can do so on patreon.com/Kurzgesagt and get fancy things in return.
Yeah, interesting, right?
That is very interesting. Let's see here. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that is very cool. Interesting stuff. I like the idea of it too, kind of resetting the antibiotics for us, if it were, because definitely need something to go along those lines too.
Yeah, because just straight up antibiotics, I mean, great as they are, it's kind of creating a worse issue at the same time as it's creating a better issue, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Or already, I think we're already well past that. I know that a
Yeah.
lot of the more milder ones just don't even do anything nowadays. Some of the last time I've taken antibiotics, which has been years actually, but man, some of the stuff I was taking was like so nasty, like it just was foul on your tongue and even.
Yeah, because as far as my understanding, antibiotics are all based on penicillin, so.
Are they? Just some sort of chemical variation of it.
Yeah, I believe so, because I don't think that there's anything else that we use, because like we said before, there's, bleach and alcohol, but you can't really put those in your body.
Yeah, those aren't an antibiotic. Those are a disinfectant.
Everything. Yeah. Yeah, they kill everything, so.
Okay.
Oh, I just thought about it. You're coming up for OFCC now at this point.
Yep, exactly.
You still have clan rats and stuff?
I do.
Ooh, I might hit you up to borrow some stuff.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm not doing is hauling an army. Well, we'll see how it goes this summer.
Oh. Oh yeah, you were planning on borrowing an army when you
Exactly.
got here,
It's like, here, let me borrow an army so I can haul an army for someone else.
right?
Not that I'm super averse to the idea, but
Yeah, it probably won't be a whole army. It'll probably just be like a unit or two.
yeah, that's what I'm
Depending on
saying.
how
It's
much
if
stuff
we're
you
talking
sell,
like
then.
throwing the 40 or 60 clan rats in a thing isn't like hauling a whole army, not a big deal.
No, it didn't be that, because I already have 40 of my own. I just need another 20 to 40 depending on what I choose to do with them.
Nice.
I don't, because the thing is, like, for me, what I'm looking at for options for the clan rats is they're not there to do any killing. They're barely there to survive. They're just there for board control and stupid harassment.
Sure. And they're more survivable than people expect, so they're not that bad. But to get
Yeah,
them
there are a lot of
to kill stuff, you definitely need to throw some kind of buffage on them. Like they're not killing shit on their own.
No, but I mean that's why I have all the scryer stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's your killie.
Yeah, we already talked about the kill potential that Maramy has currently, and the odds are I'll end up dropping the Storm Fiends for the Clan Rats is what I'll end up losing, other than the required Storm Fiends I kind of have to bring based off those battalions.
Right.
Because for me, in most games, the Storm Fiends aren't the ones doing the bulk of the damage by far. Usually it's the Acolytes, the Rattling Guns, the Lightning Cannons, the characters.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Storm Fiends are just there to be a wall that someone has to go through.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, they're going to do some work.
Yeah, and it's also, they're a little bit of psychological warfare too, because a lot of people have the concern about Storm Fiends.
They've had the bad touch.
Yeah, and to me, they're actually not that scary unless they psych well. Like, I've done a unit and I've given them Vigor Dust Injector and more War Power. And then they hit like a truck in melee, but I'm also doing 2d3 mortal wounds to myself on my next tier phase.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I also am running Shock Gauntlet, so unless you get those 6s to hit, they're not that crazy good. So, kind of balances out a little bit.
Let's see here. What did I miss? There we go. Yeah, so that should be fun. OFCC. Like I said, I think they redid it for July or sometime in there. And I originally saw Jeremy had put July 4th for Rose City Wrath, but I think that's changed.
Yeah, I think it's just Rose City Wrath and OFCC are now just being rolled into one. That's my understanding. Which I mean is fine. You know, you bought a ticket for one GT or a main event, you're getting a ticket for another.
Yeah, I'm unconcerned. Mostly I just wanted to head up there and have fun, so either way, that will be accomplished.
Well, you're more than welcome to come up regardless of events.
Oh.
I know the event's a good excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Helps, but...
let's see, is that... go the other way now? Yeah, it does.
Yeah, the clan rats almost be using to tie down units because I saw a strategy that some people use with their clan rats for when they play like heavy scryer, and I just looked at it and went, "Oh, you mean that thing people used to do in 8th edition fantasy that everyone hated? Nice. I'm glad it still exists."
Nice. Yeah, and they have surprising mobility too, so that's a thing that always catches people off guard.
Yeah, and the strategy basically is you have your unit of 20 clan rats or whatever the number is, and you charge them into someone's killer unit, potentially a multi-model unit, not a single model. Like, you don't want to run them into like a zombie dragon, but you'd want to run them into like Earthguard Berserkers is a good example. Right?
Okay.
And what you do is when you complete your charge, you have only one of your model on the farthest end of their unit. And then you have a few other models behind yours that are still within range of them, but not enough to give your opponent extra attacks.
Right.
And then you just have the blob of the unit outside of combat, essentially.
Oh, yeah,
so
I didn't...
the enemy
Yeah, I do that all the time, dude.
Yeah.
That is...
Yeah.
I thought that was standard operating procedure with those guys. And I tell you what, it's funny, you do stuff like that, and you tag a corner of a unit with one model, you set up these charges, and people are like, wait, what? You're doing what? Because they'll often look like you're going somewhere else with them, and all of a sudden you're like, send a finger out to do this, a finger out to do that. Yeah, I love it.
Yep. Yeah, and then they're not going to kill you that much because they're only getting like a guy swinging.
Exactly. It takes them a turn or two to get you engaged.
On top of that, if they kill enough, you just keep pulling out the right models, and you're going to keep them locked in combat forever with their super unit that's not going to be able to do anything about it.
Yep. Yeah, it's again, it's beautiful. That's the attrition game, the bait and switch game, the runaway game. Like that is where Skaven really still shines. In fact, that would be something I would want to run. Is not only do I wish I had more clan rats. Like for me, if I could run, like I need 80 more clan rats, but to run 200 clan rats and then the rest all big characters, I think you could do a lot of work with that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, yeah, Skaven's by far not a horrible army, but I mean, there's a lot of the book that's not good, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of the book is not good. Good way to put it. There is a normal battle tome's worth of good stuff, and then there's the rest of the stuff that make it a big giant battle tome.
Right, and I mean, Skaven does have so many war scroll options. It's basically its own Grand Alliance, you know, compared to other factions.
Sure. I mean, you could say that as we start talking about the clans and all that. Like, they could have done it that way. There could have been, 6 Skaven battle tomes, and, each different clan is its own faction. Like, that would have been a very interesting way to go. But I think they've always been part of Chaos, so...
Yeah, they definitely are Grand Alliance Chaos, but the problem is their allying capability is almost non-existent.
Yeah. The very narrow band where you can add in some Nurgle demons is about it.
Yeah, that's the downside. Oh, that's the guy I'm trying to put that on. Alright. I was just looking at the instructions real quick to find how you're supposed to mark which one's the claw lord or whatever, they're the squad leader.
Yeah, I usually give him the better sword.
Better sword?
Well, yeah, there's a cooler sword you can give him.
Yeah, the kid shows a cleaver. I'm looking for the better sword. They all look pretty similar. That one looks better.
Yeah, there's one. Let's see. Do I have any guys in here? Maybe.
Yeah, the little kit that the suggestion for the squad leader guy is a little helmet crest you put on him.
Oh yeah, that's it. There's the helmet crest guy too, huh?
Yeah.
I don't think I did that. I think I gave mine a fancy sword, but I may have used the sword from the claw leader kit or something.
Yeah, I don't have anything. This is the first set of stuff I got that's non-Scryer.
Yeah, actually, at one point I was at Nova, and there's that bits guy, and I was like digging through the bits bag or bits box, and I found this bag that's just like all kinds of bits, heads and weapons and arms and all kinds of shit, and it's kind of my go-to for Skaven random building stuff.
Oh yeah, I did some green stuff work on one of my. So I kind of got screwed over a little bit, but that's okay. It's not doable. I bought 3 Warlock Bombardier models.
Okay.
Months ago, and they were limited release at the time because they came out in that starter kit. So I had to buy them on eBay. So I paid a little bit more than what they cost to buy now because they came with the kits recently for $30 a pop. I paid about $50. That's not horrible, but I have 3 of them, and because I'm doing the Arcspark Voltic and the Gas Colored Chokelong and stuff, I kind of wanted a way to differentiate them, and also I kind of wanted them to look different than one another.
Sure.
Having identical characters kind of is lame. I ended up swapping out one of the heads on one of them with the ventilator gas masks that come in the Nightclaw catapult kit.
Oh yeah, okay, sure.
And to hide the murder of my conversion, I gave them kind of like a green stuff hood. But the green stuff hood ended up being a little bit kind of like thick when you look at it after the fact. And now I just call that my babushka rat.
My babushka rat.
It looks like a babushka lady to me.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of the classic Warlock engineers, and then at one point I started collecting the Skaven metal characters, so I have like all these different sort of alternate sculpts and different metal. I guess they're not Warlock engineers, they're Arch Warlocks, but I have a bunch of different Arch Warlocks too.
Oh, the old ones, yeah, because the new Arch Warlock kit is just Ilkit Claw.
Yeah. I have the Ilkit Claw, but there was a few different ones. And it's mostly like variations on how it's loading the alternate weapon or what the alternate weapon looks like.
Yeah, that is one big thing I did notice, because I used to play Edition Fantasy a bit, going to AOS, is there was a big purge of models.
Oh yeah, huge purge. I mean, there's like, I have a bunch of like plague priests. I have like 5 different metal plague priests and a bunch of other just like random Skaven characters that I have no idea who or what they are, but they don't exist anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah, it kind of makes me sad. Like, I mean, I like diversity of models. Like, if I could have GW make 3 different Warlock Bombardier kits or multi-post kits, I'd be so much happier, but, you know, I understand.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is I want I'm with you. I want multiples of the single sculpt, or I want something that I can pose and do stuff with. Like, I think a good example is, grab these guys here. I recently was building some Sisters of Battle, and at the same time, the custom order build or print or cast order whatever from GW comes up for these Inquisitors, and so I got these 3, which are basically the same monopose Inquisitor. But you can see just like the only variation is the weapons there. But it's all the 3 Queen Elizabeth looking ones.
Yeah,
focus.
Yeah, because the stream's a little bit behind, but
yeah.
I'll see it in a minute.
You'll see it in a minute. Yeah, so anyway, so it's like the 3 Queen Elizabeth looking chicks. They're all basically the same. One of them has a monocle. They have different left-handed weapons, different right-handed You know, one is a cane, one is a sword, one is a pistol, but you can see where they basically took the exact same sculpt and then swapped some different weapons in, you know, to make these 3 molds.
The thing is, it's a lot easier now because all their design is using computer-aided design instead of some guy actually using, you know, modern clay back in the day.
Right.
So it's much more feasible for them to be like, okay, cool, here's, you know, multi-part kits or swappable parts, and they're moving to plastic for everything, you know what I mean? They don't make computer models that much anymore.
No. Well, I mean, except for like those, which were, I just got them in December.
Well, yeah, I have, so I bought Icket Claw, he's pewter, and I bought 3 Rattling guns, and they're pewter.
Hmm.
And I bought these new a few months ago, and I'm like, either they just have a million of these laying around in a warehouse still, or they're still making these models. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because well, I think they've given up on fine cast, so I don't really see anything fine cast. I think any fine cast you see is actually just laying around in a warehouse, and when they do the new stuff, they're just pouring lead or white metal or whatever the hell that crap is.
Yeah, they're re-pewter. They're going back to pewter for a lot of the fine cast stuff, which is funny. Yeah, the Giselles I actually got were fine cast.
Yeah.
Well, not fine cast. They're resin.
Oh, are they? Because I have some resin or fine cast Giselles too. Let's see.
Yeah, they were pretty good actually. They were a little bit bent, but not horrible. I remember
forever to get this kit too. Yeah, here they are. Warp Lock Giselles. I ordered these and it took like 6 months for them to arrive.
Oof.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See. Okay. You know what? That's interesting. So these use the old monkey rats. So like the old one I was talking about that you can buy as build as single pieces. They build rats that look just like these guys.
Talking about. Yeah, they don't look like rats so much. Like the old sculpts. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because like the Rattling guns look like that too.
Yeah, they got the hunt shoulders and all of that stuff, which is why when I was doing my Chaos Warriors, I got the old school Chaos Warriors that also have the hunt shoulders and put rat tails on them. So basically, all my Chaos Warriors are Skaven guys as well.
That's funny. Yeah, got some old cows still laying around back at my parents' house in California.
Nice.
I never played cows. I just ended up collecting them for other purposes because I never really liked the way. I like the play style. I just don't like the fluff or the theme.
Yeah, I mean.
I built Noise Marines for a little bit, but then they got horribly nerfed immediately in a following thing when they changed salvo rules. I was like, oh, we're done.
Yeah, as I say, I never got into Chaos in 40K, that's for sure.
It's so funny, a Skaven Bellringer model. Alright, yeah, okay. You usually use musicians in an army to signal things. What are you going to use to signal stuff for Skaven? A bell.
A bell. Lots of bells in your Skaven armies. Lots of bells. That's another funny thing, like with the way they've changed the monk war scroll, is they've actually had 3 war scrolls in 2019 for Plague Monks, all 3 of which had you load out the unit with different sets of equipment, like different number of banners and icons. And that's why I'm glad that I didn't adjust after the second one. I didn't adjust after the first one. It's like going in, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to keep all my stuff the way it is. Then they changed it, and I'm like, wow, glad I didn't adjust for the stuff in the book. Then they changed it a second time. I'm like, wow, glad I didn't adjust for the nerf. And there's no way I'm changing it again. I'd be like, that would be literally if I was chasing the scrolls, I would have done it 4 different versions of monks in a year.
Yeah, because they changed it so the weapon armament choices, right? Because you still get the 4 different banner or the 2 different banners, right?
No, well, that's the thing is you didn't used to get 4 different banner choices. So there used to be bells, icons, banners, and gongs.
Right. Is there not anymore?
No. And then they made it to where there was only a banner, and then now there's banners and icons or something like that. So like from like June through December, you only had a total of 4 buff models in the unit, and now you have 8 buff models, whereas before March you had unlimited buff models. So like the way mine are modeled is every single one of my plague monks has a bell, an icon, a gong, or a banner. And that's part of why they can be whatever I say they are, because what they're not carrying is a bunch of weapons. Too busy carrying all that other stuff.
Yeah, because they're definitely phasing out the ability to spam a banner and stuff. Just in general.
Yeah, that's gone. And generally what they did was make it to match the kits, which is reasonable for me. But then with monks they didn't.
I'm bad at counting, I think. I'm not counting 19 shields in the kit.
Yeah, well, one should be a banner, right? And there's a standalone shield, isn't there?
Nah, it is 20. I'm bad at counting. The banner goes in the right hand, so it basically replaces the weapon.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I kind of want to assemble them with the spears, even though I know that's significantly worse, just because I like to look that much better.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, the spears, I mean, again, I'd say run them however you want. Nobody cares.
Right.
And then, other than that, just with the spears, just, don't have them fancy spears pointing every which direction like mine are. And then they don't fucking stack worth shit.
It looks better, for sure, but yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing that I am a little bit upset about. Is like I always use third-party models to replace stuff that GW is lacking in, and the current war, I'd say, on like third-party models is for AOS is significantly high, whereas 40K doesn't care as much. But
no, and yeah, you can get away with
really weird.
You can get away with a fair amount of third-party in AOS. But there's not really, it's like there's one, I think, good other rat line out there that I've seen, but there's not a lot to choose from anyways.
Oh, no, not for rats. I'm just saying, like, as a general observation.
Oh, right.
In general, AOS is, I don't know the correct terminology, but I'd say watered down. Like I said, we were talking about where, like, in other editions of Wargaming from GW, if you had a character, right, that character would have the option of, okay, cool. Do you want to give them this item, or this item, or this item, or this item? Do you want them in this armor, or this armor? Do you want them to have a shield? Do you want them to be a wizard or not a wizard? And it'd all be the same, more or less, character with different kits and models available, right? Or even for the same thing, they'd be like, oh, hey, there's 3 different necromancer models available at this time. Whereas in AOS, it's like, cool, you bought this guy, he has this.
Yeah, I hear you. They've been doing that simplification for a while there too.
Yeah, like, yeah, and that's the thing that I kind of disliked a little bit. Like, I mean, I understand it, I'm okay with it, but, like, I don't know, if I had an army and I had 3 different, wizards in it, I want the wizards to look different, you know what I mean? Even if they are identically the same thing by game rules, part of the game for me is, aesthetics, and that's why part of the reason I did Babushka Rad.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's why you're going to start, converting. It's like you're going to do the one guy that's the model kit, that's cool, and then after that, you're going to want to convert, or if they don't, or you're going to want them to have other options in the kit, I mean, that's cool. When they have 2 or 3 heads in a kit, I'm cool with that, or maybe an arm swap or a different shield, that's cool. I don't need a huge variety, but like you said, just enough to make him unique.
Yeah, head swap makes me happy, things like that, luckily for me, most of the time, I don't really care about the bulk of my army. Like, I mean, these 20 rounds are actually decently different enough that I'm 100% happy with running this kit like 8 times over,
Yeah.
It mostly is an observation about character models.
Yeah, there isn't that. I mean, again, they used to have variety with the character models. They just don't really have it anymore. And if you want it, but the metal characters are available if you're gonna good eBay hunter, which I know you are.
Right, you have to go pretty far back at this point. Like, it's not even like getting the for them to continue that line for the most part. You know what I mean? Because they already have all that stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just like a lot of old molds that have worn out. They just want to deal with it. I mean, you don't know what was the politics behind it.
Yeah, I really don't know. It's like, I mean, there's like whole armies that went from 8th edition fantasy to non-existent, and it could have been because, oh hey, our molds don't work for these guys anymore. I'm pretty sure that they got rid of a lot of them, so we're still feasible.
Yeah, when they do this, on print on demand stuff a lot, and how much of that print on demand is because it's like the only way for us to be profitable is if we set up and okay, we're going to do a big batch of the metal and run a whole bunch of this style of thing and knock them all out over a hard week, and boom, we did this all and now it's done. But if it was like the trickle, one here, one there, 3 orders this month, 1 order next month, then there's no profit in it. But they say, okay, here once a year we're going to bust out the metal Skaven models. Go, whatever one you want, we're going to make. Now shut the fuck up for a year.
Right, and they could make so much more money off that, you know what I mean?
Well, and that's what they're doing right now, though. I mean, that's literally what they're doing. They're like, hey, limited run, print on demand, go.
Right. And that's the thing, is like there's so many old models that are pretty cool. I mean, there's still, a lot of old models that are horrible. Like you can go look at like the old Rat Ogre kits that they still sell.
Ugh.
Those are pretty horrendous kits. But like alternatively, like, oh man, I want a different Arc Warlock model. No, you're getting Peter Icky-Paw.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Granted, I don't know many people that want to run more than one Arc Warlock, but...
What are you talking about? I run 2 or 3 at a time. They're awesome.
The Arc Warlocks?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, not Arch Warlock, no.
Yeah, I was like,
No, I rarely will even run one.
Yeah, I run one because it's a tax I have to bring.
Yeah, as part of the battalions, I guess you do.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay. Like, the fact that he's a 2-cast wizard and then he has a much cooler Orb Lightning spell, I like that.
Yeah.
But that alone doesn't merit the want to run more than one, And he doesn't really have... He does have a neat little D3 Mortal Wound once per game ability.
Yeah.
So
I kind of wish he had more, something like that. It would be every turn, or more of a shooting ability, or a mortal wound on a 4-up.
Every turn?
Huh?
Yeah, if you could shoot that every turn, that'd be crazy good. I'll take him in a heartbeat at that point.
Well, I mean, but for every turn, it would have to be less than it is.
Yeah.
It would have to be turned into a more of a shooting attack.
Yeah. But I mean, he's also not great in melee, but he could be in theory. Like, that's the whole Skaven.
He could be in theory. I love it.
So hard.
You actually can buff him up, and yes, he has a decent weapon, but come on.
Yeah, the odds of it successfully actually killing anything are low. He's just as likely to kill himself as he is to kill the enemy.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's kind of its character damage ability. From what I've seen, for the most part, at least on the Scryer side, the characters are there to do basically just casting, blocking, and buffing, and that's it.
Yep.
Granted, though, there have been plenty of times where I have a Warlock Bombardier do 2d6 wounds to something, and
nice.
then I laugh my ass off.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen.
But he's just as likely to kill himself.
Yeah.
In those situations, so that's the thing that actually surprises me. That every time I look at him, I'm like, wait, what? So the Skaven Bombardier rocket, right?
Uh-huh. Which I've never ran the rocket guy, by the way.
Oh, I run 2 of them. So I run them over the regular one because I wanted the shooting capability over the melee capability.
Okay.
Because they're pretty much identical as far as the spellcast capability. I think the rocket guy costs 10 points more.
Does he?
It's like a minimal amount more. It's like 5 or 10 points. It's pretty much negligible when you're talking about like a 2,000 point Skaven list.
Right.
But the main difference is the regular Warlock has like a shooting pistol that isn't very...
Yeah, 1 shot, 9 inches.
Yeah. And then the big point is the melee for them, they can overcharge, and it's the more War Halberd or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes the melee a bit better. And there actually can be, in theory, scary if dice go okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you're willing to risk killing yourself. The Bombardier, on the other hand, is the shooty version, where their rocket, they could shoot a regular rocket, 18-inch range, I think it's 4s and 3s, rend 1, d6 damage.
Okay.
So I just run them in the back line and just randomly pop a shot somewhere and call it Gucci.
Nice, yeah. Does a little damage on occasion.
Yeah, and then the part where they get funny is they could choose to more and more Doom Rocket.
Oh.
They don't have a good melee, they have the Doom Rocket ability. And when they more and more Doom Rocket, if they roll a 1, they do 2d6 mortal wounds to themselves.
Nice.
But if they hit and wound, their damage jumps up from 1d6 instead to 2d6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I run 2 of them, and I just have them kind of sit in the back. I use them to pick up the lightning cannon, to get choke on real ones, to do more power and throw out warp lightning, dispel, what have you. And every now and then they'll just chuck out a rocket that will probably maybe not do anything because it's a 4 to hit, 3 to wound.
Right.
So your odds of actually successfully wounding before the save is already pretty low. But just in the off random scenario that they actually do get a wound in, D6 wounds is pretty nice. But then I've had times where I'm like, okay, either I'm just really far behind on the game, or I'm really far ahead on the game. We'll just go ham. Or I really need to, hopefully that dies, I'll just use the rocket. And in the conversation I had with Jeremy a while back, where he disagreed with me, but like after more research, we kind of come to the conclusion. If you read the rules for warp stones, you can choose when to use them.
Right.
His assumption was you had to use them before a die roll.
Oh.
Right. So I don't know how much you've read into it, but let's see here. Warp stone, and here I'm gonna read the shooting one and the melee one, right?
Okay.
Let's see. Actually, there's not one. There's not one for the shooting one. There's one for the melee and the psychic phase, or the hero phase. But the argument came up was I was trying to re-roll a spell after I already rolled once.
Right.
And he goes, no, you can't do that. You have to declare you're using this before you roll. I'm like, no, I don't. I can use it whenever.
Right.
So the wording in the book is, in the hero phase, pick one friendly clan scryer wizard. You can reroll casting, dispelling, and unbinding rolls to that wizard until the end of the phase. At the end of the phase, roll a die. On a 1, that wizard suffers D3 mortal wounds.
Yep.
So it just says using the phase.
Yep. Yeah.
So
nothing says you have to choose it before you roll.
It doesn't say that at all.
And if you want to compare that to the wording of the Great Unclean One when he uses the blade to rip open his belly and you get the +1, that one, it's like when you choose this model to cast.
Right, that specifies.
And that by wording it that way, it makes you have to choose it beforehand. Whereas this one, yeah, it's like when you're in your hero phase or whatever, you're just like, yeah, whatever, I'm good.
Yeah, and it's the same wording for your melee one too. So you could choose to do more storm cage halberd or whatever for your melee bullet, for your melee rats, right?
Okay.
And if they successfully hit, you don't have to waste a warp stone to re-roll it.
Right.
And then you can do it on the other one, and that one fails, then you choose to do it. Now it gets really funny because I noticed this and I decided to run with it a little bit harder. So the wording on increasing damage for scryer units, right, is the exact same wording. In your shooting phase, pick one friendly clan scryer hero, then pick up to 3 different friendly scryer units that are wholly within 13 of the hero. You can add 1 to the damage characteristic of missile weapons used by that unit until the end of the phase. So what you do is you have, let's say you have like 4 or 5 different units that could theoretically benefit from this.
Okay.
You start shooting with one first. You see how many wounds are unsaved, and if you want that to be applied to them, you then declare you're using this ability and pick 3 units. So what I've been doing is I'll have my 3 rattling guns do Overseer of Destruction on them, choose to go ham with them, and then do the whole attack sequence for one of them. And let's say I only actually get 2 wounds successfully through.
So wait, so you're oh my gosh, okay. So this means that you're doing it after the opponent has rolled the saves, but before you've determined your damage.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You have to pick 3 units when you do it the first time, though.
Oh, sure, makes
once
sense.
You declare one, right? But you could be like, cool, this rattling gun rolls to everything. Only 2 don't go through, or only 2 are unsaved. Okay, cool, just take 1 damage each. Let me do my next rattling gun now. You know, and then that saves that extra token or extra damage boost to another unit that hasn't shot yet.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah. And it's really funny because it is all 100% legal. Probably not intended to work that way, but that's the way it's written, so...
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And it's funny, more often than not, when they're confronted on that kind of stuff, they're like, oh yeah, that's how we intended it to work. Sure. It's like, bullshit. Right. You never even thought of that.
Right. And obviously the writers at GW aren't minded like game breakers like I am. Like,
yeah.
I find a lot of fun in abusing rules. Not like you know, obviously rules are written to be followed to a certain degree and way, and I don't mind doing that. But if it's written poorly, it's like, hey, it's not. I'm taking advantage, yes, but it's not my fault that it's written this way. You know.
No, I hear you. Sometimes it's like, well, was it really miswritten?
But yeah, that's the other thing is you can't understand the intent of someone unless they wrote their intent clearly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times I get that feeling from GW rules, right? It's more like they expect that the average person will play it this way, and that's one level of play. But then the beardy player will do something else, but then that person has beardy friends, and that's how they play. And it kind of can be played multiple ways and interpreted multiple ways, and it's like, no, if this was the first time we had these issues, but these are issues that go back 30 years with GW as far as unclear rules writing and ambiguous decisions, like all these things. It's like, oh my gosh, wait, we added these re-rolls and we added this other mechanic and all of a sudden the unit's too powerful. It's like, no, give me a break. You guys have what, 16, 17 editions of these games under your belt? You know what's going to happen when you do XYZ. I can believe the occasional unintended combo, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the other thing about it is, like, that writing style worked very well, 10, 20 years ago when Warhammer was restricted to smaller communities. Like, I mean, the biggest event, like, 10 years ago, for the most part, was, like, Ard Boys, right? LVO wasn't really around yet.
Right.
These big events were really around yet. So, for the most part, it was just these communities. So, if there was ambiguous rules that could be interpreted multiple ways, it was fine, because this one community would come up with this solution, this one would come up with the other. But now you'll have GW's grown to such a point that you have these events with 700 plus people showing up from all over the world.
Right.
You kind of need your rule set to be a little bit more crystal clear and less ambiguity. Now, I do give them a lot of credit for being how good they are with the release of FAQs now. I do like that, and I like the concept of the designer commentary versus the FAQ.
Right.
Or I should say designer commentary versus the writing.
Yeah. Excuse me.
I do like that, but I mean, they kind of already did that in the first place back in the day when they just released it all in one document. But they are updating them a lot more consistently than they used to, which is nice. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's actually become more of a regular scheduled type of thing.
But the other thing is, like, back in the day, it used to be like, here's one FAQ for your faction, and then or your book, and then that's it. And that's all you're getting until the new one comes out. Whereas now that they will often revisit them and adjust them as needed, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes. Again, you'll hear me constantly complain about the multiple adjustments to Skaven. So, on the one hand, yes, balancing. On the other hand, too much tinkering is too much tinkering.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
You got to remember that people have time and money invested in these things. So, adjustments are a tough decision, I imagine, on their part.
Yeah, I mean, gamers are finicky. Gamers that put a lot of time and effort into models are even more finicky.
Yep.
So I definitely understand that. But the thing is, like, just in general, the scene of 40K and AOS, man, I don't know. I
so
know a lot
different.
of disgruntled people right now.
In 40K side?
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, the last time that happened, that drove a lot of people to AOS. I didn't see as much this time.
No, yeah, I think it's just disgruntlement in general at GW at this point. Because, I mean, the thing is that while 40K was dealing with Space Marines, AOS was dealing with Tzeentch. Like, granted, though, the disparity between, Space Marines and 40K and Tzeentch and AOS is different.
One is who has what of what.
Right.
Everybody owns Space Marines.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, also the Space Marines' power level compared to the rest of the armies out, compared to the rest of the armies out, was drastically different. Tzeentch wasn't nearly as broken comparatively as the Space Marines were, where, hey, I can't lose a game if I'm playing one of these 3 sub-factions.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I was playing them too. At least I did some garage stuff, but against buddies that were playing the same thing. We played some pretty ridiculous games over the last couple months.
Yeah, I picked up a RTT. I've been out of the game for a little bit and borrowed a friend's army and won the RTT using Iron Hands. It was their original nerf. I could see where they were done when they first came out. I'm just like sitting there going, does PW have theoretically playtesters. What's going on here?
Right.
But I think.
And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't even running Iron Hands again. I was just running it the Ultramarines version of all the same stuff, and that was strong enough. It's like I didn't even need to crank it up to Iron Hands. I was at my buddy's house. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna run that as Iron Hands?" I'm like, "Why? Believe me, the Ultramarines are good enough."
Yeah, the thing that's upsetting to me is like I totally agree that nerf was needed relatively across the board for Marines because they were just so good and so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
But the nerf that they came out with, in my opinion, was passive aggressive. Like, rather than addressing, oh, hey, we fucked up and these 3 specific things are way too strong, we should fix this, they instead went, hey, you guys aren't playing it as we intended, so now we're making rules for you to play it as we thought you would play it.
Yeah.
So, hey, it also hurts those 3 really bad, but it kind of kills the flavor of those 3 at the same time. Like, one of the main things with playing Iron Hands is you spam heavy weapons, right? So you have benefits for your weapons.
Yep.
Granted, though, you got a lot of benefits. You got reroll 1s to hit, you ignore the penalty from moving, shooting heavy weapons, and you give an extra -1 to hit AP. That's a lot of 3 abilities to go on one thing.
Yep.
And then they went, hey, cool, the Devastator Doctrine that your army's full playstyle relies on? Yeah. You don't use that in 1/6 of the game. Oh.
Right, but then there's other ones like, for example, the Dark Angels rules just came out, and unfortunately, they were designed to be in the Devastator Doctrine the whole time, too. So they had all these benefits relative to heavy weapons and the Devastator Doctrine. So now at least you can come out of the gate with Dark Angels and get one good alpha strike. But after that, you're left dick in your hand with a bunch of heavy weapons you can't move.
Yeah, and then the other thing about it is this has zero like that FAQ has zero impact on other specific armies that are still really good, like Assault, Devastator, Spam, White Scars. What?
Yeah, so what you're saying is they probably should have went like a little more specific and like said, here's an adjustment to Iron Hands chapter tactics, here's an adjustment to these chapter tactics, and just kind of taken each problem specifically and head on.
Yeah, like if they literally just said, hey, you could do the doctrines like you could before, and then just went, oh hey, Iron Hands, you know that whole reroll 1s to hit? Yeah, that's gone. Cool, problem solved. Wow. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, I hear you.
What's funny is like they're looking at it and they're like, oh man, yeah, we kind of intended people to swap around doctrines rather than sitting in one for forever. Did they have a system for that worked really well back in 7th edition?
Yeah, well, and with the Ultramarines, for example, they want to stay in tactical doctrine, and and the fact that you have to move on to the assault doctrine is like, well, no, there's a whole lot of Marines that don't want to ever be in assault doctrine. Sorry.
Yeah, the fact that forces units kind of like, well, this is dumb, and like I was having a debate with someone online, and their debate was, this kind of forces players to build more well-rounded armies, and I'm like, no, not necessarily. You can still play an army that focuses on tabling someone by turn 2 and still win the game.
Yeah.
And not play the rest of the games. You know, you don't have to build assault units still. And the response was, well, you don't always win the game by turn. You don't always win by tabling someone turn 2. This is 8th edition. And then after a few more appropriate questions with them, I realized they don't play ITC. They don't play competitively. They only play at the local GW.
Right.
And it's like, you know, we're talking about like 2 different scopes of the game here, right?
Yeah, almost as if it is literally 2 different games at that point.
Yeah. It's just really funny because I'm like, you might want to try, you know, getting out of your sphere to understand other people. And he's like, yeah, you should do the same. I'm like, I travel. I don't know.
Yeah, right? I actually do. Totally do that. I'm that guy. Another mystery piece. What the hell am I looking for? Ooh, that looks about right.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy about these kits for these clan rats now, like putting them together, because people are wanting me like, oh, they're the worst. Nope, these Island Blood kits. I'm happy. It actually makes me feel better if I bought Island of Blood kits on mine now, so I might actually look for.
Yeah,
to fill out my remaining 20 to 41. I might just buy used online kits.
Yeah, so like that's what I did with my guys. Is I have 140 that I built complete myself. 140 that I bought already built but unpainted, and 140 that I bought built and painted, and then I rebased and then painted over the paint with like washes and shit.
Yeah, I don't mind pre-built stuff. I prefer to build my own 99% of the time, but when it comes to running a million clan rats, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't actually mind. I don't mind having like pre-built stuff. My problem is that when people don't do a good job of mold lines or they're sloppy with glue, and so that's I've become real leery about pre-built stuff without a lot of pictures because like I don't mind that it's someone else built it, but man, if they have glops of glue or they use mixed glue or any number of other shitty practices, like I don't even want to deal with that. And I have plenty of models I'll never touch because I arrived and I'm like, oh, what the hell? They used, orange tube glue without a precision tip and just glopped it all over. Or...
Oh dear God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, Angle's kind of weird, but I'm okay with it because it's a clan rat. The bell ringer, like I was looking at the instruction kit and the way that they kind of said the bell kind of looks weird. So I ended up putting it so he's like bowing his elbow way out to the side.
Nice. I know with a lot of the bells, I just cut the bell off and actually just clipped them to the belts. Or glued them to the belts. Yeah. And then there was like in the monk kit, there was like some random small bells. Like I said, every one of my guys has something on them. Well, at least of my monks. And my clan rats, it's not so much. The clan rats, I just added a bunch of bells because the bells, I think, used to be what allowed you the 2 extra inches when you ran. So I would always make sure there was bell guys, no matter who I pulled.
Yeah, you still get it for 2 extra inches when you run with them, and the standard's the one that lets you run in or flee in charge.
Yeah, flee in charge.
Which is a amazing mechanic.
I mean, for me, it's the 2 extra inches to run and just bouncing off of units like that. Flee out of combat and then run across the board. Like it's amazing how much distance you can really get with those guys.
Well, the thing that I like going back to like using rules in weird ways people didn't obviously notice the first time around was I played back in 8th edition 40k, so now, but like when it first came out,
right?
I actually was running a bunch of conscripts, and I ended up the way I had it set up was I had like the wall of conscripts and then a unit behind them that was my melee unit. So someone would charge the conscripts, not kill them all, and then on my turn I would have the conscripts flee out of combat, but they would flee forward towards the enemy and wrap the unit that they were in combat with.
Oh, so they then can't flee themselves?
Yeah, and then my melee unit would come in, and it's like, welcome to my trap. And then people look at that and go, I never thought about fleeing forward. It's like, yeah, you just move in any direction. You have to move away.
Yep. Well, that's a classic AOS move, too, is you got a unit with fly and to retreat over a unit to grab the objective.
Yep. And then you can just charge pile into something. Same thing for me for this clan rats. They'll be doing that same goal. Using against the slingshot themselves, like charge on a unit, make it so I'm only going to lose like 2 to 3 clan rats, following turn, retreat, slingshot.
Yep. Charge into the next unit behind that.
Yep.
That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it. Ah, there we go. This is making sense now. Now it's making sense. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. Ooh. So many different pages in this book actually have different styles of instruction, so it's kind of interesting. I think this is all procedurally generated. This is automatic instructions. Oh, lost Ben?
Nope, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Just went a little silent there as I'm scrolling through Facebook.
Fair enough, fair enough. I have a lot of controls and media in my face here. You can't really see any of it on camera, but there's a lot of stuff that I have for me to monitor here.
Oh yeah, I believe it. This is a pretty good one. from our buddy Tony over at Hammerhead.
Yeah?
While everyone is getting shut down, maybe they should pave the roads.
That's a great one. Yeah, really. There's all kinds of stuff we could do while the traffic is down.
That's why I'm just happy for my Twitch streamer friends. The business is probably doing pretty good right now. I don't know, because they also probably have more competition right now because everyone's just streaming anyways.
Yeah, like random noobs like me. Just whatever. It's you, me, and one person watching us. Hi, random person.
You're not going to be the competition for, big streamers anyways. But
No.
I'm saying, like, more of them are probably spending more time on Twitch than they would otherwise.
Oh, right. I wonder. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting.
Debating if I'll put the shields on them now or after I paint them. I just do them now. It'd be a lot easier to paint them without them, but
Yeah.
I don't care enough.
I hear you. I always think of that too. It's like, well, I could do this in stages or just assemble it, and what I can't paint, I can't see anyways.
Yeah, that's generally true. Not always. I've had those times where I'm like, I can't reach it with a paintbrush, but I can see it.
Yeah, well, that's where you just glop some black in there.
I can't reach it with a paintbrush, so I can't glop anything in it,
Fair.
Yeah.
You find yourself doing some extreme spray action.
Yeah, maybe no one will ever notice.
I mean, because I actually, I prime pretty thoroughly in black, so usually if I can't reach it, it's just a black shadow in there anyways.
Yeah, generally. Right now with the Skaven, I'm actually priming them in the white because I'm doing the contrast paints, and I'm also making them into kind of albino rats.
Interesting. So I actually still prime in black, and then I do a semi-zenithal with the skull, so that basically like the armpits and underneath of arms are still darker, neck areas are still darker.
That's true. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I've been doing all my new Marines in contrast.
Yeah, the contrast paints are, some of them are not great, but the concept of it is like a revolutionary, like, forehead slap to me. Like,
oh yeah.
You mean we just basically make wash paints that people have done before, but more pigmented, so it's even better? Yeah.
Thank you.
When GW came up with the new carrying cases that are the foam, instead of pull-up foam, it's those zigzag shapes.
Oh, right.
It's like, you mean we can put models in here, not destroy it, essentially, and specialize, and then fit anything you want? Yeah. Like another one of those like revolutionary moments where it's like, why didn't someone think of this sooner? This is dumb.
Yeah, right? Yeah, those are actually pretty good too. Yeah, it's funny with the contrast paints, it's definitely a bit of a learning curve I'm finding. It's like getting the colors that work best and using them in the ways that work best.
Yeah, it's definitely a different tool set to use. And the thing is, like, Larry's starting to get into painting to paint his stuff and things, and it's like, cool, I should show about like these 4 or 5 paints to get this color. I'm like, dude, just shop and buy that contrast.
Yeah.
Like, for noobs, contrasts are great. For experienced painters, I think they're an extra tool set.
Yep.
To build off of. And the thing is, like, you can always paint more. Like, you could slap on your contrast, come back 2 months later, and be like, cool, I'm gonna work more on this model now.
Yeah, I'm gonna add some highlights in, gonna paint some details. That's the thing, is contrast gets you to the table, and then you have time to work on the deets as it were.
Yeah, and then the other thing about it, at least in my opinion, is that there's certain colors out there that, if done in contrast, look really good comparatively to someone actually taking the effort to actually do it correctly. You know what I mean? Like the whole way, like the black color in the
Black Templar.
Black Templar black is amazing.
On the right surface, it's. I find that the smaller the surface you're working on, the kind of better it is. So it's not so much for like
not
big
on tanks and stuff.
Yeah, tanks, even dreadnoughts are pushing it. I did one of those, what were they, Primaris Walker dudes. And
yeah.
at that size, I'm like, it's not bad. It's not bad. And part of the trick with them is getting the paint onto the model fast enough so that it's all wet simultaneous and flows properly, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. But like, but some of the colors are not too good. Like the Volfus pink isn't a very good color.
Yeah, the purples,
so
some of the greens.
You gotta kind of. But like a lot of like, I will almost never paint black the old way anymore, and I'll almost always use that contrast that way. Just with the way the contrast.
And then I'm finding I take a little dry brush of the gray sear on top of the black Templar, and it's like boom. That's the last little bit it needs to pop it.
What I've been doing is I've actually been using the Space Wolf gray contrast, slapping that down, and then after that dries, slapping the black Templar over it.
Okay.
So it gets that blue hue underneath, and it makes it a bit better on the highlight part.
Right. Oh, I can see doing that. Yeah, it's funny. I did. I was using the white Apothecary white or White Scar white. I forget what it's actually called. But then I was using the what is that? There's like an aqua blue, Kalian blue or something like that. And I was just putting it only at the edges of the white, and it kind of gave this nice little blue shadowing that worked out real well.
Yeah, for colors that are hard to paint naturally, I think it's great. So like black and white, like the Apothecary white is a little bit not quite as good.
Yeah.
As the Black Templar, but it is still pretty good.
It's pretty good,
in my opinion.
It's good enough for knocking out one Apothecary. I don't know if I'd try to do a whole white army in it.
No, I think it'd be a good base for a white army, but you have to do a lot of extra work on it later. I'm currently using it for the fur on my guys, and the thing is like, it's looking a little flat, what's coming out to you. Like, Larry put it pretty well. It's like, it kind of looks like your guys are wearing sweaters, and I'm like, kind of, yeah. So I don't know. The problem is, like, if you look at, like, actual, like, white fur on animals, it is relatively flat. You know, partially translucent, but flat.
Right. When it depends. I mean, if you're talking about, like, true white fur, really is flat, and it's meant to be typically blending into snow. And, you know, the more interesting ones aren't really white. They have all that gray under fur and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so what I'm kind of trying to make it look better is I'm practicing wet blending a little bit. So I have to make paws and hands. And then I wet blend the wrists up a little bit. So that way it looks more like a natural transition.
Oh, cool.
Rather than, he saw that and he goes, well, I think it'd look better if you just paint it straight white and give it a hard cut off. I'm like, that'd make it worse, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could see going over it with a wash. I mean, one of the things with the white there is, you know, with white, the only part that's white is the whitish highlight. So when you're going to do white, it's like how much of the white spectrum are you actually going to use? Are you going to go all the way from white to black in your white? Or are you going to go white to a third gray in your white? You know, it's like how much of that range. And things like cloth, fur, and metal react differently. So it's really comes down to, when you talk about fur being flat, it's like, no, you got to find, like, what is the portion of the white to black spectrum that represents white fur. You know, like white metal might have, you know, like white armor or something might actually go all the way white to black, but would white fabric, you know, a white cape doesn't go all the way that deep. You know, it's going to stay in the lighter ranges.
Yeah, and the other thing that's funny is if you look at the paint scheme in general for Skaven for GW, the way they paint it is it's actually mostly skin tone and a little bit of fur.
Right.
Because they make their Skaven very patchy fur creatures, not actually Ratmen, you know?
Right.
So I'm actually painting them with more fur than GW's typical paint style.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, yeah.
So I've been playing around with it, and we'll kind of see.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to approach it. And plus, like you said, you are, at this point, you're talking about the Horde, so you kind of work out what you're doing with the Horde guys, and then if you have it, by then, by the time you get to the specialized characters, you know exactly what you're doing. Have the best look possible.
That's the bad phase. You can always go back and just redo it or touch it up and it looks a little bit better. Like if they come out a little bit too flat and as a group I'm like, I don't like this anymore, I'll go back and wash them and then re-highlight and call it good.
Yeah. Again, they're still a horde, so there's a lot that can be hidden in there. You always do the front rank thing too. You got like 10 guys that look really good, so that when you do your displays for tournament paint judging, that's what's up front. But for the most part, the guys are just en masse.
Yeah. Well, I think for me, at least for this army, I'm more making it a fun my project army than trying to go for anything specific. Like,
nice.
You saw my my plan for the novels. I had to put that in pause because of all this going on, but
right.
Because what ended up happening is the blue stuff mold I had with that UV light and the resin,
right,
actually ended up causing significant bubbling.
Oh.
In the molds, and the problem is like I could either let it sit in the mold and let it dry naturally with the light from the sun, but living in Portland, we don't get crazy levels of sun.
Right.
So it didn't dry super well. Granted, it's trying to be sunny, so I might try it again.
Right.
But I actually have
Interesting.
a plastics literally around the corner from my house. So I'm probably going to go over there, visit them, and be like, hey, I need some silicone to make a mold out of, and I'm going to make my mold out of their stuff instead of the blue stuff. And then I think that'll probably be okay.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not quite sure. Yeah, because the UV resin that you suggested, I used it, and I used a UV blacklight.
Yeah.
And it ended up creating air bubbles.
Interesting. Yeah, and I remember did mine outside in the sun on literally like a summer day. So like my, cure time was,
UV?
huh? No, I didn't use
the UV, right?
Yeah, I didn't use a UV light. I used the sun.
Oh, okay.
And the sun is so much more powerful that my cure times were like 3 to 5 seconds. Like, bam.
Wow.
That's
quick.
Yeah, so I would like basically get the resin in the place, flick the bubbles out and all that kind of shit, stick it out in the sun, and it's like, bam, instantly it would like be smoking. I thought I was going to melt the plastic. It was so hot.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed when I was using the UV light. It took like maybe 5 to 10 minutes for it to solidify, but like I noticed it started to, like, because I'm guessing it has an endothermic reaction. That's why we're seeing the smoke and it solidifies so fast.
Yeah.
So, I think that's heat, because the blue stuff I have reshapes under heat.
Hmm.
And I think that's partially part of my problem.
Right. I could see all that.
So I'm gonna go check out Tap Plastics, try to get a silicone mold made sometime in the future, and then try again. I definitely the UV resin you suggested, though, that is perfect for what I'm trying to do. I need to figure out a way in which I can have a cure.
Right.
Quickly.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you come up with. And like you said, maybe it's just a matter of waiting one more season.
Yeah, it very well can be, because Portland is as gloomy as it can be. It does have its sunny time, especially during the summertime. That it's just as good as California, I guess.
Oh yeah, when I used to visit my mom in Southern Oregon, it was plenty hot in August and July.
Yeah. Did you see tax season's been pushed back?
I did see that. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that was unexpected for me, at least. I already paid my taxes, so.
Yeah, I tend to be an early tax guy, so it's one of those things. But whatever, if it helps people, it helps people.
Yeah, conveniently, I did mine already, and hopefully it comes back soon. That'll help a lot with current goings on.
They're like, well, yeah, if we're giving you a delay, we're going to take a delay too, so sorry.
That's possible,
Because no agents are there to process your stuff.
It's essential. You could argue theoretically that taxes are essential, because a lot of people must be relying on tax season money.
On the other hand, all the tax agents go to work, everybody gets sick. Now you've just taken out your entire tax processing force. Like, those are the balances. Like, people are like, oh, we have this critical business, we got to keep it going. I say, well, you got to keep going, but that also means that now you're putting your entire workforce at higher risk of actually being sick. So,
Right.
On the one hand, yes, you'll continue doing business for a minute. On the other hand, if, 10 or 15 of your employees just fucking die, well, that would also hamper production.
Right. A lot of businesses don't care, really, like, I'm pretty cynical about it, but I think most businesses don't care if people die.
No, they don't, actually. The only way the only limit of what they care is the limit of liability.
Yep. Agreed. A lot of jobs, like we talked about before, the sharing that line of, oh, we're essential. No, you're not. You're a hair salon. You know, or you whatever.
Well, it's like my wife, she works for a chiropractic office, and they're like, oh, we're a medical facility. We're going to keep going. It's like, no, you dumbass. You're a chiropractor. And you're both old doctors. Like, you're especially people that should just stay home. Like, literally, you're the people that need to stay home.
Right. And that's the thing that's actually surprising is the number of people that are still like, nah, I'm just going to go out and do stuff. It's like, I don't think you understand how this whole system works.
Yeah. It's like, even if you're not worried about dying yourself, which I can accept, it's about protecting those around you.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Don't want to kill grandma?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think people would act differently if this targeted a different age group. Like, if this was the same as, like, swine flu, but with the spreadability and the potency of corona, I think people would act a little bit differently.
Yeah, all of a sudden, 18 to 19-year-olds are dropping like flies.
Yeah.
Or whatever, 18 to 25, I guess, was the main target of I was thinking Spanish flu, not swine flu, but yeah.
Yeah, well, swine flu came around when I was in that age range, so my mom was super concerned about me.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, it didn't... I think it was like 200,000 people died or something like that. It's good numbers when you talk about, like, modern pandemics, but...
Yeah, it was serious. No, people were concerned when that happened. I remember all that.
Yeah, but we didn't have the same level of, like, shutdown as we do now, but that's just because these two viruses are pretty different.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is about as good as it gets as far as that goes. I mean, it's the thing of it is, if it was a little bit deadlier, then I think people would be like super into it. But it's the fact that it's just not deadly enough for people to like really shock and terrify over it.
Well, I mean, it's current. So who's currently reporting it as about 3.4%.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go look at certain countries like Italy, well, yeah, they have a pretty old demographic overall compared to other countries. I think they're the second oldest country by demographic in the world right now.
Oh, wow.
They actually have, of resolved cases, 44% mortality rate as of today.
Oof.
Yeah, of resolved cases. So that's not including everybody is sick, but... And also, you can argue that is definitely a lower number by the cases that aren't identified.
I think maybe.
Cool. Looks good.
Like all the healthy people that didn't go in and get checked. So obviously that number's definitely lower overall. But
yeah, I'm of the mind, like many people are, that what's really going to be telling is like the next 2 weeks in America here too.
That's actually what it is it's trying to stem that curve of infection rate. So in general, pandemics, they all more or less follow the same shape. If you were to graph infection and death and all that, they all more or less follow the same shape of this, upgoing
it's a
curve, right?
Yeah, it's a classic bell curve, right? Classic bell curve.
Right, but the problem is that if you get past a certain point, your medical facilities are overloaded, and then it spikes dramatically more because then you don't have sufficient medical for the people that actually need it. So the trick is if you actually want to make a fast pandemic into a slow pandemic, so that way your medical facilities can keep up with the sick and get it as people build natural immunities.
Right. Yeah, and there's the other side of it too. It's like everyone goes home, doesn't spread it, gets it. Like if you have it now and you stay home, the spread stops. Like that's what everyone just go home. Like everyone in fucking America go home, just go home. Now the spread stops. Everybody who currently has it, stay home long enough till the cycle is done. You burn it out. People are still going to have it, but now when you go back out in the population, if 30, 40, 50% has already had it, can't transmit it, is immune, that then provides its own slowing of the rest of the vector. Like eventually, the disease will work its way through the whole population. But if we can just slow the stem at the beginning, then those people with immunities will naturally spread the rest of it out. I mean, that's what we're going for here. Yeah, like you said,
it's also giving lead time for production for ventilators and other necessary things because our country, and no country in reality, is prepared for an epidemic to the scale that targets specific things. Like if another thing came by and it targeted, our livers or our kidneys, we wouldn't have the same sufficient, medical needs for it because we don't have that many dialysis machines laying around.
Yeah, and I was thinking to myself, literally dialysis might be the only one we're equipped to deal with dialysis centers popping up everywhere, but...
Right, and we do have ventilators. We don't have enough ventilators, and that's what's going on in Italy right now, is because they didn't do enough quarantining in the first place. It spread too much initially,
yeah,
and they're having significantly more deaths now than they should, simply because they don't have adequate medical supply. They have to do triage, and essentially they're now deciding, okay, cool, this person's in a worse case than this one, so there's nothing we can do for them.
Yeah, that's pretty rough when you're at that stage too. But it's all, the problem is that's literally what triage is about, is deciding who can and can't be saved. It's a harsh decision, but it's also, the basics of medicine, really.
Yeah, and that's just all about stemming pandemics, and that's the whole thing about quarantines and stuff. It's not, necessarily to protect you, it's to protect society as a whole, and people don't understand that. And
right, yeah.
It's also to help medical workers and production, because the thing is, once you hit that that medical cap, everything just spikes, in an extremely worse scenario. And the thing is, where we are medically now, we are capable to deal with most medical issues. It's just that economically, we don't have the capability to just immediately have enough stuff on hand.
Yeah, well, and then, of course, you exacerbate that with, assholes like we saw this time around, driving around and buying up items and hoarding and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, just basic stuff like that, too. That's not even directly, I was surprised by some of the things that were bought, toilet paper? Really?
You can't eat it.
From coronavirus. Got it.
Yeah, people just anticipating being sealed in their houses, I guess. It's funny, I was reading this article about this guy out in the Ohio area, and he basically went out and bought, immediately went online and bought, all these hand sanitizers and wipes and all that stuff, and then literally drove around all of southern Ohio and Kentucky to every mini mart, gas station, wherever he could, bought up every hand sanitizer, every thing he could, then hopped onto Amazon to resell it for a huge profit, but then Amazon shut him down for gouging.
Good.
And he's complaining, well, now I'm stuck with all this stuff, what the hell am I supposed to do, blah, blah, blah. And it's you piece of shit.
Don't be an asshole.
Yeah.
Don't eat it.
Sell it at a normal rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, people that do that, the profiteering, that's a problem.
That's exactly what it is. That is capitalism, my friends. That is capitalism.
That is capitalism. That's the other thing, is I blame a lot of it on the media, because one guy or a small group of people went, oh shit, I should buy a bunch of toilet paper. So the media reported on it, and everyone basically being sheeple went, oh, I should be hoarding toilet paper?
Yes.
Cool. Toilet paper.
Well, there's the thing. It's media-driven frenzies are a reality, right?
Yes.
And what are the repercussions? Right there in my cup thing behind the screen. What are the repercussions for those media things that are causing the problem? Oh, no. Those are not colored pencils. Do not use those. Don't use those. Please don't use those.
They make it look prettier.
Yeah, but those are not. Those are expensive paint pens.
Yeah, that's why it worked.
Yeah, get away from those.
Don't share your goodies.
You're supposed to get them wet in their watercolor paint.
This is watercolor too.
Did you get the paint pencil wet?
Well, no, but my picture's still wet.
Get away.
Those are watercolors? That's exactly what I'm using right now.
They're acrylic water pens for doing edge highlighting, which are bitchin'. Have you ever seen those? Actually?
No,
well, it just highlighted my...
So these are... here, you'll see them in my thing in a minute. So I have all these different pencils that are... Basically, they're by AK Interactive.
Oh, let me see. That's what I was looking for. Was
and there's light blue,
can I see that blue,
aluminum. What, Donna? No, I'm serious.
No, can I try it? Please?
No, don't. You can't. They're not for paper. You're literally wasting my shit.
No, I'm not, because I'm gonna go wet it, and it's gonna be good.
No, you're actually being a jackass. Get the fuck away from there. You see what I have to put up with?
Share your goodies.
I'm not, Donna. You're ruining my shit. Is what you're doing. Anyway, so
cool.
Yeah, so they're pretty cool. So it's all light greens, grays, And then the metal ones are particularly nice for doing edge highlighting. So yeah, basically you just get a little water on your palette and put the edge of the pencil in the water, and then boom, just run that around your model rather than using a edge highlight paintbrush.
See, look, it worked perfect.
Yeah, I'm sure they work great.
And then I wet it, and it rubs in.
Here, you want to paint a portrait with my GW paint too?
Yes. Yeah, when you're not looking, I'm going to snag it.
Oh man, that'd be such an expensive portrait.
Right.
I'm going to make one of the dogs.
Alright, I need 20 pots of this red.
I'm doing a bozo nose.
Hey, I'm stuck in here for another week and a half. I got to find something to do. Or
Yeah,
even
I mean,
longer.
now's a good time for a bunch of hobbying and stuff. I mean,
Yep.
me being a gamer person, this is literally my usual. What's today? Saturday? My usual Saturday.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to paint in ages.
I mean, I've wanted to stay home and do stuff for a while, so I'm not dying on that yet. It's the second and third week where it's going to get rough.
Well, I pulled out all my paint, so I finally get to paint.
How long are you guys officially on lockdown at this moment?
I go back to work March 8th, or April 8th.
Is that the state mandated timeline?
Yes.
That's the county.
It's county.
Okay.
And I don't have a job when I go back.
County mandated timeline.
Yeah, a lot of people lost their jobs up here because
Oh, I was already laid off on the 31st. I just hope it doesn't mess it up because my contract, I had to keep working until the 31st of March, and then they laid me off on the 31st. So I'm missing a week and a half.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of amnesty for a lot of things going on.
Well, I just looked up something from the government right now that said that they have to, right now because I was exposed, that they have to actually pay me like some kind of paid sick leave or whatever for the next 12.
And there's a lot of bullshit
weeks.
laws that are going into place that can't be supported. And on the flip side, there's a lot of companies that don't want to come down on the wrong side of this whole thing.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be some changes after this whole thing's done.
Yeah.
And hopefully our economy bounces back pretty good if everyone's staying home for a solid month and a half to 2 months, but we'll see.
Well, I know the cannabis economy is booming right now.
Yeah, I said not all businesses are hurting. There's money being made. There's lots of money being made.
Grocery stores made a killing.
Right?
You know, Walmart made a killing.
Toilet paper manufacturers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though, about it, right? Toilet paper has as far as I'm aware, a pretty long shelf life.
Yep.
So those people just aren't going to be buying toilet paper in a while, which means those industries, while they just got a major boom, are going to be hurting in the next couple months, probably.
Right.
They're over there buying enough toilet paper for family for 4 months.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't. The consumption isn't going to change dramatically.
Right. Whereas a lot of people stocked up on foods that they not necessarily going to eat. Like I know a lot of people stocked up on, large quantities of peanut butter, rice, beans, things that still also have good shelf lives. But as soon as it's over and people have those outside their house, they're not going to go home and be like, all right, man, let's have some more beans for the 4th month in a row.
Yeah, right.
I did that. I
It's
stocked
now a
up
bean
on
festival.
the pasta and beans, but I like it.
Yeah, people are going to re-diversify almost immediately. So, I mean, a lot of businesses, I do feel bad for, like, small restaurant businesses, especially up here. They're going to be hurting for a good while.
Yep.
Some of them kind of show their true colors recently by, like, laying off a bunch of employees and...
Yep. Yeah, they laid 60 people off before the day that I didn't go in.
Yeah, you see a lot of companies showing their colors. Like I said, to me, the biggest one that caught my eye was Tesla, still going back to work on Monday even. So even after the state and the county have said shelter in place, they're like, well, if we have to, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm looking at their parking lot from the helicopter. I'm like, do you see all those thousands of people? Like, that's exactly where the problem is. Like,
well, like, for example, McMenamins up here is a chain that buys a bunch of old buildings, and I actually like them a lot because they would basically save old buildings from being demolished and then refurbish them into bars and hotels, like old Catholic schools and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, when this whole thing started, they laid off 3,000 employees.
Whoa!
Oh, that sucks.
Immediately.
Yeah.
And of course, what they did was they're getting ahead of the curve. They laid them off before there any state mandates about not laying people off and shit.
Yeah, so basically, Oregon kind of shut down bars and restaurants, right? At least going into them.
Yeah.
And they laid off everybody. But the thing that's ridiculous about it is they could have just cut hours or given them sick time in theory, right? And the thing is the federal government is reimbursing businesses right now for sick time, so it actually wouldn't have impacted them at all.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I think people, it's funny, you always see this, no socialism, no socialism. It's like, do you fucking realize what an extreme socialist country we live in? It's just that the socialism exists for businesses. Bailouts for banks, bailouts for oil companies, bailouts for any business that's hurting.
The thing is, it's really funny. Like, I love arguing with people that like don't want any form of socialism at all. Like they associate socialism with communism, and that's understandable.
Right.
But it's like, well, you're misinformed and you're ignorant. Let me explain a few things to you, and then they always point back to like, what about Venezuela? They're a socialist country. It's like, yeah, and North Korea is a democratic country. Like,
yeah, exactly.
What you call it doesn't necessarily mean that is what it is. And then I also point out to them a few essentials that we live with that are socialism, like,
police,
fire, some ambulances, depending, some prison systems, depending, military. Usually the people that dislike socialism are pro-military, so it's like, hey, they're also usually pro-police, so.
Yeah, or pro-roads, I don't know.
Roads, yeah. Oh man, that lawsuit would be one of my nightmares if roads got privatized.
Oh shit! All roads are toll roads.
Yeah.
Or how about this? Privatized police that serve different brands of privatized prisons. So let's say there's 3 different cops that patrol your county, each working for a different company because they were contracts that came in at different times. And when they arrest you, they take you to a different privatized court system, to a different privatized jail system, because there would be certainly no corruption in that setup.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I think our country, there's a few things that shouldn't be privatized, which are and should be reformed into more socialist, government-run federally things, or at least statewide.
Yeah, something. And it's funny, we see a lot of that with like even PG&E.
Specific things. No, I'm okay with privatized utility companies.
Really?
Have, after working at one,
yeah,
you have quite a lot of oversight with the Public Utility Commission and things like that. There's a lot of price regulation. Granted, PG&E is actually probably one of the worst ones as far as like safety and updating those systems. But after working at one, I understood a lot better about it.
Okay.
I'm definitely looking at privatized utility because the thing is like, the whole like price fixing and price gouging. They actually have a lot of organized rules based off the state that you're in as far as regulations for what you can and can't do. Like, people make arguments like it's a monopoly, and it is in a way a monopoly because you are forced to buy from that company for the most part.
Right.
Unless you're special and live in certain countries or certain areas, like Washington actually have enough power companies that can support multiple, like your specific region you're in. They have different power companies, and you're allowed to shop around.
Oh, that's cool.
Which power company supplies you your power? But it's all on a grid system, so it works kind of weird.
Well, I mean, we have that here too, and so the way that it works where I live is a certain percentage of my power bill comes from a third-party company, and then PG&E charges me extra for the management of the third-party power.
Because what it is because it's all one grid. It's not like this company has their specific power lines and that company has a specific power lines.
Yeah.
It's 2 separate sets of power. It's all the same and all goes to the same place. But each one gets a share of the pie based off of who's distributing how much power to where.
Right.
But there is laws and rules regarding how much a company can charge for these things.
Right.
And that's something that a lot of people don't understand. It's like, oh yeah, PG&E is charging you this much because they want to. It's like, no. PG&E is charging you that much because that's what they're allowed to do.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure they're maximizing what they're allowed to do, but yeah, they do have a certain amount of rules.
Yeah, and the amount of stuff you have to do to be able to get to that point is actually pretty substantial. Like, you have to have a lot of like town hall meetings, and it's funny. Like, I used to deal with high bill customers all the time would call in.
Okay.
they'd use a lot more power than they thought because the seasonal differences, like winter or summer, they'd spend more money on power than thought. Like, did the rates go up? It's like, and then I'd look at it and be like, no, actually the rates are the lowest now than they've been in 4 years.
Right. But how much you're using has gone way up.
Yeah, we're actually charging you less than we used to. You know, and it's kind of funny when you look at it that way. People don't realize it, and I understand it because it's that anti-authoritarian kind of mentality.
Right.
I don't like authority, therefore power companies and this, that, and the other, and I get it.
They're all evil. I tell you, they're evil.
Yeah, and it's just the misinformation. It's not ignorance. It's just the fact that it's like the information's available, you just don't know how to get it. And I actually enjoy that job a lot because I love telling people a lot of things they don't know and tell them why they're wrong and here's how they're wrong and how to fix it.
Nice.
But,
yeah, I bet it was actually a lot of fun. Sounds cool.
Yeah, it was. I learned a lot. And that's the thing is, like, I always try to learn as much as I can about the general scope of what I'm doing. Like when I worked at a law office for medical bills.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That definitely changed my perspective on insurance companies and what's going on in hospitals.
Interesting.
And that's one of the things I think should definitely be revisited significantly.
Oh, just how that whole system works?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, again, there's, some of the wrong motivations are created, wrong financial motivations are created, I think.
Right, and the problem is we've gone so far down the rabbit hole, we're kind of in a catch-22 at this moment, and without significant revamping government intervention, there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, well, that's a part of it. That's why I keep looking at it too. It's like, we need to change this, we need to do that. So it's like, yeah, but the whole system is literally built. Like if you say, oh, the government's going to now pay for everything, like, okay, but how does that really work? When you have all this privatized medicine, privatized hospitals, there's public hospitals, there's private hospitals, there's semi-private hospitals, right? There's ones that you and I can go into, but we still have to pay out of our pocket. There's ones that you and I could never go into and we wouldn't be allowed into. And then there's ones that are the county and stuff, like anybody can go there.
From my understanding, the way it breaks it down in like an extremely simplified, watered down form is back in the day, and I mean like 50 to 60 years ago or more, when insurance first started being a thing.
Right.
Because there was a time when people didn't have health insurance, right?
Nope.
And they just paid for seeing the doctor, and this is how it went. And the doctor would do a house visit.
Right.
When they started the more modern form of, hey, here's modern medicine, we got hospitals, and we got this, that, the other, insurance companies would go to a hospital, and they'd go, hey, cool, we have these clients and customers that pay us insurance, and we'll pay you guys if you accept them to the hospital. And then they would make a contract with them. And the contract would basically say the insurance companies would direct their customers that needed medical treatment to this hospital. And then they would inform their customers, hey, we will pay for your medical bills if you go here. So the hospital is happy because now they have essentially more people coming in, they're treating more people, and they're making more money based off of volume.
And the insurance company, of course, is controlling costs and payouts by having agreed on pricing with that hospital.
Right. Well, not initially, but they made money basically on the assumption that the majority of people are going to stay healthy and happy and not need this insurance. So they're making money off of them initially, right? Well, then what would happen is after that contract is out a year or two later, they would renegotiate the contract with the hospital and go, hey, hospital, you remember all these people you're getting? Yeah. Well, now we want a 10% discount on all these medical things you do for them. And the hospital's like, well, okay, I guess we could do that. We're getting a lot more people for it. We'll take a 10% reduction.
And we don't want the people to go away, so there's that reverse threat involved.
Right. So now you do this a few more times of revisiting contract, and the insurance company going, hey, we want you to lower it, we want you to lower it, we want you to lower it. It gets to a point where the reduction in price is so significant for the insurance company that the hospital is actually not able to pay material costs or pay their employees anymore. So then the hospital then artificially inflates the price of their medical practices. So now bandages, instead of costing $1 or $2 for a bandage application, now it's $20. So it's all to counteract insurance companies trying to make more money off of the medical system.
Yeah, somehow, again, I hear all the wrong motivations. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then at the end of the day, the problem is like, let's say you and I don't have insurance to go to the hospital, and we're like, hey, we need these medical things, and now all of a sudden you're coming out of a $500 ER visit for walking in the door, $300 for bandages, another $500 for aspirin. You know,
right?
If you had insurance, you wouldn't be paying anything.
And if they, and I'm sure they could do a thing where they say, well, cash customers or private customers pay this other rate, but then of course the insurance companies are like, well, no, we want that other rate too, so. You can't do any of that.
A small trick is, depending on what hospital you go to, if you inform them that you actually have no insurance, a lot of times they can subsidize. Not always. It depends on the hospital. A lot of them can actually dramatically lower the price, or subsidize it, and actually gain benefits for tax cuts.
Right. Well, I know that about Kaiser because that came up when my son was in the hospital, where they have a $1 million fund that's basically for taking care of emergency payments for people that can't pay. So you got the grandma that needs the cancer treatment type stuff.
Yep, and that's one thing a lot of people don't realize. So there's a lot of people out there that are individuals that now have like thousands of dollar medical bills because their insurance can't cover it or what have you. And that's kind of the problem with the system, because we're one of the only countries in the world where people are going broke paying medical bills.
Right.
If you talk to any European friends, this is astounding to them.
Well, yeah, and again, when you consider that we have, the most expensive medical treatments, the lowest one of the lowest quality of service.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's one system I think needs a government revamp, because I think anything that is gaining money off of a public service for profit, I think should go.
Yeah.
So that would be ambulances. At least most ambulance companies, I think ambulances should just be tied into the hospital.
Yep, and be part of the service, or like you said, almost like an ambulance is the same thing as a fire truck or a police department.
Yep. I think prison systems, same thing.
They've been letting people out because of the virus.
Yeah, I think privatized prisons are a serious, serious problem.
Yep.
Again, talk about wrong motivations.
Yep, it's all for profit. I mean, if a business doesn't exist for profit, then it's not a business. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and then you add in the lobbying system, so then you have, whatever, companies that are making huge money off of imprisoning people, lobbying for stricter laws so that more people end up in prison, that kind of stuff.
Yep. Exactly. I think anything along those lines. So most insurance companies, I think, should be gone. I think prison system needs to be revamped significantly. Medical, and then schools, the other one. Pretty much any company that gives out these ridiculous loans for schools, and privatized schools are all for profit now. Like, me and you have an age gap, but when you were a kid, you could theoretically work a part-time job at McDonald's and then go to school and pay for it with that money from McDonald's, because schools weren't for profit as much as they are now.
I mean, that really wasn't true when I was younger either.
Okay, maybe it's my parents.
Yeah.
But
yeah, maybe. But that said, it was still manageable. Like, for example, I was able to go to the Army and use my GI Bill money to pay for college, right? So it wasn't outrageous.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of friends that's still a valid route, actually. But
oh, the GI Bill and all that?
Yeah, because the whole military helping with college funding and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, it sounded good when I went in. And they're like, you can save all this money. And then you realize, well, that's if I never spend a fucking penny. But still, the bonuses and cash payouts are still good enough.
Yeah, that's the other funny thing is the disparity of friends that came out of the military, those that had money and those that didn't. It's like, well, what did you do in the military? It's like, I did nothing, so I have a lot of money now. And the other one's like, what happened to you? Well, I drank it all away.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Because, young men in their late teens to early 20s,
not overly known for discipline.
Right.
Especially in the military. But like I said, the thing of it is, even with the GI Bill, there was a bunch of money that wasn't like reliant on me saving money. It was just the money I was going to get, and that was enough. And so that's what he said. It's like it was already starting to be like, I guess the best way to put it is like, I grew up in the modern era. I mean, it just was the beginning of all the bullshit that is today was all just starting back then. But it was kind of all the same stuff we have today. Like there's been medical insurance, you know, in every job I've ever had in my life, for example. The difference is, for me, is when medical insurance stopped being a standard. Like for me, for most of my career, it was inconceivable that any company besides like, quote, fast food would ever not have medical insurance. And actually, that's one of the things with this, when Obamacare happened, so many companies used it as a bailout on the whole insurance thing. And then, you know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened. Like they put protections in place, like, oh, okay, well, all employees have to have insurance if they're full time. And then, so then you start seeing the rise of companies hiring people less than full time. And so that's like, there's all these, you know, give and takes that go back and forth. But in the end, in the end, business owners are smart and they're capitalists and they're trying to maximize these profits, and they're going to maximize those profits one way or another. So whatever the system is. So I don't know.
Well, that's the other thing is like I try to explain economics to some people because I understand the argument. It's like nothing like. So the argument of like, you know, socialized healthcare, nothing's free, so we're paying for that. And it's like, yes, you are correct, but they point that out as like an argument against it. It's like, yeah, but imagine if you didn't have to pay health insurance anymore, and instead that went to the government for socialized healthcare. Like most math statistics prove that you'd actually pay less under this new system.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I had an argument with a guy online, and he's like, yeah, but I don't pay health insurance, and I'm like, you don't pay health insurance to the employer? He's like, no, my employer pays everything for me. And I'm like,
you
that
dumbass.
is a rarity.
Well,
you might want to double check that. But even then, in that case, your employer would be paying less. Like,
yeah, well, there's the thing is, in theory, a portion of what you would be being paid for your salary, the employer is paying for insurance. Like you said, few employers actually do a full ride insurance. Like my company pays my full medical but offers no dental, so I'm on my own for other stuff. So, you know, it's a give and take as far as that goes. But again, these are the things that I've seen the rise in over time is like fewer, you know, in the 80s, most companies had full ride insurance because they were using insurance as a way to like if we want to go from late 80s to mid 90s, companies were stacking benefits on top of benefits and building these huge benefit packages because it was the only way to attract employees, because at that point, you know, they already couldn't afford to like just keep paying people more money. So they started doing all these massive benefits and 401k and this and that, you know, and all these things. And then when that wasn't enough, then we started seeing like free lunches and cafeterias and, you know, roller coasters and daycare and massages and all that shit at the high end. But
the booming 80s.
Yeah, right? In the 90s and the 2000s, like all that stuff. But then at some point, you know, I would say mostly after the dot-com bust, right? The false and joke that was the dot-com era and the dot-com busts, what we've seen is a whole like change of, you know, like super capitalism. You know, this is when we started offshoring all the stuff overseas and all this other stuff. And it's like now it's the world is pure mega profits of mega corporations, like corporations that no longer even really have a person in charge of them, that they're just their own economic engine driving forward again and again. You know, it's pretty amazing.
One of the things I studied for a little bit, this isn't perfectly factual, but the majority of companies in America, like the big ones, are owned by literally like 5 umbrella companies, like one of which is like Berkshire Hathaway. But I forget the name of the other ones. But like the majority of companies that are profitable in the United States are owned by like literally just a handful of companies.
Yeah. All the money basically goes back to a few hands and continues. And now we have corporations that have more money, thus more power than nations. We have corporations that have existed longer, and so they've worked on laws longer than the politicians can stay in power, right? So these are...
there's also no term limit on Senate and the House, but
Well, yeah, nonetheless, you know, you have corporations that are working for 100 years, 50 years, you know, 75 years. They still are going to basically have been in place longer than, you know, like Coca-Cola is a great example. You know, there's a... and they're not even the top dog anymore. Like, they're owned by somebody else nowadays. Forget who it is.
Owned by another one of those. Yeah, umbrellas. Like all of those. Pretty much almost any company you can think of, the name is owned by another one of those companies.
Yeah, well,
especially when you talk about mass consumer things and utilities, things that people can't avoid getting, like power companies, internet, cell phone, all of them.
Yeah, and again, because of the way business works with hostile takeovers and shareholders and all that, it's inevitable that the largest dogs will gobble up the smaller ones because that's the best way to protect your profits.
Right.
I mean, at the top end, you have companies that buy out entire other companies just to get one idea or one patent.
That's what just happened with Zija. Isogenics just bought it out for 2 things.
We see in the Bay Area, like there's a lot of manufacturing that was owned privately, and then over the years, that was so profitable that a lot of international corporations have come in and actually bought up these machine shops. But what we see consistently is as soon as they buy up that shop, they stop reinvesting in equipment. And so I'll go into these shops that, used to be some of the most amazing high precision manufacturing centers on the West Coast. And now they're just run down, beat up places with no talent people in there. They're not even paying for good talent. They're just like whoever's a fucking warm body that they can get to stick on the floor and all this stuff. And It's like, wow. I go to companies where literally nobody in the company even understands like the drawings that they're agreeing to manufacture. It's like, you guys realize you don't even understand this drawing. You've agreed to make this part. It's good for me.
Yeah.
It makes my business go well, but other than that.
And then the other thing about that, like, yeah, I agree with all that. And then the other one that's actually a little bit worse than that is, so like, I can't think of a specific situation right now off the top of my head, but there's situations where, like, let's say you have a cell phone company, like Verizon or something, and then they have a competitor, like Nokia, right?
Right.
Nokia still around, I don't know, whatever. But both of those will end up being owned by the same parent company.
Right.
So it's the illusion of choice, when in reality it is the same service, and they have the same utilities, and they have the same infrastructure.
Yeah, the illusion of choice stuff. That's a real deal. That's a real problem I see as well, actually.
Yeah, I use it all the time in D&D, and people love it, and they know nothing about it.
It's funny, I've noticed another one more recently, like when I go to Target, and they have, like, most of what I can buy at Target used to be, like, all these national brands, and now I go there and everything they have is just the Target brand. So it's, you walk into a Target and all you can buy is Archer everything. There is no more, quote, choice. It's just a big store full of basically generic products.
Yeah, that's actually pretty common. The companies are starting to go that way too.
Yeah, like you go to Safeway is a good one too. Like they have like 3 different brands in Safeway. So you'll actually go there and it'll be like Safeway brand, other Safeway brand, and third Safeway brand that doesn't look like a Safeway brand, all next to each other, making you think you have 3 choices, but you actually just have the one choice of something that Safeway made. And so I think we're going to see, just more and more of that too, where, the box stores become more branded. I wonder if a lot of that's kind of even an effect of the Amazon of the world. The Amazon definitely has had a major impact on what street level retail is nowadays.
Yeah, the other thing is, Amazon definitely changed the world because of the fact of online shopping was not a new concept. The big part where Amazon ended up exploding was allowing independent sellers access to their system, and then them fulfilling all the sales. So I don't know if you know what Amazon FBA is, but it's basically fulfillment by Amazon. So like comparatively eBay, right?
Okay.
You open up a store on eBay to sell stuff, and you use eBay's system.
Yep.
If you're to buy something from eBay and you buy it from, like me,
right,
running a shop, I will then get the order, I will fulfill the order, and then I will ship it to you.
Right. Yeah, and basically eBay is just almost a platform to go directly to do business with you.
Right. Whereas Amazon has a system called Fulfillment by Amazon, where I can open up a shop through Amazon, have all my products shipped to Amazon, and then put my store on Amazon, and then when you buy from Amazon, you're buying my product, and then Amazon employees fulfill that shipment and then send it to you, and I never touch the object itself. And then I take a profit, as does Amazon, which basically ends up creating this mega corporation that Amazon is, where they're basically, in a way, their competition comes to them and then sells to them for share in the profit.
Yeah, so at that point, what you're saying is like all the competition is on the same platform.
Yep.
Hmm.
And then it's great for the consumer because then I can, search for an item like plastic glue. I'll see 10 different shops selling the same plastic glue, and then choose the one that's the best option for me or price for me.
Right.
But then, that guy that's selling the plastic glue and that I just bought from didn't have to do any actual effort.
Like he just receives a check after he had the stuff shipped to the Amazon warehouse.
Right. All right. But I think I'm going to head out for a little bit.
Okay,
Grab
cool.
a lunch. I got my 20 rats done. 20 more to go. I might hop back on later if you're still going.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm going to probably go for a little bit longer and then call it a day myself. I'm about 75% done with the old bus here, but thanks for hanging out, man. Good talking to you.
Oh, yeah. Looks great.
Thanks.
See you later, man.
Later. Okay, let's shut down the old Hangout. Do that here. And then we'll switch to, let's do desk and room. There we go. Okay, so I'm making pretty good progress on this thing. Just put on the front. We've got, that's all complete up there. So we get to the interior here. And let's see. Get this front on, and then now it looks like we're working on a sub-assembly, and we're going to end up basically doing the entire top, it looks like. So start off with these two pieces. And looks like this will go across there. And that one. Leaving these to run long ways. Nice brown color on those. Okay, first piece done. Next, ooh, finally get to use these little orange hinges. So let's get those out. Looks like 4 of these hinges. 2, 3, 4. And these little black connectors, 2 of those. And let's see, do I need anything else out of this box? 2 wedges. And I think that'll get me through this page. And let's see, just 2 of these. And 2 of these links right there. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get 2 more of those connectors for this other side. One, 2. One more link. Those 10 times little wedges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. we go. 10 little wedges. 4 times. A little longer piece. So these must be the shorter ones. 2 times. Longer piece. 4 times. 10 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of these, 4, 2, 2, and just those little single pips. Okay, let's do this. So on this one, that. There we go. Let's see, let's move my face back up here. We're blocking less stuff. There we go. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do.
What is that?
That's somebody doing a message up here somewhere. Okay, got that little assembly in there. There we go.
So who's the last person you were talking to?
Oh, that was Ben.
Schmoller?
Vizcara.
Oh, yeah, so I didn't think it sounded like Schmoller.
Cool. Camper top coming together. Oh, what is this? A big fabric-y thing. There it is. So we start here. That's kind of interesting. This cloth. Open things up just a little to get it to go in properly. That's pretty cool. One more. Very nice. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Pop up, pop up. Let's see. So what I'm building over here, can't see much of that. Let's see. Maybe we need to just bring the camera up here. Let me see my belly. Does it break the illusion?
Mm-hmm.
There. How's that? Probably need to come in from a higher angle. So next time I set up the stream, I'll set up the camera above here. I'm going to use a tripod, but we'll get through. Pretty sure it's just me anyways. So I'm going to build this last piece here. Okay. It looks like this piece presses down on this piece. What is keeping this from going together? Enough clearance. What is it? What is popping in there? Something's not straight. What is it? So we've got a bow of some kind. Is it just this piece? These sitting uneven? It might just be cloth interfering. There's those tweezers. Yeah, there's definitely some tension going on in here. Not convinced. But looks like I've got it pretty tight. So I think it's about as good as it's going to get. Let's see if that pops up. It does pop up. We do have the pop-up action. Definitely stretch the cloth there in assembling it. I think we'll be okay. Good enough. Okay, well, there's a little picture reminding us of what we're going for. This whole top rack, we'll set that piece aside. Next, this one's getting pretty light. Let's, I think we're going to collapse it down. So we'll just take these bits. Actually, it might be easier to pull stuff into this one, all things considered. So just do that. Okay. Consolidate for the last part of the build here. Wheels we'll just set aside there. Okay, we're going to call this box empty. Yay! One empty box. And so we got most of our bits here. And we got some stuff in the white box over here. So we're just going to get a little radical and dump the white box out. Use a lot of those pieces. We'll set that aside, and when we get to the red, we'll build some more of those in. So there we are. Looks good. Let me AFK for 1 sec. Okay, we're back live with my one watcher, which I think is actually me. So I'm pretty sure I'm the only one here. It's okay. Maybe someone will watch this later. Okay, let's continue on with the build. Actually, we're over here. Just did all that. And now we're over here. So we got this gray piece. And 2 of the flat 2 clippers. Right there. As well as 4 of these flatter ramp pieces. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, shmoo, 4. There we go. Okay, so it says to put these 2 on the end like yo. Boom. And boom. There we go. That'll work too. That'll work too. The lid just fell off my container here. So I won't knock it off the thing. Okay. Come back here. This. And looks like these 2 ramps going into place. Straightforward. And looks like we're going to fill this in 2 long bricks. dog hairs. Let's see. Okay. That's trying to go pretty quick. Steps there at least. And across the top. Here we go. Now, where's the third one go? Ah. Yeah, good luck getting that piece off. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Okay, it's all pretty much together. And the little silver pips. Those, let's see. The end ones go this direction. And the next ones go this direction. So, okay. 90 degrees to each other. spanners. Get these rods out as they're coming next, I think. Two times these rods. These are the ends. And these are the cross pieces. Okay, nice. Oh, two pieces here. Let's see. These sit there and there. That mounts like so. Okay, nice. Wow, look at that. Whole roof assembly. Looking pretty good. Little pop up. Yeah, that is nice. That is nice. Okay. Oof, I will say the fatigue is real 9 hours into this build, but I am within striking distance of being done. So gonna power on through. Power through to completion. Very nice. Okay, well, nice, John. So I get every other brick on backwards. So I've actually built like 2 of these just from all the assembly and disassembly. So I guess that was actually supposed to go on like this. Maybe that's why I had some trouble with it earlier. Hard to say. Well, that is interesting. So I guess I just build another one. Just the same. Guess that's what they tell me to do. Should have one more of these. That's how it should go. Nice. Tuck that in. That's cool. Okay. That goes right on. Wow, that's nice. Look at that. Yeah, that's starting to look pretty cool. Yep. Front. Finish building. Back all done. Top pops on, pops off. Careful when we do that. Yeah. People glue these together like a wash you can dip it in. I don't know. Probably should have thought of that earlier. With just a few key drops of glue. Radically cinch it all together. Okay, try and squeeze out some of the gaps here. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Let's flop that on its sides. See it a little better. Okay. Time to finish off the front. So I poured out all the white bricks. Now we'll just pour out the rest of the red bricks. Okay, nothing under the cardboard. Okay, that's 3 out of 4 bins empty. And 1 decal left, maybe?
What are you doing, sweetheart? I hear you talking.
Well, I've been live all day.
Oh, hour and 15, or by 5:15 should be dinner.
Okay,
I
that's
just
nice.
made the split pea soup.
Oh, sounds
It's
good.
boiling right now.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, go out. Come on, sweeties. Let's go. Come on out. Watch your tail.
Oh, look at that. Nurgle. Contagion token. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay, that was cool. Little headlights are cool. Okay, good. Okay, putting these little black bendy plastic bits in. Cool. Just gonna position them till you like how they look, I guess. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Got the sticker on there. Got the little bits. Let's see, looks like we need, I don't see them listed. I guess that's these though. Some little amber turn signal bits. What else is missing? Over the light cover here. And a matching one for the other side. Okay, is that everything? Looks like everything. Ooh. There we go. Very nice. Okay. That gets shoved onto the front. I see. Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Okay, looking good. Front of the bus, as it were. Front of the bus, Waldo. Okay, tires. Oh my gosh, are we actually at that point? Let's see what we got. Looks like tires are unidirectional-ish. Okay, looks like the same markings on either side, just making sure. Okay, and then we have 4 hubcaps. There, I see. So we put a silver. No, we put an orange, then a silver. Orange. Not there. What am I doing? Duh. Getting tired. Orange. And silver. And there we are. Another orange piece. Orange in the middle. Followed by a silver. Orange. Silver. And those go in the wheels, yeah. Hubcaps. Okay. Slide the tires on. Slide the wheels on. Technically, go to put the tires on. Nice. Very nice. Let's see. Put a piece missing right there? Oh, that's what we're going to build right now. Okay. Okay. Where's my piece for the other side? Oh no. We're one piece short from finishing our build. 3 red bricks. Ah, there's one. Okay. There's one. There's 2. Ah, I see, actually. So, once again, let's get the wrong one in the wrong place. Down to the last bit, right? Can't go getting it right. Ruining my track record. There we go. Get that off. Come on. Wasn't that hard the first time? Okay, so we're actually on this side of the darn rig, which means we got one last silver. There we go. And this side takes the full panel. I know, I saw it. There we go, much better. Okay. Any other pieces? Let's see, according to this, I see a few bits that I maybe didn't attach. Let's see what we got here. No, that looks right. Got my handles. Looking good across the top. Let's knock something loose. That's gonna be here. There we go. Where's that one? Just sticking way out there. I bet. I'm supposed to use like 2 of these. That's my guess. Oof, that's rough. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that is correct. Now, I got more instruments here too. for another gauge on the dash. And let's see, I think I just have some extra pieces. Put this back in place. This all seems correct. Get this back on top. Okay, so there are a few extra pieces, but I don't think there's any, quote, extra pieces. So you look at the side here. We've got rolling wheels, opening door. Just knock the engine loose. Nice. Work on that. Opening side doors with curtains. Looks good. Sink. And the rest of the interior, including lights on the walls. Closes nicely. Gas. Okay, knock the motor loose, so we'll get that back in place in there. There's the bottom. Looks good. And looking at the back, we've got opening the hatch, as well as opening the motor compartment. And of course, we've already looked at the little pulleys in there and their movements and such. Let's see. There we go. Oh, we really popped something loose. Let's see what I knock loose in there. Oh, that piece. So what do we got? We got another orange. My exhaust over here. Wow. Just popping pieces loose left and right. I think we'll have to get in through the back hatch. Pop that into place. Yes. There's that. And reach into the inside. Push that back into place as well. There we go. Whoop. I think we'll just lose both those orange pips off the bottom instead. Of course. There we go. So, I guess the back closes. And of course, we've got some mirrors, front door, working steering wheel, little shifters, gas pedals, the whole 9 yards inside of there. Ooh, there we go. Including the interior. That was super fun. Building the VW bus Lego kit. Total of, oh, where is it? Where is it? Total of, I know somewhere it said how many pieces there were here. Okay, you see that? Beginning of the build. $10220. Boy, that was a lot of pieces. Let's see. I guess I gotta look it up. Let's see here real quick. First off, let's see. So you guys can see that. To web only. And this was the speed build. So this is the Lego Creator Volkswagen And we'll just Control C, Control V, and there it is on Amazon. Let's go. Tell us how many pieces at least. 1,334 pieces for the Volkswagen T1 camper van that we have just built, including the pop-up camper top. All very cool. And with that, I am going to call it a day. Once again, thank you for hanging out with me, which was mostly me, for the last 9 hours while I built this thing up. Pretty awesome kit. Glad to have it finally finished. Only a few extra pieces and freeing up several plastic containers. We'll see if we take on the Voltron build a little bit later in the week. So, boom, there we are. Oh, man. I need to go stretch. Stretch. But there it is, the Voltron build. That is 2,321 pieces, so about 1,000 pieces more than the Volkswagen. I imagine it's about the same difficulty, just take a little bit more time. Maybe we'll do that in 2 or 3 days. Once again, from the wide world of wargaming and Firehead Productions, this has been John Feuerhelms as Tukey on Twitter. Thank you for hanging out during the quarantine. Hopefully we'll talk to y'all soon. Later.